It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Gold-backed solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at -24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations, making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the row dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide and mineralize it within a few hours. This creates permanent carbon storage for several 100,000 years in the form of newly developed limestone overnight. Today, our Berlin site can store an average of 10 kilograms of CO2 per ton of demolished concrete, enabling us to sequester 1,000 to 1,500 tons of CO2 year by year. The recycled carbonated concrete we produce can be used in a wide range of building projects, such as road construction. By combining non-traditional proven and forward-thinking processes, we're able to significantly reduce the negative environmental impact of concrete production while doing our part to combat climate change. This is how Landwärme, MVV and Neustark are storing biogenic CO2 in demolished concrete and helping to create a world where economic growth thrives with fewer emissions. Join us in shaping a more sustainable future for generations to come.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies and solutions for how to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
and increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region. Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
Our world is full of energy. Energy is the basis for our daily lives and the source we all rely on. With this value in mind, there is only one sensible direction for the future: a renewable energy era. What are we waiting for? We need to drive the shift from fossil fuels to renewables, from centralization to decentralization, and from analog to digital. The future is connected, and power, heat, and transportation sectors are merging. This transformation needs people with visions and solutions, people like you, and a platform like ours. We bring together the world's leading exhibition and conference series for cross-sector solutions in the new energy world, addressing stakeholders worldwide. We unite generation, storage, distribution, and management of energy, as well as e-mobility for a sustainable and intelligent energy supply 24/7. Enter a world of energy innovation through live exhibitions, conferences, forums, and digital events, including webinars and podcasts. Create the new energy world. Be part of a movement and get energized for the smarter E.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. BSW-Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at -24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank, where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations, making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the road dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide.
COP28 set a milestone for the global energy transition. More than 120 countries signed the Global Renewables Pledge and committed to work towards tripling the installed renewable energy capacity and double the annual rate of energy efficiency until 2030. The necessity for such a display of coordinated international action is obvious. Last year was the hottest year ever recorded, stressing the urgency to cut down our emissions fast. We won't be able to meet increasing energy demands while keeping our climate targets in reach without a massive ramp-up of renewables. Commitments are only as good as the action that follows. We must implement effective solutions quickly while making sure that no one is left behind. For the last 10 years, the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue and its organizing parties have worked towards one common goal: accelerating the global energy transition. Every year, changemakers and experts from politics and government, business, academia, media, and civil society gather to debate the most important topics of the energy transition. COP28 implementation, financing the energy transition, supply chains, green hydrogen, gender, youth and labour shortage, and many more. Join the discussion. Welcome to the 10th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Let's reunite to accelerate the global energy transition.
Welcome to the 10th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to kindly take your seats so that we can begin the 10th BETD. Many thanks. A very warm good morning. I am Melinda Crane, and before we launch this 10th BETD with our host, Minister Baerbock, it is my great honor to welcome all of you on behalf of the German federal government and the conference's civil society co-organizers, the German Renewable Energy Federation, BWE, the German Solar Association, BSW, the German Energy Agency, dena, and eclareon. Our title this year is Accelerating the Global Energy Transition, and we will be asking how we can use all the levers at our disposal to ensure a rapid, effective, and equitable Energiewende. Just two quick announcements, if I may. If you do not have a seat, and there are many of you who apparently do not, we are streaming this opening ceremony next door in the Europasaal, so you can kindly go over there and you will find seats. Also, for those here in the Weltsaal, we do have translation headsets available. If you haven't found one at your place, we have additional ones in the back of the room. And now, without further ado, it is my honor to hand over to our host, the German Foreign Minister, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock.
Good morning also from my side, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, guests and friends. In these global challenging times, success and also progress is counted by now only in millimeters. And this is why we are really happy to be here today with you all together. But this is also why there was a kind of tornado of good news last December coming from Dubai. Because breakthroughs, successful breakthroughs, are so rare. In my point of view, it was kind of a wonder that last December, 196 states made a quantum leap. By joining hands and joining forces to overcome global dividing lines and face the biggest security threat for our world altogether. By drafting a final statement at this climate conference, which makes very clear that the future is renewable. By agreeing all together, and again, 196 states, of tripling renewable energy, of doubling energy efficiency, and most importantly, ending the fossil era. This decision, in our point of view, was good not only for the planet, not only good for the people of the world, but also for our pockets. This decision means that we are keeping the 1.5-degree limit inside. It means for our people that security matters, and that we can fight the biggest security threat only together by investing into renewable energy and so forth, turning away and becoming independent from political turmoil. Because every wind turbine, every solar panel is an investment in our own security. And we are seeing around the world for our pockets that this is a real economic opportunity for all of us. IRENA has calculated that in 2030, twice as many people could be working in the field of energy transition than now. The demand for clean energy will rise and is rising everywhere. By 2030, 10 times more electric cars are on the road worldwide than today. But we know also from these challenging times that geopolitics is also interfering in this world. And therefore, it is so important for us that we are not only talking the talk, but that we are walking the walk, that we are implementing everywhere. And my understanding of that climate conference, being there with many of you for 10 days and overall 2 weeks, was not that people didn't understand that we really have to walk the walk, but the question, how can we do it in our country, in our region? How can we really implement and install renewable energy? And this is a big hurdle, and we can only solve this together. We need technology transfer, but we also need a different attitude towards financing. Because it doesn't help that in the world last year, 50% more renewable energy was installed than in the previous year. I mean, this is an amazing good news. But if still in Africa, there are 600 million people without electricity at all, this is not just and this is not fair. And it shows that we do not only have to think about installation of renewable energy in our own countries, but we have to think for the others, how we can do it together. So the question of accessibility and cost of transition is the question of today. And therefore, we are having here today at the 10th Berlin Energy Transition Day a real implementation conference. It's not about giving speech after speech after speech, and this is why I'm the moderator here today, but it's really about learning from each other, putting ourselves in the shoes of the others to understand what they need with the installation in their country. Because not all countries have the same conditions. For countries without AAA ratings, investments in solar wind parks are less affordable. So we cannot just say renewable energy is becoming cheaper if you have a problem with your own state rating. We see today that developing countries, per average, have an interest rate of 16%, often 4 times as much as industrialized countries. So all the investment is obviously automatically going to the industrialized countries, even though it would need these investments on other places. And this is why climate policy, and we saw that in Dubai, is more than just energy. It's also a push for the reform of financial institutions. This is why also our understanding as a foreign ministry, but also as a ministry for climate and for energy and economy, is that we need a reform of the World Bank to make the World Bank more just, but also to succeed in the investment for renewable energy. And again, finance and money alone doesn't help either. It doesn't bring the projects, especially the integrated ones, to the countries where we need it. So for the countries which do have a lack of access to the right technology or natural resources, we have to see how we can bring these projects on the ground. Therefore, here in Berlin, we are not talking about a one-size-fits-all solution. We're here to find ways to tackle the different challenges to make energy transition possible everywhere. This means we are here to listen and to learn from each other. Because this is the only way how we can turn renewable energy to a success story for the whole world. And there are so many examples how we can do it. In Uruguay, for example, there's already 98% of its electricity coming from renewables. In Oman, on the other hand, they are implementing several mega solar projects to provide electricity for thousands of households. And Namibia is building one of the world's biggest green ammonia plants. Again, we see also the importance for geopolitical questions behind it. So every country needs to find its own way, but to commit to the same goal: safe, clean, and sustainable energy for all. Because it's good for the planet, it's good for all of our people, and it's also good for our pockets. In this regard, I'm very honored to host today the 10th BETD conference as a foreign minister, together with the Ministry of Economy and Energy, and to give a short input how we do the energy transition here in Germany. I would like to invite my friend and colleague and co-host of this BETD to the stage. I'm introducing to you Minister Robert Habeck, Minister for Economy Affairs, Climate Action and Energy. Please, Robert, the floor is yours.
So good morning from my side, and just to warn you, in 2 minutes I switch over to the German language, so please have your translation and headphones ready. But let me begin with a very warm welcome to Berlin, to all of you that traveled this long way. Thank you very much for making this journey. Today when I entered the building and I saw the colleagues, the friends, it was like a family meeting, kind of, and I hope this day will, Annalena just said it, will develop as that we have a very informal learning atmosphere here in this building. And thanks, Annalena, thank you and your team for hosting this conference kindly. You announced me as co-host. That's true, we helped a little bit. Actually, the work is done by you and your team. And having said that, I mean, now we are here in beautiful dresses and wearing ties, the ones discussing here on the stage. The ministers, I hope with due respect, you know that the real work, the preparation was done by a lot of people that are not on the stage. And if you look into your schedules, into your arrangements, the journeys, you know how hard work it is. So maybe we should start the day with a round of applause for the ones unseen, but very, very important for this conference. So, due to the German media, I switch over to German. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, noch einmal herzlich willkommen
Thank you
in Berlin.
and welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
In einer
This conference is part of a history that unfortunately is often distorted by the many crises and diverted because of these crises that we also have to overcome. But it is a story that needs to continue to be told. It's the story, the most important story of the political, of our political times. This is about reconciling prosperity and climate action. To protect climate action is not just about protecting the climate, and Annalena has already told us about the consequences that we are threatened with if we don't manage to contain climate change. Hunger, catastrophes and so forth, natural disasters. But what we are trying to do is not to protect the climate, as we say in German. It's about protecting humans and allowing them a life in dignity. And in times like these, I keep reiterating that this also means a free world order. It means not to have dictators and tyrants dictate history. This is what I mean when I talk about climate action, or as we say in German, climate protection. So for this reason, I would like to make a bridge from last year's meeting to this one, and to highlight 3 aspects that I would like to discuss with you today. First of all, we can see good progress. Annalena has already told us about it. So COP28 has been a success for climate action. It's also shown that even though countries have different interests, of course, countries producing natural gas have different interests from other countries. There's also the question of load sharing, burden sharing, and of historical responsibility for high carbon emissions. So there are many different viewpoints and reasonings. And it's not a foregone conclusion that these many different countries can reach an agreement. And this ambitious agreement is really pointing us forward. But nevertheless, I still need to point out that time is working against us. We all know that we're not working against a dynamism that is perhaps stronger than we were fearing. I'm deeply concerned by what's happening, and you've probably heard about it. I personally come from a town that is very close to the Baltic Sea, but there are other areas that are much more in danger. So you might have heard, or you will have heard, that the oceans of the world have heated up much more than we were expecting, and we can't understand why that is. So global warming and ocean warming is about to get out of control. And this, of course, has to do with the past and the mistakes made in the past. But it must really not discourage us from acting faster. So the oceans, as I said earlier, will continue to be here. Even they will adapt to a warmer world. So the oceans and ocean life, marine life, will probably have a terrible transition. Maritime life will change. Many plants and animals will die, but they will adjust. They will also expand. What should we do as humans? There will be storms, there will be hurricanes, there will be floods, and it will be very difficult to contain and to work with this. And I'm very concerned about it. And the mere graphics show us that this is not a game. This is not just something, a plaything for politicians who have nothing better to do. This is deeply serious. And our political generation needs to find a solution to this and implement these solutions. Because otherwise, everything else that we do will no longer matter and we will have failed. So this conference is important because it is one in a link and chain of conferences, and we need to contain global warming. Even though the news is dominated by other headlines, this is the most important topic. So it's good that you're all here and that you're working on this. A second point I'd like to make is that we spoke a lot about the crisis of the energy system. That was last year. So it was, of course, a crisis of prices and of availability. And this was something that hit us in Germany particularly hard. This is because we used to, we lost about 50% of our energy imports. And I have to thank you to support us. Well, unfortunately, this crisis is over. Germany is one of the industrial countries that invest 90% of its fossil fuels from other countries. So imports are very high, and we need to reduce this to around 30%. However, this 90% of fossil fuels is now secure. And we can see that prices are falling. The gas price is back to pre-crisis levels. Electricity prices in Europe are also dropping to the level where they were before the attack of Russia on Ukraine. So I think this is one task that we've successfully managed. Germany is also cashing in on its climate action efforts. So if we implement the legislation that has already been enacted, then Germany and Europe have a chance to meet their climate targets for 2030. I'm not saying this to show you how wonderful I am. I'm just telling you that despite the crisis, we are on track and we haven't forgotten about climate action. We have kept working on this. And Annalena and I and everyone in Germany know that change also goes hand in hand with conflict. Industrial production and prices are under pressure. And this means that the transformation, the transition, mean that we need dialogue as well. However, dialogue does not mean that everyone agrees, because that would not actually even be a dialogue. It means that you need to reconcile different perspectives, that you need to argue, that you need to look at potential solutions, that you also need to learn to accept that other people disagree. This is true in Germany, it's true in Europe and across the world. And if we have a successful day today, then that's what we can do. Then we'll understand why other regions choose to go down different routes. And we should do this in a pragmatic manner. I don't think that we'll be able to resolve this major task just by sticking to our own viewpoint and trying to force it upon others. This is not what this is about. And policy is not religion. There are other areas in life where you can live out that. Politics and policies are about being pragmatic. And we've seen progress on that in Germany and also in the world. The third point I would like to share with you has to do with this world. As I said earlier, Germany is a highly industrialized country. We have energy-efficient industries. And as I said earlier, we import 90% of our fossil fuels. And that makes up and we import a total of 70% of the energy we use. And of course, right now we've started to electrify areas, which means that fuels are used to generate electricity. We offer heat pumps for hydrogen, for other areas. And this is how we are reducing our dependency to 30%. So down from 90 to 30. That's the objective. And these new energies will, and this 30% will be renewables. It will be ammoniac. It will be nitrogen. It will be hydrogen. And unlike this conference suggests, there's a reality that shows that nationalism is on the rise, that scope for action is becoming smaller, that international organizations are losing scope. Local content rules and customs barriers are being set up. And there may be some reasons for this, but overall and in combination, this is a very dangerous trend. We will only be successful if we stick together and if we have, well, roughly the same rulebook across the whole world. And this is
den Austausch von Technik und von Wissen nutzen, diese gefährliche Tendenz der Fragmentierung von Räumen, wo Energie und
avoid this dangerous tendency of fragmentation, where you can abuse technology as a means of power. We need to overcome this. We are creating new markets, and today we'll speak a lot about import possibilities and so forth. So I'll have a few bilateral meetings today, and all of them will be about new markets. So let us create these markets for to create a global market and support each. Let's support each other and allow us to tap new energies and allow others to share in these. And let us export excess energy to other countries. Let's look at where we can find additional ways of trading energy. This is how we can generate prosperity for the world. It's a political task, and we are working against this global trend of nationalism. And this is another task that we need to master. I would also like to pick up on what the foreign minister said. I had a meeting with the young female leaders of some countries that will be represented here. I met with representatives from Burkina Faso, India, and Tunisia, but they are representatives of a whole group of countries. And we, in Germany, in the industrial nations, need to be careful. Over the past decades, we set the tone of world politics, and we must not be too sure of ourselves. And the small little stories that you told me were really just inspiring to me. In Africa and in India, renewables are not just about climate action. This is our viewpoint, from our Western viewpoint. It's about social stability, it's about participation, particularly of women, participation in education, in prosperity, in social visibility. It's about stabilizing rural areas. And it also means a way of increasing potential income. So climate action and prosperity are not mutually exclusive. This is an idea that we know from Germany, from the US, from Canada, and from Australia. Of course, climate action is something that these countries focused on, but these other countries, they can really use this to provide cheap energy to as many people as possible and give them access to prosperity. So it's great to have you here. Welcome to Berlin, and let's have a successful conference. Thank you.
So now we really dive into the concrete. We have heard from the German Minister for Energy how we do the energy transition in Germany. And now we would like to broaden the horizon, broaden our view, and dive into hands-on implementation. The key question is, how do we get energy transition done globally, knowing and having in mind what I said before, that the circumstances are around the world totally diverse. As we are seeing that for some there's a lack of finance, for others there's a lack of technology, and for the third, there's just the drama that the climate disaster is happening right now. We hear now different voices from around the world. And I'm really honored to welcome now on stage Tom Alwindo, Minister for Energy and Mines from Namibia. A big applause. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. And Nyaka Bocci, founder and CEO of Kauri Energy, a consulting firm for renewable projects in Africa. Very warm welcome to all of you. So I would like to start with you, Ms. Bocci, because this was really something which touched me deeply at the climate conference, that there were so many countries saying, I mean, don't preach to us. Yeah, we know what climate crisis is all about. But if we want to get the things really done, we need the projects on the grounds in Africa. And then we do have all the statistics flying around where we would say, well, in theory, Africa is the best place for renewable energy. We have heard from countries who were front runners last year, like from Kenya, that they are almost there with 100% renewable energy, that Africa, by figures from the EIA, is for 60% of the world's best solar sites located in Africa. However, these are only the figures. The reality is only 1% of global solar capacity is by now installed in Africa. And we do have the challenge where we promised in Paris many years ago that it's also about climate justice, that the push for climate and renewable energy is also a push for electrifying Africa. Having said that, as you are very aware of the political side, but you are a pure practitioner, what would you say are the biggest hurdles that these hundreds of solar panels are not installed in sub-Sahara Africa, where the best spots are? And what could we do from all around the world to change that and make the promise of climate justice a reality?
Thank you very much, Minister Baerbock, and welcome to everyone. I think you've touched on really important points. As you say, Caro Energy, we do advisory, but we also deliver project on the ground, small project, and also collaborate with bigger EPC for bigger project. You're right, 1% only of capacity is installed in Africa, whereas 600 million people, as you say, still do not have access, and I'm not even talking about those who don't have, I think it's 900 million, access to clean cooking. I think there are different areas that we need to look at when we want to understand why the path and the development of renewable in Africa, specifically in sub-Saharan Africa, is still being delayed. You've touched on financing in your introductions, that the African country obviously have a lower rating, and then there are a lot of funds. So I think there are three elements. One, when it comes to financing, is first of all, the disbursement of financing to the project on the ground. There is really some time delays in there. So we've made it, you know, especially it's quite complicated just to disperse money, which is lying around, to those who do it in the ground. The second thing, when it comes to delivering project in Africa, is also the size of the project. I think we've been having a lot of focus on big project, 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt plus, but I would say, is like we say in French, being a French background, smaller is cute, but smaller is also faster. We need to find a way to deliver smaller project faster and not to take financial decision for small size project. I'm talking here, those who can reach communities between 10 kilowatt peak and a megawatt, anywhere in the region for 18 months to 36 months to deliver those. So we need to use other instrument. The second thing I will say is, still on finance before I move to another point, is about how can we use the available funds. So we provide, when I say we, the DFIs and the international finance and community, a lot of money in terms of subsidies to enable those projects on the ground to be commercially viable and also, of course, bankable. I guess for us as private companies operating underground, what we need is actually our entry in the market to be de-risked. So instead of using those money for grants, which take up to 2 years to be actually dispersed, maybe that money could be given to local bank as a bank guarantee, and then those local companies delivering energy could use them with a better interest rate. So having 12% in a local currency is definitively better than having 8% in hard currency when you are not able to repay that hard currency. I give you an example. Nigeria, for example, which is a great country with more than 50% of the people without energy, and yet if you have taken an 8% USD loan to deliver a project 12 months ago, you will be in difficulties today given the devaluation of the Naira. So we need to look at, just to finalize that point on financing, how do we make sure that the funds available are used to de-risk project and also to fast-track money delivery to smaller projects. Right. The second thing, before I leave it there, is about how do we involve local companies. Yeah. I think the recent 60 decibel report have again highlighted that local-owned companies, and particularly those owned by women, are the most prepared and the better in the front line of delivering success and delivering as well impact. Yet, if you look at the money which has been dispersed to those local companies, it's less than 1%, anywhere between 1% and 5% in terms of project delivery and financing those projects. So involving more the people on the ground will definitively help us deliver more projects. I'll leave it there for now and then come back with other points.
Thank you very much. I think this is so crucial, bringing the international to the local. Could you give an example, rather real local one or also federal one, where we said this is best practice example where it worked, either with recurrency or with local banking systems?
Well, that's a great thing. I think what we've learned from the project we've done, so we collaborate with local company. I give you 2 examples. One is, for example, in the Gambia, where our local partner, GAM Solar, has been working in installing solar water pumping. Now, that's the point as well I would like to touch on later on, that when we think about delivering energy, it's not only the plug, it's not only household connection, but we need to go beyond energy access to really use energy for its transformative power and economic development for productive use. So in this specific case, if you take what we call a garden, which is basically small field where in each field you have 500 women working, they do not have access to water. So solar water pumping, this is a small system, 10 kilowatt peak of solars, and then all the equipment around $10,000. Now, we've worked with them and a local microfinancing company called Supersonics. They finance those assets, and then obviously it's women-led investment. Then you can see the return within a year. There are 1,000 of those gardens in the Gambia. So if you would have some financing going to those local banking institutions like microfinancing company, you can just do the simple math of 10 kilowatt peak, 1,000 garden is 10 megawatts. So we are here accelerating the delivery of ERI, including women, and seeing a benefit within a year. And that is really important. That's why I like to say small is faster, and having local financing is also faster.
Thank you. Also for the precise line, I think small is faster, which we have also seen and felt in many, many other areas around the world. Tom Alvindu, you're the energy minister for Namibia. On one hand, you can probably also say small is faster with concrete projects. On the other hand, Namibia is building one of the world's largest, so big, green hydrogen production facilities. Maybe you could relate a bit to what Ms. Motbocci said about the financing. Why was this project, thinking big, possible? And on the other hand, your example of working together with a local community, as this production facility is close to the port city of Lüderitz, so you also see the history there, a former diamond mining area with a lot of transitioning and also social challenges, so making also the relation to the question how to engage local population.
Thank you very much. First, for inviting me to be part of this dialogue. And if I look at the audience, and I'm thinking, if this was an African audience, and we are talking about energy transition, probably more than half of the audience will be saying, what are we transiting from? We don't have energy at all. And therefore, whatever energy we get, we just need energy. If we are going to get renewable energy, so the better. And therefore, having this kind of dialogue is very, very good so that we inform each other. And as you said in your opening remark, where you says, we need to walk the talk. And we agree. I mean, I think that we're done with talking. But the truth is, Namibia cannot walk that talk alone. Germany cannot walk that talk alone. And therefore, these international dialogues are very, very important so that we can figure out how do we all together walk this talk. And that's the only way it's going to work. Now, in the case of Namibia, we are privileged in a way because we have got some of the best natural resources for the energy transition. We have got the best wind regime, we've got solar, we have got land. And that is why it was possible for us then to conceive this large project where we want to develop green hydrogen. And it started off us for having issued an internationally request for proposal for those investors who want to come and work the talk with us, and we did get international investors. And eventually they agreed to say they want to work with us. And now we do have a project that that aims to produce 1 million tons of green hydrogen in the phase 1, and also ramp it up to 2 million tons in phase 2. And this is huge. And we also believe that it has to be big, because if we are going to, I hear, small is faster, I agree. But if you are going to establish a market, if you are going to establish something that is really going to help with the transition, I think we need to think big. And that's why we have conceived this big energy transition project with international investors. Now, for this to happen, what I was saying, we cannot walk the talk alone. We need to have other people to come and make that happen with us. Now, you're talking about financing. It is true. I think we all know that I think where we are now, financing is probably the most important thing that we need to actually overcome. And this is so because this is really a new kind of sector. The market has developed. There is technology. But I think the market still needs to develop. And when you have the market that is still developing, private capital is usually shy to invest in this kind of a market. They would first want to see whether there's private capital that will invest, and then they follow. And that's where I think you also mentioned the fact that I think Minister Habeck mentioned the fact that the likes of the World Bank and all the multinational financial institutions need to come on board so that we can start to de-risk the financing of this huge project. Because without that de-risking, we run the risk that we may not actually bring this on the market as soon as possible. And the longer we take, probably the more people start to think, oh, well, maybe this energy transition is really just a talk. Maybe it's not happening. And therefore, really, we would like to encourage multilateral financial institutions to be part of this journey, because without them, we may struggle. And we also have seen, obviously, countries, developed nations, for example, where they are also developing this kind of project. Fortunately for them, they are in a better position where they can offer financial incentive for capital. They can de-risk the capital. It's not true for all of us, especially developing nations. We might have the resources like wind and solar, but we do not have the financial resources to be able to de-risk some of this project. And therefore, we really, really hope that together during these dialogues, we can identify the fact that we need to unlock some of these large projects such that they can come on stream. The other point I need to make is the local content part of it. Again, here, local content can be defined by different people differently. For us as Africans, we are quite aware the fact that for the longest of time, when it comes to natural resources, for example, mining resources, people did come and invest, they took the minerals, and they left nothing behind. Now, where we are now having some of these energy resources, we are saying, this cannot repeat itself. We need to do better. We need to do better for the African continent. And therefore, when it comes to local content, we are thinking that this kind of investment that we are now cultivating, the collaboration which we are fostering with other countries, it needs to mean much more than just developing green hydrogen on the African continent and exporting to somewhere else. We need to start also to build a whole energy ecosystems on the continent, and not simply having a commodity that actually we are going to be exporting to other. We also have got industry that we need to decarbonize, but even not just to decarbonize the industry, but how to produce this. What components can we make on the African continent that is going to make sure that actually there's an ecosystem starting because of this? And this is really something we are hoping that, with our partners, we have signed memorandum of understanding with various European countries, for example, with the EU. And we are happy that they are understanding that we need to build this ecosystem and not simply to build or to produce green hydrogen for export, but to really also try to build an ecosystem that by the time this project are online, we can see that it's not only this project, but it has cultivated some other industries simply because of the existence of these natural resources. So that is really, I think, on the local content issues. And then also as we go on, we need to also discover other things are happening. I mean, you didn't mention the geopolitics. It's very, very important. We don't want to find ourselves one day, because of the concentration of either technology or of the resources, suddenly we cannot go forward because we are trying to hold our capital or we are trying to hold our resources and they're not trying to share with others. And if that happens again, the energy transition is not going to be successful, it's not going to be sustainable, and therefore we need to be aware of the geopolitics and how do we deal with it in such a way that it does, again, not derail the transition the way we have conceived it. And that's continuous, it needs continuously discussing it and how to go about it. But once again, thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this dialogue.
Thank you, Minister Alvindo, and what you said about the question of how to do the social transformation. We have seen also with the JET piece we are doing around the world with different countries, especially with South Africa, and Jennifer Morgan, as many of you know, is all around the world to experience on the ground that it needs, as you said, an ecosystem precisely on the ground. So maybe coming back to your case, because I mentioned briefly that Germany supported this hydrogen production facility. What was kind of the missing link where we could help, and how did you, or are you planning to build this ecosystem around this green hydrogen production facility?
Yeah, I think I need to add to say, we are quite thankful. I think the relationship we have built with Germany. You did mention that this project specifically is actually located in the town called Lüderitz, which I just learned that there's actually Lüderitz is also German.
Yeah.
There's a history to this. So really, I think we are really thankful, I think, with the collaborations that we have started with Germany over the last 2 years. It has helped. First, as I was saying, this is a new market. Technology is there, but you need to test the market. And through the collaboration that we have had with Germany, we were able actually to, to do some of the pilot project to see how that could work, which was also seeded with public German funds, and therefore we are quite grateful for that. With regard to the ecosystem, one of the tools that you need to put in place for the local content also then to form the ecosystem, one of the things you need to do is, what about the skills that you need to have? If you do not have the skills to be able to manage the assets that you are going to be building, again, it's going to slow down the local content and therefore the ecosystem. And therefore, in this regard also, we have established a scholarship in Namibia for the Namibian young people to study, to follow courses in the energy at undergraduate and also at postgraduate levels. And the good thing is also that we also have got exchange students, so Namibians who will come to Germany and also Namibians who will study in Namibian universities. And I think especially those who can come here to Germany, actually you also have to understand, and they also learn also how things are done outside the continent. And we are quite happy and excited that this has really worked. The first cohort of students actually were sent out last year already, and hopefully another cohort will be sent out this year. And that's, I think, a demonstration that it can be done. And that's how we start to actually build that ecosystem, by first creating those local skills for them then be able to actually drive some of these projects. And then for that, we're really thankful for that collaboration that we have got with the German government. And we hope we continue to do that so that, again, we walk the talk together.
Tackling the problems, Minister Alvindo mentioned also, Ms. Bocci, about channeling the finances or shift the finance flows to the right project and the right countries. You, in your role as a director of the International Energy Agency, you have to think big, because your numbers are that it needs 4.5 trillion per year by 2030 to actually invest in the 1.5 degree goal. So thinking big, and on the other hand, facing the challenges that there is not this one big solution for all countries. What would you say, Fatih Birol, is the most important thing now for financial flows and green energy, that the money goes to the right spots and that we invest enough in this remaining only 6 or 5 years until 2030?
So many thanks, first of all, Madam Minister, and congratulations for the 10th anniversary. And I was able to attend 8 out of 10.
Wow.
Nicht so schlecht. I mean, this is not so bad, so 8 out of 10. And every time there is a lot of good attendance and good discussion. Thank you very much for the leadership. But Madam Minister, if I may, before going to a very important question you asked, I want to make a comment on Germany. Especially, it was triggered by the fact that the Habeck, the Minister Habeck mentioned there's a German media here, and I will have a press conference later, but I want to make something clear. First of all, Germany, last year, German emissions declined more than 10%. This is the steepest decline in all advanced economies in the world. This is a big, big, big number. And I want to make the things in a context. There are 2 reasons for that. One, a major decarbonization of the power sector, making the licensing faster, quicker transmission, big success there. But there is another reason. Industrial production has suffered. It declined. Now, this is, dear colleagues, and also the media and everybody here, this is as a result of a strategic mistake that decades ago was made to model the German industry based on an abundant and, at that time, cheap gas from one single country, over-reliance. It was a historical strategic mistake, and to think that after what happened 2 years ago, 24th of February, to change it like this is not possible. Energy sector, dear colleagues, to change the direction of energy sector is changing the direction of a big tanker in the ocean. It takes time. It is not like the IT sector, the telephone, the IT sector changes directions like a bicycle very quickly, but energy sector takes time. And I believe the German industry, 2 good news here. One, it will adjust itself, it is going that direction. And second, more importantly, as of 2025, there will be a huge wave of LNG coming to markets from United States and Qatar, which will put downward pressure on the natural gas prices, which will help the German economy. But at that time, the challenge would be for Germany still continue with the strong production, but decline of the emissions. But once again, congratulations to German government. Under very difficult circumstances, because you, in my view, Madam Minister, I told this to Robert several times, you inherited this government a very difficult dossier when it comes to energy. And under these circumstances, and on top of that, Russia's invasion of Ukraine made things difficult. Coming with a minus 10% decline is a big success. Kudos to German government, very clearly. Second point, and the point you mentioned, Madam Minister, on the finance. Dear colleagues, I hear there is another meeting happening in another continent these days. Some people are saying that now we see that the clean energy transition is not happening. It is now failing. Completely wrong. But completely wrong. Numbers. 2023, dear colleagues, more than 80% of all power plants built in the world were renewables. More than 80%, mainly solar followed by wind. Electric cars. 3 years ago, in the entire world, 1 out of 25 cars sold was electric, and last year, it was 1 out of 5 cars sold is electric. And in many countries now, we are seeing that the electric cars are reaching the cost parity with the internal combustion engine cars. It is coming very strongly. And third, one number what Madam Minister asked me about the financing. Madam Minister mentioned the Paris Agreement, 2015. Dear colleagues, at the IEA, we look at all the numbers. We have all the numbers at our fingertips. 2015, entire energy industry investment, oil, gas, renewables, everything was 2 trillion. 1 trillion for fossil fuels, 1 trillion for clean energy. And today, the investments for the world are close to 3 trillion and 1 trillion for fossil fuels and 2 trillion for clean energy. So clean energy investments went from 1 trillion to 2 trillion. This is a very good news. Investment is going there. Where is the problem? Where is the problem? Problem is there, what Madam Minister asked me. All this increase from 1 trillion to 2 trillion for clean energy investment took place in advanced economies and in China. When you look at the clean energy investment in the emerging world, in Africa, Latin America, and other Asia, it was flat. And emissions will come from there as well. Emissions coming from Jakarta, or from Detroit, or from Johannesburg, from Oslo, it has the same effect on everybody. Emissions don't have a passport. So it was, in my view, in advanced economies' own interest to support the clean energy investment in the developing countries. Leave aside, Madam Minister, I have to say, advanced economies have a historical responsibility of today the climate problem. What is causing the climate problem is not the emissions going to atmosphere today. Since 100 years, emissions went to atmosphere, and big chunk of this emissions going to atmosphere came from the advanced economies and China. It is their responsibility to support the clean energy in the emerging countries. Madam Minister, you gave a very impressive number coming from the IEA, saying that the big chunk of the solar is in Africa. And today Africa is using only 1%. And to make it more dramatic, I can say, we have the Belgian minister here with us. Think about the global map. Amount of solar electricity generated in sub-Saharan Africa is less than solar electricity generated in Belgium. I mean, how big is Belgium? It's a very important country, I agree, but the size is not as big as sub-Saharan Africa. And how sunny is Belgium compared to sub-Saharan Africa? This is really something we have to think about. So therefore, we have to find ways to support the clean energy investment in Africa and beyond. How will it happen? Many of the African countries have already the debt problem, and the public funds are stretched. So therefore, there is an important need for the World Bank, regional development banks to help. Germany, like many other advanced economies, are at the boards of these regional development banks and the World Bank. Please, 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 ask the board executives to move the clean energy financing as a top priority. Otherwise, this will not happen. This will not happen. Potential is there, and also, if the finance is there, we can solve this problem. So therefore, Madam Minister, well done for Germany at home, but we also would like to see your leadership for mobilizing clean energy investment in the developing countries, especially in Africa, moving much more agile, hopefully, in the World Bank, Regional Development Bank, and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. not only me, but I think also the audience not only enjoyed your sharpness, but also your framing of that it's a de-risking for ourselves if we are not relying on one source. It doesn't matter where the source is coming from, but having a diversification in all these resources. Because as we are discussing with many industrialized countries, learning also from the mistakes where the funding is going, but also the setup of funds, like the green climate funds, where Germany is providing 2 billion euros, but knowing that in the past many projects went then to European, but also to China in the end. What would be your proposal now, really speaking concretely of the funds, as we are in the midst of also arranging the loss and damage fund? What ideas for criteria you have that the money goes to the right places around the world?
So, Madam Minister, today, if you build a solar panel in Germany, compared to building a solar panel anywhere in Africa, let's say Tanzania, the cost of building the same solar panel is 3 times higher, even though you have more sun there. Why? Because of the so-called country risk. So my very simple suggestion is the following. The African Development Bank, World Bank, and other international financial institutions, and in a bilateral form, we have to find ways to de-risk the currency risk and also provide some so-called concessional funding for those countries. Because if we reduce the emissions in Africa, this would be a good news for Africa and for others. The second, Madam Minister, there is one other issue in Africa, in addition to electricity access, which is very close to my heart, and I hope many of our heart. Today in Africa, 4 out of 5 families, 80% of the people use primitive cook stoves for cooking. And it is mainly women who go to forest, cut the wood, and bring and cook the meal. What is the problem? The problem is the following. Cooking by using wood creates respiratory diseases for women. Today, every year, half a million women, 500,000 women in Africa die prematurely because of the respiratory diseases by coming from the primitive cooking. This is incredible. And we have calculated, Madam Minister, we need $4 billion to solve this problem for once and forever. What is $4 billion? Dear colleagues, in Europe, after the start of the war, we built 11 LNG terminals in Europe. One LNG terminal building is cost 25 billion. And we can fix this problem in Africa for $4 billion. So 25, one LNG, and 4 billion. And if we solve this problem, we solve a gender problem, we solve also a climate problem because the deforestation, we are cutting the sinks, and we are solving a humanitarian problem. So in my view, in this country, it is very good. It is the woman parity, the gender parity is very important. But in my view, what is happening, 500,000 women die premature in Africa is the most important gender movement. So it is the reason we are bringing on 14th of May, the Tanzanian president, Prime Minister of Norway, and many governments together, and the investors, to find a solution to this very problem, to find a solution that the woman can use clean cooking instruments and solve this problem, which is for me very important. And this can be also Germany and other European countries gaining a lot of hearts in Africa and building bridges there.
Thank you very much also for this concrete proposal, and we will come to an end because there are already so many proposals which you can discuss later on in the workshops. Coming back to Namibia, Minister Alwindo, you have very ambitious goals not only for ammoniac but also with regard to renewable energy. Very short and sharp jumping on what we have just heard from Mr. Byrol. What is the most important thing that your goal of 60% renewables by 2030 will be reached in Namibia, internally or externally?
Thank you very much. It says numbers don't lie, but sometimes it depends how you put those numbers together. On that quickly, we were promised that we are going to have an annual investment of $100 billion annually for developing countries actually to help them with transition. But as is now said, the numbers we know now, the 2 trillion investment in green hydrogen or renewable energy is not on the African continent, it's somewhere else. And therefore, we are not walking the talk. So we might have to really rethink about how we're going to walk this talk. For us, what would really make this happen for us to be able to produce this commodity for use internally and also for externally? The critical point, I think, where we are today, probably there are two. It's financing, as we have said already, and therefore you need to have concessional loans to help de-risk with this. Without that, we are going to struggle. The second issue is the off-take market. We need to find off-taker for this product. We are discussing this with potential off-takers. But critically, for the investment ready to unlock or for FID to take place, you need to have off-takers for this product. We are confident that that will happen, but really in all other jurisdictions, that's what's going to happen. Financing and off-take. Without those two in place, again, it's going to be a much slower pace with some of these projects. And we are hoping the partners that we are already in discussion will be able to sign those off-take agreements. I know in Germany, for example, there's a group of industrialists that we're also discussing with, because in the end, it's really the market that need to take to offtake this product. But with the support of government, we'll be able then to have those signed and therefore make it easier for the investment to continue to take place. Those are the two issues really we need to make sure that it happens for us to proceed with the project.
Thank you, and I would believe that also these agreements could be used then as a good example for other partnerships around the world. Nyaka Bocci, as a practitioner, you have the last word for this panel. As we have heard so much about the concrete projects and your experience on sub-Saharan Africa, and as we are heading to the next COP in Baku, also being prepared here at the Petersburg Climate Dialogue. Last year at the Petersburg Climate Dialogue, we came up with the idea of tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and to many people's surprise, we finalized it in Dubai. So if you have one wish about now really walking the talk, as we have heard many times, what would be your biggest wish, what we could prepare at the Petersburg Climate Dialogue for the COP in Baku on this question of climate justice and the finance issue to help more projects in sub-Saharan Africa and really lift the potential of the 60%, especially for solar?
Thank you, Minister Baerbock. I think the topic issues for this conference is what we need to do, accelerate. We've talked a lot about financing, country risk. As I'm sitting here and look at the investors and the people I work with, I can see $1 to $2 billion, which are earmarked for energy access in Africa, yet they are not being dispersed. What we need to walk the walk is just to implement. It's taken too long, to have a grant issued or to have equity or debt financing issues. That's the problem, that anywhere between 12 months to 36 months. As I said previously, de-risking, using those funds, working with local banks so that local developers, local energy companies can go to their bank, like we do here, go to the bank and have a loan, and that will help to implement more projects. And notwithstanding with what the Honourable Minister has said, we need to do big projects. But the reality on the ground is simply that we are significantly behind SDG 7. Those 600 million people that you rightly mentioned in your opening speech will not be served by a big project. They will be served by decentralized energy systems. And there as well, we need to look at how we implement that energy. I think we've done great progress in providing household with energy, but Minister Habeck said previously as well, climate action is about protecting the dignity of the people. It's not about the climate itself. But I will add to that, it's about not only protecting the dignity of the people, but enabling the people to have economic freedom, because there is no dignity without economic freedom. So if you look at Sub-Saharan Africa, most of the people are working in the agriculture area. I tied to the land, notwithstanding everything we say about the mining and etc., and energy is required to industrialize that value chain. So smaller project, bigger project, but dispersing the money, using the funds to de-risk and involving women-led and local entrepreneurs into that journey is the way we will reach that climate change. So there is, as you said previously, no one size fits all, but we need to use all the levers. So one single wish I would have, maybe less commitment, more doing, right? Let's use the billion we have around us. Let's de-risk the project. Let's move slightly away from grant and subsidy to, as you said, concessional, lower rate, and local currency financing. That's what will effectively help local developers that I'm representing here today to deliver more projects faster. As I said, smaller is faster, big is also good. No doubt about that.
With these wonderful final remarks and our task to debate now for the people with very experienced people about concessional funding, local currency financing, I would leave you with our moderator for the whole conference, and I would like to ask you for a big applause for this wonderful debate from Minister Alvindo, from Executive Director Birol, and from the founder and CEO of Energy, Ms. Mochi. Thank you so much for all your input. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will close the opening ceremony in a moment, but please remain briefly for a few pieces of important information. First of all, I would like to suggest that we quickly test our participation tool that we are going to be using for the remainder of the conference to get your opinion, dear ladies and gentlemen. So if you would please get out your mobile devices. Please get out your mobile devices and use the barcode that you see on the big screens to go to our Slido website. And here's our Slido test question. For those of you who are ready, our question is, how many times have you attended the BETD in the 10 years of its existence? And the answers are, this is my first visit, less than 5 times, less than 9 times. I have attended every BETD, and we heard earlier that Fatih Birol has attended 8. Let's see how many of you can trump that. So please vote now. And while we're waiting for the result, I would like to thank our partners and sponsors for supporting this year's BETD. They include BayWa RE, Enatrag, EP Energy Pool, Goldbeck Solar, H2 Apex, Siemens Energy, Stoff 2, the Smarter E Europe. Also, I'd like to thank our media partners. That's Clean Energy Wire, PV Magazine Group, Euronews, and Tagesspiegel Background. And now let's take a quick look at that Slido result. And many of you are first-timers. 63% of you are, in fact, first-timers, so a very warm welcome. We hope you enjoy the next 2 days. And that is not the only way, dear ladies and gentlemen, that you can participate in our conference. If you hear noteworthy messages you would like to share, please use our hashtag BETD24. And finally, just a quick word on what will occur now during the break. If you're here live, you can enjoy refreshments outside. We also have studio sessions you can attend over in the Europa Saal live or via stream here in this room. We do have audio headsets for that purpose. And coming up right now with my colleague Hajar, a dialogue hub on COP28's implications for renewable business. Over to you, Hajar.
Yes, thank you, Melinda. And let me just start off by saying good morning, hello, and welcome everybody here at the Dialogue Hub at this 2024 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It's great to see you all here. I'm very excited to get started. We just saw 63% of people that are here for the first time at this 10th edition of BETD. So that's great to see. Now, there's much in store to you and much to come in these upcoming 2 days. But here at the Dialogue Hub, we'll be providing you with stakeholder interviews, deep dives, and we'll be hearing from you, indeed. While this BETD takes place, we will be scouring the internet to hear all your thoughts, your ideas, reflections, everything that you're putting out there on social media, which we encourage you to do. So if there's anything that you hear in these upcoming 2 days at BETD that really resonates with you, that sparks a thought, make sure to share it online with us by using the hashtag BETD24. And then I promise I'll do my best to showcase as many of those as possible in these Dialogue Hub sessions. Now, I have the honor of guiding you through those. I'll say hi, welcome. My name is Hajar Yacoubi. I'm a former United Nations Youth Representative for the Netherlands. I'm the co-founder of an intergenerational network called 2100. But above all, I'm very excited and honored to be one of your moderators during these 2 days. Now, it's already been said, we all know that it is imperative that we succeed at accelerating this energy transition. And one of the things that especially poses great momentum is something that we heard in the Weltsaal earlier, the COP28 twin decisions on tripling up energy capacity, but also doubling up efficiency. And that is something that we'll be looking a little bit deeper into in this Dialogue Hub session, which will be all about putting goals into practice. What are the COP28 implications for renewable energy businesses? And here to join me in that conversation, I am delighted to welcome my very first guest of today, which is none other than the president of the German Renewable Energy Federation. Can we get a big round of applause for Dr. Simone Peter? Welcome. Hi. Mrs. Peter, welcome. It's very nice to have you here as we talk about the COP28 implications. Maybe if I just dive straight in, I'm very curious to hear from you because the German Renewable Energy Federation, you were one of the front runners and supporters of the Triple Up Renewables campaign that was out there. Now that this demand has found itself in the final declaration of COP28, can you maybe sketch for us what the momentum and sort of opportunity it poses for the renewable energy landscape here in Germany?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. So fast-tracking the energy transition by accelerating renewable energies is a most important pathway to reach the climate goals, the Paris climate goals, and this momentum, those goals of the COP28 of tripling renewable energies until 2030, doubling energy efficiency is a very important step. But we need more. We need more because in this tripling until 2030, the people on the COP always think the nuclear energy too. And nuclear energy, and we just heard it in the session before, is not small and is not cheap. The renewable energies are small, not only small, they are faster, they are cheaper, they are smarter, and that's the big chance for the whole world to engage in energy supply, to get more welfare, to get or to reach the climate goals. Not nuclear, not fusion, not other big solutions. We need to think small with wind and solar. They are the cheapest energies globally. And in addition, and that's our point in Germany at the moment, in the power strategy, to think the flexibly organized energies like bioenergy, hydropower, geothermal, in addition the batteries, so storage, and a sector coupling like green hydrogen, because this is a decentralized backup, a small backup for wind and solar. And that should be organized in a flexible strategy for the energy market, but also for the power plant strategy.
Right. Yeah. Hey, and Dr. Peter, if I listened to you correctly, you started your answer off by saying we're not there yet, right? Can you maybe help us understand where is it that we stand now, and specifically what needs to happen for us to play our role in achieving these goals by 2030?
Yeah, the good message is Germany is back in the countries organizing the energy transition. So Germany is a big industry country, and that's the reason why it is very important that we are an international partner and that we are a driver of energy transitions. And if you see that we have a big movement for energy transition for renewable energies in the last 5 years in the world, it's important that now the government is on the way to build up renewable energies, especially solar energy in the last year, but also wind power. But it needs more. We need to have solutions for the energy market. We have to avoid the bureaucratic hurdles, and we have to enable the people to invest, the people and the utilities to invest, and therefore financing is not only a theme for the global community, but also for Germany. You don't need the huge invests like coal or nuclear power, but you need people to help with the energy transition in the heating sector, in the mobility sector, and that's the reason why we need both regulation and financing.
And maybe if I can zoom in on that, because you mentioned the government also, we need to do more to build that capacity. At the same time, you mentioned some hurdles, bureaucratic hurdles. Can you maybe shed some light on some of the obstacles that we're still facing, and also the political action that we need to see? Because I hear you tiptoeing towards that direction already, so I'd be interested to hear more.
Yeah, see, you still have big voices from the conventional energy that say we need nuclear energy again, we need the fossil energies, but the good news in Germany is we got more renewable energies, there was a decline of coal burning, and we phased out nuclear energy. So it's possible to get a complete renewable energy supply with renewable energies, with fluctuating sources, wind and solar, and with the flexible sources, I call bioenergy, hydropower, and so on. And this must be organized. So renewable energies are system setting now, and this must change the mind thing that we don't think in the big utilities. We think from the regional possibilities.
Right.
So solar, wind are regional, and you have a regional backup and regional possibilities to change the system to an intelligent system. So we need the grids too in all the dimensions. and you have the chance to get it mobilized by the people. The Energiewende, the energy transition in Germany was driven by the people, by the citizens. And with energy sharing, with participation of people, of communities, you have the chance to get a big acceptance and the welfare in the regions. And that's a big
so those
advantage.
local communities that are imperative in that as well. At the same time, I mean, we can't talk about the energy transition while also not acknowledging that the science is not very optimistic right now when it comes to 1.5 degrees. What would you say is something that we can do to make us more effective in that decarbonization route towards achieving 1.5?
Yeah, we really should be warned by the words of Francesco Di Camera this morning. The ARENA report says we are on a good way to accelerate renewable energies, but it's not enough. We are far away from the 1,000 gigawatt we need per year to reach this tripling. And what I said, we need more than this tripling to reduce nuclear power and the other fossil sources too. So we need the regulation addressed on the EU. We need to organize everything that the Green New Deal is going up and down, that Fit for 55 package is coming and that it's going on in the EU administration, and globally we need financing. I think this was addressed in the session before too. Financing is very important for the global renewable energy transition, especially for the global south.
Okay, that's quite clear. So it's urgency, but it's action on all fronts. Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. I really want to thank you for sharing those insights. Now, specifically when we talk about the COP28 implications, I'm interested to see as to what that means for the private sector. And because of that, I am delighted to be joined by my next guest, which is the CEO of ENATRAG, Dr. Gunnar Hering. Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Hering, welcome. It's very nice to have you here. I'll just cut right to the chase. Can you tell me what the general role is of the private sector that is crucial in the tripling, the triple up and the double down goals that we have seen from COP28?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. For those of you who don't know ENATRAG, ENATRAG is a European green energy company. We develop and operate large-scale renewable power plants that not only produce green electricity, but also green hydrogen.
Yeah.
And if I look at the COP results and the tripling, I mean, first of all, it gives me confidence that even despite all the geopolitical challenges that we see globally at this stage, that the global community can actually align behind this common cause to fight climate change.
Right.
And on climate change, if I look at the temperature developments over the past years, time is actually running out.
Right.
And that is also one of the biggest challenges that I see in many of the discussions that we have, is that a lot of the processes are taking a long time and people don't have in mind that we need to act now.
Because how was it received within the private sector, this outcome?
I mean, it gives us a clear roadmap going forward. Yeah, that's especially important also for the financial community that asks themselves, how committed are countries? Do they really mean what they say? Or are we going to continue using fossil resources to the very last extent?
Right. Okay.
And that's a big challenge. And if I look at it from a pure ENATRAG perspective, I mean, over the past 5 years, we have doubled in size. Yeah, we plan to double in size over the next 5 years. And just keeping up with the growth is a challenge also on the private sector side to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in a way, you guys are also front runners, because not to hype it up too much, but two projects of ENATRAG, they were awarded as energy transition change makers by the COP28 board last year during the climate conference. Can you maybe just very briefly explain what they are, but also specifically tell me what sort of problems do they tackle?
Yes. I mean, first of all, we were very honored receiving those 2 awards. One was given for our South African green eclareon project. There again, on collaboration, we worked there together with Sasol in Linde to provide a decarbonization path for the Secunda refinery, which today uses coal to produce chemicals. And in the project, we plan to use renewable resources, wind and solar, to produce green hydrogen, and to use the existing installation to convert that into e-kerosene. Right. And interestingly, even though it's a huge investment, the objective is to produce 40,000 tons of kerosene by 2027. Okay. But that alone will only be sufficient to fly all the delegates to one COP.
Wow.
So this just shows the challenge, that COP is important, and it's very important that people see each other and talk to each other. But at the same time, of course, it should also be done in an environmental friendly way.
Very fair point, yeah.
And just on that project, I mean, one of the challenges that we face today is that if we look at green hydrogen, what is actually green hydrogen? There has been a long fight in the EU around the definition. And currently, if we look at the fine print, some of this fine print makes it questionable whether we can actually realize this project. And effectively, if it stays as it is, we would basically close the doors of Europe and would not allow South Africa a transition path for its largest chemical plant, which is one of the worst polluters.
Right, which also needs to
And if there's no transition path there, it will just run forever.
This is actually a good point, because later on, throughout these upcoming 2 days, there are sessions that will specifically also tap into that, so it might be a good teaser for those. Dr. Hering, we already ran out of time. That's how fast it goes with sessions like these. I really want to thank you for sharing those insights. Keep on doing the good work. For now, we'll be going back to the Weltzaal in a little bit, where they will be diving deeper into those COP28 implications, and they'll be really answering the questions, how can we deliver on the COP28 goals until 2030. So make sure to check that out. I would say stay tuned. And for now, I'm handing over back to my colleague Melinda in the Weltzaal.
At COP28, the world decided to turn away from fossil fuels. Instead, it aims to advance the global energy transition by tripling the capacities of renewable energy until 2030, while doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvements. How can we deliver on these goals to keep 1.5 degrees within reach?
Welcome back, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Please be so kind as to take your seats so that we can begin with our panel discussion. I'm just going to give everyone a moment to take your seats and turn your attention this way, if you please. Buongiorno. So, welcome, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, to this high-level panel entitled A Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Target, Commitment to Action. And as was being discussed in the opening ceremony, the commitments that were agreed at COP28 signal true momentum for the energy transition. Not only did the international community sign up to those landmark pledges to triple renewables and double energy efficiency, but it also agreed for the first time ever to transition out of fossil fuels. And that, of course, is a historic step. As we also heard in the opening session, the question is, how do we turn those pledges into action, into reality? And that's what we want to talk about here now on this panel. Which policies are needed at what levels to boost energy efficiency and renewables? Who must do what to accelerate the scale, the scope, and the geographical sweep of the global Energiewende? We've got an outstanding group of policy and industry leaders with us to answer those questions. I'm going to keep the introductions brief in order to maximize our time for discussion. It is my great pleasure to greet His Excellency Antoine Diome. He is Minister of Oil and Energy for the Republic of Senegal. He's a magistrate and previously served as Senegal's Minister of the Interior. Bonjour, enchanté. And the minister will speak in French, so if you require translation, please do get your headsets ready. Seated next to him is a very welcome returning guest. Francesco La Camera is Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, responsible for leading delivery of IRENA's work program and strategy. And under his leadership, the agency has forged high-impact partnerships with international organizations and industry. Great to have you with us as well, Francesco. Seated next to him is Shri Bhupinder Singh Bala. He is Secretary in Industry's Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. One focus of his efforts has been boosting decentralized, community-driven local solutions, including distributed renewable energy to enhance participation of rural areas. That, of course, was a topic in our opening ceremony just now. Sonia Dunlop is with us. She is CEO of the Global Solar Council and Vice Chair of the Global Renewables Alliance. She has worked in the solar PV industry, served on the COP26 Glasgow organizing team, and helped shape renewable energy policy at the European Parliament. Nice to have you with us, Sonia. And finally, I am very pleased to introduce His Excellency Professor Gilberto Pichetto Fratin. He's Italy's Minister of the Environment and Energy Security. Under his tenure, Italy has approved a decree to boost renewable power through a new set of investment incentives and deregulation. Welcome to all of you. And before we launch our discussion, dear audience, I would like to ask you to weigh in. As mentioned earlier, we do have a Slido tool, and I'm hoping we can get the barcode up on the screen so that you can go online to our Slido website to take part in our poll. And here's our question, if I may. Which are the most important implementing actors of the COP28 decisions? Which ones have the most leverage? And you see the choices. We have multilateral politics, national politics, public finance, private companies, and consumers as our choices. Please vote now, and we'll come back to the result a little bit later. So, dear panelists, I would like to begin with an interview, with an overview of where things stand now. And I'm going to ask Francesco to get us started with a 5-minute input. And Francesco, this morning at the BETD press conference, you unveiled a special edition of IRENA's World Energy Transitions Outlook, WEDO 2024. So tell us, how optimistic are you about the pace of the global transition? Where do you see success cases that can be scaled up? And what are the biggest challenges that we still have to tackle? Over to you.
Thank you, Melinda, and naturally thanks to the German government for having IRENA again and the BTD. It's a great pleasure to be in our co-host. As you know, IRENA is headquartered in Abu Dhabi, but we have offices in Germany, in Bonn. So, responding to your question, first, all of us, we have been satisfied in some way about the outcome of COP28. So I think the commitment of triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency in the final document, and the transitioning from fossil fuel has been in some way outstanding. You know? Also, the COP has been able to put in a target that can be measured, the reduction of emissions that we need 2030 to be in line with the achievement of the Paris Agreement goal. So the 11 terawatt of installed capacity. But when we talk about be pessimistic, optimistic, we cannot. Always we have to distinguish between what are the commitment, the promises, and what is the reality. So the triple of renewable energy capacity was in line with yearly installed capacity of renewables, already started by 2023, of 1,000 gigawatts per year. The fact is that last year we have installed 473 gigawatts of renewables. This is something impressive because it's almost 50 or 60% more than what we have installed the previous year. But it's still half of what we needed. So it means that if you want to still get the result that we need for being in line with 1.5, now we have to install 1,100 gigawatt per year. So it means more than double what we have done the last year. So this is something that makes clear how urgent it is to act. And we have also made clear, and as also I did in the press conference, that we have, first of all, to abandon definitely this concept of neutral technology neutrality. Because people still say that what is important is not the fuel, but the reduction of emissions. So every technology that provides for a reduction of the CO2 emission is good. But it's not the truth, because we have to do this in a limited time. So we have to confront the technology that we use with the fact that we have to get results by 2030. And I always give this example because someone has come up with this idea of the renaissance of nuclear. No? And I always make this game. I don't want to lose much time to do it together, but I invite you later on to go on Google and digit world installed nuclear capacity. And there will come a number. It's 371 gigawatts. It's 30% less that we have installed in 1 year, and we are talking about 70 years of nuclear installed capacity. And also, if you look to the triple of nuclear by 2050, it will be what we have to install of renewables in 1 year. I always give you this example because in this case, it's evident that carbon neutrality doesn't exist. And also, there is another aspect that is relevant that makes clear that renewables is the only technology that provides the speed and the scale needed to be in line with the 1.5 Paris Agreement. So this is the first thing that we have to understand in implementing the outcome of COP28. The other aspect is that we have to understand that every system, energy system, needs structures that sustain the system itself. So what is possible for the gases from Azerbaijan coming to my house or in Sicily? We need someone that is able to extract the gas, put in pipeline on ship. We do have a legal system that allows for them to sell, for me to buy, and then we have institutional capacity for dealing with the system and the workforce we needed to make this happening. So this is something that has applied for a centralized energy system based on fossil fuel. Now we have structures that should fit with the new system that is coming. This means that we need grid. We need a sea route, sea grid, sea cable that may be interconnected, that may be flexible, that can be balanced. We need storage. We need all the holistic world of renewables put in place and sustain what is physical infrastructure. And we need a legal environment and policies that are coherent with this. Still, we have not a market for green hydrogen. So we need a policy for that. We still have 1 trillion of subsidies for fossil fuel. We cannot survive with that. We have to create a more favorable environment for all our companies in Europe. And we know how dramatic is the problem. We need in Europe take profit of our potential in offshore wind, Baltic Sea grids, legal environment. So all things have to work together. So we really hope, we have started to work with the COP29 presidency. the next COP will be very important, not only because they have to set the new financial goal after the 100 billion, but also because we hope, we have discussed it with them in this day, should be a bath in the reality. So we have exactly understand where we are, and we will work to provide this element with the Global Renewable Alliance, with the COP presidency, hopefully with both of them, giving the number on the basis the COP may discuss the basis for the raising ambition in these NDCs that should be presented in 2025. So these elements are important. The last comment when we talk about finance, a financial system cannot be sustained if we always call for concessional loan and grants. It's always easy to call this, but it's not always possible. So what is important in the multilateral financial institution reform is that they have to go to a more inclusive process for their decision-making. Naturally, we need more concessional loan and grant, but what we need, that we focus on what is really needed. And the multilateral financial institution is the only entity that can work on provide resources for the strengthening and the adapting of the grids around the world. Investing in Africa, in the grids, without interconnectivity, without flexibility, Africa will not put at their service, in the service of the other, their potential.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we stop there because I want to come back to finance a little bit later. And by the way, I see that on our poll, 12% said that private companies are absolutely essential as drivers. More interestingly enough, 18 and 12 essentially together. So we'll come back to the poll result, however. First, I would like to get a take from all of you on your success stories and your challenges. And I'm going to ask for short answers, if you would, so that we can come back and do a second deep dive a little bit later on. So, Minister Diom, Senegal is one of the countries in Africa where the energy transition is proceeding fastest. Your current action plan aims to double the share of renewables from 20% to 40% by 2030. What are the key drivers for your success so far, and where are your biggest challenges for the future?
Oui, je vous remercie, Madame, pour l'invitation. Je remercie également l'ensemble des panélistes.
Thank you very much. First of all, for the invitation.
Le gouvernement fédéral.
I would like to start by thanking the German government for inviting me and for giving us this opportunity to share with you our position on this highly important topic. In response to your question, Senegal is exemplary when it comes to the development of renewables. We started out with a very small share of renewables, 8% in 2012, and we've made it to 31% with regard to the electricity network. So we use 31 points of renewable electricity, and this has meant using solar energy and also wind energy. Since 2012, we've been working towards this. Thanks to President Macky Sall, who said renewables are not just an alternative form of energy that will give us access to clean energy at competitive prices. He said we also need to diversify. Fatih Birol said something very important with regard to Africa. The rate of electrification is still very low in Africa. We've reached 27%, and with our current government has taken us from 27% to 61% of access to electricity in rural areas. And I'd really like to draw your attention to this. So despite the difficult circumstances, we've made major leaps forward. So within 10 years, we made it from 27 to 61% electrification rate. We've also succeeded in electrifying several very remote villages. So thanks to the partnership that we signed with several countries, including China, Germany, the UK and Canada, and with the European Union and France, we are now planning to get to 40% of renewables by 2030. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And of course, that very much reinforces what we heard from Francesco about the need to look at the enabling framework and infrastructure as a whole. Let me go over now to Secretary Singh Bala. And in fact, renewable electricity is growing faster in India than in any other major economy. And you are now number 4 worldwide in terms of installed renewable energy capacity. So 2 questions, if you would. In which sectors and regions is the energy transition moving fastest, and where do the biggest challenges lie? We just heard about rural areas in Senegal. That is also, for your government, of course, a topic. So share that with us. And if you were advising other countries who want to emulate your model, what would you say is the most important step?
Thank you so much. You know, we've already, we started our energy transition many years ago. In 10 years, actually, the pace has increased substantially. We had a renewable energy capacity of 75 gigawatts about 10 years ago, 2014. Now it's doubled, more than doubled to 183 gigawatts, to be exact. We have a target of, India has set a target of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil electricity capacity by 2030. So that's 2.5 years from now. We are at it, and we are going to succeed in it. In solar, we have increased from 2.5 gigawatts to more than 75 gigawatts in solar alone. Wind has been there in the country for 40 years. Since the 80s, we have had windmills in the country, and they've done well. But solar, India is blessed with sun. So when we started, we really started well, and now we are galloping. In the next, till by 2030, out of 500 gigawatts of capacity that we anticipate to complete, 300 or so would be solar, and about 100 or so would be wind. In the run-up to 2030, we have to do a lot of things to make it happen. And the way that, in fact, what you asked about, how can we, what something that we did would help other countries. We have a policy and regulatory framework which is very, very clear, categorical, and transparent. We've had bidding mechanisms through model bidding guidelines and standard bidding guidelines in the country for many years. We tweak them to improve them occasionally. We have a huge private sector, and now we do not. Initially, yes, we did invest from the government to initiate the, to initiate the projects in the country. But then now we don't do anything. We only do mechanisms. We only set a policy. We come out with what we want, and then the private sector does the rest. And that's something which is important for any other country which would want to emulate not only India but many other countries which are doing so well. And how am I confident that we'll do well? 180 gigawatt or so is currently there. We have about 180 gigawatt additional, which is under implementation. And the balance we have about 140, which needs to be tied up. We've upped our game. Last year, the year before, we had a bidding of about 30 or so, 25 to 30 gigawatt across the country, which is central government agencies and the state governments. We have a federal structure. This year, from the central government alone, our agencies have come out with bids for about 44 gigawatts already. We hope to do about 50 gigawatt by the end of March, which is a few days from now. In addition, the states have done bidding of about 17,000 megawatts or 17 gigawatts. In addition, the CNI sector, which is the industry, has done, there are bids which are for CNI, which have been about for 7,000. So actually, we are now putting up a mechanism for getting projects executed at about 70 to 75 gigawatts a year. Now, and we have 6 years still remaining. And even if some projects do not come on ground, normally these projects take about 2.5 years for them to come up. Sometimes it can be done in 18 months if you have the land available.
Can you just repeat those two numbers for everybody? Because I think for many of us used to permitting times and completion times of 7 to 8 years, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, 2 years ago, what I mentioned was that, how we do in India is that we do not go ahead and do it ourselves. We have standard bidding mechanisms. We say that we want to buy so much of electricity. Somebody has to come up and set up a project. We have these, and it's quite clear on how it is to be done. We have a payment security mechanism. We have an intermediary agencies which will buy the power from whoever produces. So the producer is sure of that the government will buy. Some of the agencies of the government will buy. The government or the government agency does a back-to-back agreement with the power distribution companies, which are the ultimate procurers. So the producer is insulated from what the DISCOM wants or how they are, how the mechanism will work. They are insulated. And therefore, this mechanism, what I mentioned, we have upped the numbers significantly in the current financial year. Our financial year is basically April to March. That's how we look at it in India. In this year, we will be doing, from the central government point of view, we will be completing bidding for about 50,000 megawatts per year. So this year, we have the states which have come out with bids for another 17,000 megawatt, 17 gigawatts. You have the CNI sector, which is doing about 7,000.
One question. Sorry. I want to ask you to slowly come to an end, but one sentence, if you would, please, to challenges, your biggest challenges.
Yes, when you grow at this pace, therefore the challenges will come. And one of the key challenges, India is a big country, but we also have a big population. So the one challenge which is emerging is land. Finding tracts of land which are sufficient for the kind of project which are coming up. Land per se is not a problem. Finding a land which has the highest solar insolation so that you get the best efficiency, the best output, that is the increasing challenge. But again, we are addressing that too. For example, Rajasthan by itself, Rajasthan is one of the states in India. Rajasthan by itself has enough land in 3 of its districts, I'm not talking about the entire state, which will take care of the entire 500 gigawatt requirement of India. I'm talking about only 3 districts of one state in India, which has sufficient land. So land per se is not an issue, but developers will have to go and find it out and negotiate with the government or with the private players. That's one of the challenges. Second, I would just mention about the storage aspect. When you ramp up your renewable energy in the grid will need to be stabilized, and therefore the storage, the grid scale storage solutions have now to be implemented in earnest. We've started already, but our estimate is that we will need to have a bigger number from 2027 onwards. Till then, we can manage. But by 2027 to 2030, we'll have to ramp up the storage in the country.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to go over to Sonia Dunlap now, but I'd like to combine that with a very quick look at the poll result because it tells us something about the issue I want to raise with you. Dear Regi, could we get the poll result up on the screens, please? I would like to, it is there, okay. Dear audience, are you seeing the poll result? Yes, okay, good. We're not seeing it up here. But I see it on my small screen, and we have essentially 18% of the audience saying that private finance, and if we also take private companies, then we arrive at 29% altogether, saying those are the most important implementing actors and drivers of the COP28 decisions. And I wanted to just raise that now because, in fact, Sonia Dunlop, you are working with a very widespread array of companies in the global community that are committed to the energy transition and decarbonization. So I want to ask you, what are the sectors and the regions where private business activity is particularly strong, where it's thriving, and where do the biggest obstacles to private investment lie? Because we do see that some companies are sitting on their money and not essentially unlocking capital for this important aim.
That's right. Thank you so much. And we at the Global Renewables Alliance, we do indeed represent tens, hundreds of thousands of private companies and financial institutions active in solar, active in wind, in geothermal, in hydropower, in green hydrogen, and in long-duration storage, which is going to be really important to reach those levels of renewables that we need. And we obviously hugely celebrated and worked very hard towards the tripling of renewables goal that we got at COP28 Dubai, triple up and double down, triple renewables and double energy efficiency. And we think now that there are still some obstacles that we need to overcome, as you say, and that now it's time for action. And that's our campaign that we're launching today. And the obstacles we see are grid, and what you were describing there was very interesting in terms of land. And of course, there may be land, but does it have a grid connection is the key question, right? It's finance, it's supply chains, and it's permitting. We need to speed up permitting so that we match the pace of change we need in order to achieve the tripling target and achieve 1.5 degrees. We need to make sure that the finance is ready to deliver both public finance and private finance in all countries of the world to make sure that no country is left behind in the global renewables revolution, because the truth is that there are some countries, like here in Germany, and I want to salute everything that Germany has done for the last 25 years to support the energy transition, to support renewables. But here in Germany, the cost of finance is very good. But in many countries around the world, such as in Senegal, Minister Antoine, we need to bring down that cost of finance with the help of guarantees and risks. We need to address the grid challenges. And the grid challenges aren't just about building stronger and more resilient grids in developed countries, but also about thinking about those 600 million people that Annalena Baerbock, the foreign minister, mentioned this morning, who do not have access to electricity, and for whom small-scale renewables and renewable mini-grids, small solar, small hydro, small storage, can absolutely transform their lives. This is where we also need to be making sure that we are deploying renewables, and this is where we can be absolutely transformational in giving people energy access and local jobs and the ability to lift themselves out of poverty and build a better future. We really believe that if we address these 4 areas, and it's time for action on those 4 areas, we can do it, and we can achieve the tripling, achieve the doubling, and then go beyond to really achieving the global energy transition. And what we can deliver is we have brought down the cost of renewables, of solar, of wind, of all the other technologies by a huge amount over the last 10 years. And we will continue to innovate and find new projects and new innovative business models and solutions and use the latest technology to do that. We need your support as the 190 governments of the world to help us reach that tripling goal by addressing some of those remaining challenges in terms of grid, permitting, and the global supply chain to achieve that.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And finally, to Minister Fratin, last year, Italy submitted to the EU a new national energy and climate plan that sets ambitious 23 targets, including 4 renewables. What policies are you using? What are your main levers to achieve these goals? And Where is the transition moving quickly? Where do you need to accelerate it?
Sì, grazie. Innanzitutto grazie a Sonia che mi sta tenendo il traduttore.
We have some technical problems here that we're solving.
Allora, no, innanzitutto grazie.
So, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Sonia. So we have the National Plan for 2030 that we presented because Italy was suddenly faced with a gas crisis due to the conflict in Ukraine. 30 billion tons, that was the amount to which we depended on Russia. Now we have a national production that is very limited, so we are almost entirely dependent on imports. We are currently in a position where 2/3 of electricity come from fossil resources, exported energy that is, and 1/3 is renewable energy and hydropower. So we have more than 300 terawatt. That is the demand, the national demand per hour, and a large share of that is being imported. One of the major major import countries for us is France, 40%, but these 40% come from nuclear energy. So we now have to try to overcome fossil fuels and especially natural gas, because it is the objective of the Italian government to phase out coal starting in 2025. And to the same extent, we are also thinking about geothermal energy, where we want to make sure that a maximum of 1/3 of energy comes from natural gas. So that we believe that this is possible, even in the light of the aim of 70 gigawatts of renewable energy. And when it comes to approvals, then we were looking at 30 gigawatts in 22 and 6 gigawatts in 23. So our goal has to be to increase this number even further so that we can achieve around 135 gigawatts of renewable energy, and that would mean that 2/3 of our energy demand would be met by that. So that is one aspect, one front line we're fighting at, and the other one is imports from the south. Together with dena, we are currently working on a link with Tunisia. We have large-scale private projects that are currently being evaluated that are about importing energy from Algeria or Tunisia, so going beyond Italy. Other projects are thinking about going beyond the Alps to the north in order to pass on energy to Bavaria or Baden-Württemberg, for example, who are large consumers. A few minutes ago, I had the opportunity to talk to Vice Minister Habeck about this. And in face of this total situation, we are also considering hydrogen. And in this context, we are talking about large-scale projects that can be a vehicle for the energy production of the future. We are already launching measures. We are seeing large-scale national investments. 3.7 billion of euros is the investment that we have seen in this area. But also when it comes to hydrogen, we are talking to countries in Northern Africa. We have the Matei plan, as it's called, and this plan involves the countries in Northern Africa, and we are talking about gas, biofuels, and hydrogen, and about using these energy carriers in the farming sector, and that is the overall situation in the energy sector in Italy.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I want to stay with you and essentially take us right into a very quick second round of questions, because I have my eye on the clock and the time is running down. There's a minister's lunch that I have to make sure all of you get to on time. So let me ask all of you now to speak very briefly, 1 minute around each, to talk about what you see as the most important levers. And I'm going to reference the poll, if I may, again. Régie, could we get the poll back up on the screens, please? Because the majority of those in the audience said that they feel that multilateral initiatives and national policies are the two key drivers. We see it here. So 34% say national policies, 26% multilateral. And Mr. Fratin, your government will be hosting the next G7, which clearly is a pivotal place to shape multilateral initiatives. So what is your action plan to use the G7 platform as a way to get delivery on the global renewable energy goals? What can you do there? Quick answer, if you would.
Ma guardi, io credo che il G7, rappresentando comunque 7 paesi importanti, sia proprio il punto di partenza, il trampolino di lancio per
I believe that the G7 represent 7 key countries, and we are therefore thinking big, also when it comes to the financial sector. And this means that, of course, we have to collaborate with the private sector, but it also means that we have to think about how these countries, what these countries are going to do about their commitments to the consumers. And these deliberations can take place at the G7 level, but also at the European level. The next Commission meeting, for example, here, we will have to make sure that it needs to be ensured that the consumers, domestic consumers and industry have to be treated in the same way.
Many people did say that they consider private finance and private sector to be key drivers. And indeed, you mentioned that your strong private sector has been one of your key success factors. So tell us what has been key in terms of policy enabling frameworks to get this kind of strong participation from the private sector in general and also the financial sector?
As I mentioned, our policy framework has been very consistent. It has been very transparent. Any changes that we make are also done in consultation with the sector, with all the stakeholders. So everybody is aware of what the need is of the country and how the government is intending to speeden up the implementation of renewable energy in the country. Secondly, the participation is totally open. We have FDI, which is 100%, it's 100% automatic. All our companies are getting funds from abroad for all the, as part of equity and as part of debt. I don't think there is any big pension fund or private equity or other mutual fund or any other fund in the world which is not looking at India as one of the key areas in which they want investments in because of what all is happening. So private sector has now the wherewithal and the capacity to, with all the new projects coming in, to access these funds from all those agencies around the world. But it's also important for, I think, the overall money is there. But I think cost of finance is definitely something that the world needs to look at. I think that's where everybody needs to get together and see how can we reduce that cost of financing for not only private sector in India, but also for everybody in the world. I think that would be key to as we go forward.
Thank you. And Sonia, staying with the question of the private sector, what reforms does industry see as most crucial in industrialized countries, but also in developing countries to unlock capital? What would you say are the absolute top priorities there? Again, briefly, if you would.
Reforms of the permitting process, of how you do the planning permission and the permitting for renewables projects, reforms of the enabling technologies that allow us to better integrate renewables into the grid. So that includes storage, that includes flexible demand, which I encourage all of you to look at, and I salute all the work you've done so far, but flexible demand is really important. And also looking at what Minister Fratin mentioned about interconnectors across borders and across time zones, where there's a lot of potential in India as well, is really important. But I think, really, we are ready to deliver. We can do this. We are ready to deliver. In many countries, the economics are very favorable in terms of the price differential between renewables and other technologies. We just need the right enabling frameworks, certainty, like the Minister from India mentioned, and thank you, Secretary of State Singh, for that. And we need to have the global framework as well that sends the market signals to the investors in Wall Street, in the City of London, in Tokyo, in the World Bank, in the African Development Bank, and so on, that this is where they should be putting their money. And we want to work with those investors to look at what are the challenges of why they are sometimes not scaling up their renewables and what we can do to solve them. And that can be standardization of renewables projects, standardization of contracts, and working on those four main challenges, including on supply chains, grid, and permitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will have additional sessions later on that will be looking at financing in particular. Minister Diom, I'd like to talk with you very briefly about the multilateral issue or politics that also got a large share of the vote on our poll. Last year, Senegal concluded a just energy transition partnership with several international partners, which does aim to support your goals, including universal access for those who don't have, as you say, access to power in Senegal. What is crucial about a partnership like that? How can it be most effective in supporting your national aims? Again, briefly, if you kindly would be.
Oui, je vous remercie. Alors, pour le partenariat qui a été
Thank you very much. When it comes to multilateral partnerships with various partners, Germany, France, Canada, the United Kingdom, these partnerships are highly important for us. We want to consider various different elements when it comes to financing rates. Then financing rates have to be economically viable. They must enable us to promote renewable energies. We have to bridge the gap of 39% of renewables so that the whole population has access to energy. Our goals as government, we want the entire population to have access to electricity by 2026. So it's about technology transfer too. This transfer of technologies must not be forgotten. As part of our partnership, we do not want to become dependent on fossil fuels. And until then, we really depend on other countries. And we also depend on the technologies provided by other countries. We want this technology transfer to be successful. And we want to promote skill development in Senegal. A second factor that is highly important is the population. The partnership has to be just and fair. It must be a fair partnership that benefits the entire population. Fatih Birol talked about this earlier. It's an important aspect for me. More than 600 million African people do not have access to electricity today. They must be given access. That must be part of this fair partnership, and this partnership can enable us to achieve this goal. Without the support of our partners, it will not be possible. The situation today is still unjust. We are suffering from global warming, and here we need support. President Sall spoke at the COP28. He said, we have to be aware of climate change, but we also have to be aware of access to electricity. These are two different things that we need to dovetail. Thank you.
About the importance of that technology transfer to make sure that we have local value added in realizing these pledges. Francesco, last word to you. And I'd like to also ask you to just talk very briefly about priority steps to boost international cooperation, given the fact that you do have a global mandate and that we're coming up soon on the IRENA Assembly. So, please.
Thank you. Let me respond, just take into account also the mentioning of the different title in the screen. So, and I will do this by example. So, mentioning our initiative, the Africa Renewable Energy Partnership that was launched in Nairobi in the occasion of the Climate Summit in September, and then also launched at head of state level in COP28. We have 7 countries, starting from Namibia to Kenya, and we have from the north-south Germany, Denmark, the UAE and US that have been working on this initiative. There is a national politics because we work with the countries for having their plan coming. We are working on public finance because the donor, the North part, provide the funding together with other sources. We have the private finance because in the national plan we provide for what is needed in terms of policies for having more foreign investment to come, so the private companies. And we have in some way the public finance because we also want with the multilateral financial institution in this framework. And we have been discussing with our minister and friends Gilberto, trying, and under his leadership, we want to bring this initiative that has already G7 partners in the G7 dialogue. Hopefully, we have already presented the initiative in the working group. I'm sure that Gilberto will bring this in Turin for having a successful endorsement of G7 of this initiative. So this initiative where you can find all this, and we are exploring to open this to other parts of the world. The last comment I want to see, because I see my friends from International Solar Alliance here. We want to mention our work on the supply chain. I think it's important that what we are doing together, and we'll present this in the occasion of the Clean Energy Ministerial in September. I think it's important to work on the supply chain because this is a way to let more added value remain in the developing world.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much to all of you. I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, but it's been a very valuable exchange of views, and it sets the stage for many of our upcoming discussions at the conference. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. And dear audience, many thanks to all of you for your attention and your participation in our poll. And Sonia, we're going to do the photo in just 1 second with the sign. If you are interested in hearing more about the private sector and its role, please attend or tune into my colleague Hajar's Dialogue Hub on decarbonizing supply chains that will look at the strategies that companies are pursuing. That is in the Europazaal right now, and if you're here with us in person, it will also be streamed in this room. And just a few quick housekeeping matters, if I may. If you've been invited to the minister's lunch, dear audience, it takes place in the International Club. Please use the golden elevators in the blue hall, that's out that way, the entrance hall, or go to the meeting point in the green corridor. The Foreign Office's team will guide you there, and admission is with personal invitation only. And for all the others in our live audience, you are welcome to use the next next hour and a half to enjoy lunch and networking at one of the buffets on either side of the room. We meet back here at 2 p.m. for our next keynote from an energy transition entrepreneur and author playing a pivotal role in the global Energiewende. And before we go, I'd like to once again thank all of our sponsors and our media partners for their valuable support. Have a wonderful break. Guten Appetit. See you later.
Thank you, Melinda. And let me start off by saying good afternoon, hello, and welcome back to the Dialogue Hub. It's great to see you here again. My name is Haja, and I have the honor of taking you along this new session that we have, which will be all about decarbonizing supply chains. Now, I don't have to tell you, right, that in order to effectively reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, it is imperative that we tackle our supply chains. And where we see a lot happening on tracking scope 1 and 2 emissions, that's happening at a greater rate, that's going very well. It still gets a little bit more complicated when we look at scope 3 emissions. And these cannot be overlooked, as the majority of greenhouse gas emissions happen within the scope 3, right, that are associated with companies' products and services. In some cases, it's up to 80% of their emissions that come from that scope. For some, it's bigger even. So this session will specifically focus on decarbonizing supply chains. How do we go about it? Before we jump into that, I want to remind each and every one of you again that if you have any reflections, ideas, thoughts, comments that you'd like to share with us, please do so online by using the hashtag BETD24. I promise you we're checking all of them out and showcasing them here in the Dialogue Hub, so keep on doing that. But for now, I would say let's get started, or as they say in some places, with our very first stakeholder interview, from which I have the honor of inviting to the stage founder and CEO of EP Energy Pool. Can I get a big round of applause for Martin Iffert? Hi. Martin, welcome. And there it is, the bumper. Yeah. You stated earlier that electrification and flexibility when it comes to the demand side are essential for decarbonization of the supply chain. Can you maybe explain to us here in the room, but also the people watching online, first of what you meant by that, and also specifically why that is?
Haja, thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me here. Thanks to be part of this excellent conference. I guess we are now entering the next stage of the energy transition. And the next stage, that is about, okay, you mentioned scope 3 emissions.
Right.
I guess most of us have such a phone in our pocket. And last week I was on a conference with Jim Yoko from Apple. And for them, the scope 3 emissions from the aluminium is one of their biggest part. And they try hard to decarbonize it. And how now? What is essential for the decarbonization of industrial power? For that, it is essential that we build up more and more renewable energies are the cheapest and the best available source of energy in the world. However, renewable energies with their profile are only cheap if you add flexibility to it. Therefore, the industrial plants that are consuming the renewable energies, they have to flexibilize their production process. Otherwise, the backup costs are prohibitive, because often from a normal profile of renewable energies, if you want to go to a standard, let's say, baseload profile, it sometimes triples your cost.
Right.
And with flexibility, you can substantially reduce that part. Therefore, a big part of our journey is electrification, to get to this part of the decarbonization, to add more and more renewable energies, but okay, to make it cheap, to make it reliable, we need this flexibility.
Right, so it's also about changing our mindset in what we expect, so to say, within these sectors. I like that you mentioned aluminum. I mean, you have a background of over 20 years in the aluminum sort of sector, so to say. But it's also a good example from my side, I think, because it's one of the examples of an energy-intensive industry, right? And if we focus on those specifically, energy-intensive industries, aluminum melters, what would you say is needed there to sort of support renewable resources, but also that grid stability that we need with respect to it?
You saw, okay, I started, let's say, with my iPhone and the Apple journey about, let's say, aluminium. Aluminium, de facto, is an energy carrier. It's the most energy-intensive energy carrier in the world. And if you look back 100 years, for example, my co-founder, let's say, he has his office in Chambéry. Chambéry, that's the entrance of the French Alps and the Maurienne Valley. In the Maurienne Valley, 100 years ago, there were 6 aluminium smelters. And these aluminium smelters were not there because the demand for aluminium was so high, but there was this amount of, let's say, hydropower in these mountains. And they were thinking, how can I transport this hydropower to the markets? And then they found aluminium. And I think now, 100 years later, we are at the same stage. These, let's say, kinds of materials, like aluminium, also iron pellets, that can be used then to use otherwise stranded electricity, for example, in parts of Africa, Namibia, Australia, to produce locally, directly commodities and, let's say, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, meaning, okay, you transport this electricity, but you at the same time decarbonize the material.
So how do we go about doing that? Because that's the golden $1 million question, right? Decarbonizing it. Are there any innovative strategies that we can implement for aluminum?
Surely that was something I worked on for many years to build the strategy of what I called at the time the virtual battery, an aluminium smelter as a virtual battery. So flexibilizing an aluminium smelter to be comparable and to be, let's say, the partner of renewable energies. And that is something, okay, I'm trying now to develop with a lot of smelters and industries worldwide.
Yeah, that's great. Mr. Iffert, we are flying through the time, so I really want to thank you for sharing those insights. I'm sure to the people that are here physically at the conference that they are probably allowed to grab you by the collar and ask you more questions. But it's amazing to see what is happening in terms of innovation already to lead in that process of decarbonization.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. It was great to talk, and I hope to have encouraged you a little bit that it's possible to decarbonize Scope 3 emissions and that we are on a great mission.
Yeah,
Thanks
absolutely.
a lot.
Thank you so much. I will introduce our next segment, which will be a deep dive that we'll be doing with, first off, the Head of Sustainability Roadmap and Business Integration at Airbus, Andreas Herman, and Dr. Marion Jans, who is the Director Trade and Agriculture at the OECD. So let's go over. Okay, as they come over here, my guests, please scooch in. We're here with the 3 of us at the table. Very exciting to have you here with me. And maybe if we jump straight in, Mrs. Jans, if I can start with you. The OECD, you guys issued a working paper last April, which was all about raw materials that are critical for the green transition. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, specifically, perhaps if you could link it for us to this entire conversation that we're having around decarbonizing supply chains?
Yes, so what we think, but first, thanks for inviting me. So what we look at in this paper that the OECD produced is we look at what are the raw materials that we need for the green transition. And if you look at, for instance, the massive demand for batteries we will need for the e-vehicle industry in the future, we need very different types of raw materials that we have been using in the past. We need lithium, we need rare earths, we need cobalt. So what we look at in the paper is where are these things produced? Because we, Germany, for instance, we need them. Yeah. What we discover is they are produced mainly elsewhere.
Right. When you say elsewhere, you mean Global South countries?
Non-OECD countries. The OECD, we represent 38 countries, all democracies, like-minded. Yeah. And those raw materials are mainly based, production often highly concentrated in emerging economies, countries like Russia, like China, like India, like Brazil. We also have countries like Zimbabwe there or South Africa. So countries that are further away, they have the things we need, and we depend on them. We depend for 6 of the 10 most concentrated products, for instance, on China.
Right.
For 3 of them on Russia. So if you look at this, then we realize if we need these products, we have to work with these countries. These countries are, that's another thing we found, increasingly imposing export restrictions on these products. Right. The export restrictions on these products have increased fivefold in the past 10 years.
Because that's interesting, and sorry to interrupt there, because on the one side, you're viewing at it from export restrictions to here. At the same time, in Europe, which is not of course every, but it's like a segment of, I think, the countries that you're referring to of being here. But we have a lot of extra regulation that came into place, right? So to say corporate sustainability accountability tools. We have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSDDD, due diligence, so much coming in. How do you sort of see that intertwine, and how does it play an effect on this interplay between those countries?
So it looks first like completely different issues.
Yeah.
But they are geopolitically interconnected, because whilst we need these countries, and these are big countries, right? I've been mentioning big, proud countries, growing, young population. We now introduce no rules, and actually the OECD has very much been part of designing the drafts of these kind of rules. Yeah. But we are implementing them. They become mandatory, and they have effects on these countries. What these rules do is they ask big companies like Airbus, show everything you do in your supply chain.
Right.
And if you have a provider in China, you have to show whether you use, what type of labor you use. Yeah. You have to show what the carbon footprint of the production is there.
Right.
And currently it's not very clear how you have to show that. Which paper you have to show where, who certifies that paper, which institution you go to get that paper. And if you do not solve that rapidly, then I think, but maybe we hear more about this, Airbus may find it hard to buy in countries like China. And that means we are upsetting the very countries, potentially. We may end up upsetting the very countries we depend on.
Right, and at the same time, we can't do it in another way, because if there's one thing that is clear, then it's that time is ticking, and without transparency, we cannot make that step to transformation as well. You were hinting to Mr. Herman. I'm actually quite curious, because indeed, what is it like in Airbus? Like all the regulations that we see being introduced, how is it being received on your side?
Well, thanks, and hello everyone, and thanks for having me here today as well. But I think as an aerospace company, I won't surprise anyone that we like to measure. Right. And I think a critical path to decarbonizing supply chain, but also to advance on larger sustainability fronts, we need to measure. So measure is the name of the game. Yeah. So prior these, let's say, regulations, frameworks that are being developed, Airbus has already committed for a couple of years as a responsible business to actually disclose what we have on scope 1 and 2 and 3. And for us, we are actually a hard-to-abate industry as such. Yeah. And in that context, the scope 3 use of sold products makes actually for 97%.
Right,
but that is 97. The real topic that we need to address.
But because can we address it? How do you go about sort of reducing your scope 3 emissions?
So on that one, we have actually a multifaceted approach. There's not one single bullet that actually is going to do it all. Yeah. The first one is, first of all, deliver what we have in our backlog, in our order books, because every aircraft that we deliver today already provides for a 25% fuel efficiency improvement, and therefore less emissions as well.
Okay.
The next step is to optimize, and that's I think where and the OECD is advocating collaboration, coordination, and partnerships, is to advance as well on the whole air traffic management system, to remove inefficiencies wherever we can, and that is partnerships that we have. Then another big element is SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, because that has actually the potential to decrease and to advance. There's about a 50-60% contribution in our scope 2 going forward. And then comes the bit where we invest a lot of money, about 3 billion euros a year, on disruptive technologies, be it a hydrogen-powered aircraft in the middle of next decade, or also the topic of carbon dioxide removals.
And if I hear you say that within that scope 3, because these are all great things that you're doing, will it suffice in the end to make sure that we limit it enough? Because there's techno fixes that we can use, but sometimes there's also like almost a mindset shift or a behavior shift that we need to enable as well. Is that something that you look into?
Well, I think certainly, I think one of the questions that you have probably is about, you mentioned transformation.
Yeah.
So transparency is an enabler to transformation.
You started on like the measuring, how important
but ultimately, I think certain things will need to change.
Yeah.
And standardized, and I would add simple, predictable, and coordinated frameworks, because we are a global industry, will help to that.
Yeah.
And I think then ultimately this transparency will already, given the scrutiny that is on the industry as such, transform, because it changes the way we think, it changes the way we make decisions. We actually internally have implemented a carbon pricing mechanism to drive decisions. So actually, and given that we procure about 80% of our products from the supply chain, we actually ask our supply chain, through our supplier code of conduct, to be equally responsible, not just environmentally, but also socially responsible. And as such, we're working a lot, but coordination across the supply chain is a big topic.
Yeah, because you're really tapping into, indeed, the quest about, there's a lot of transparency that we gain through all these regulations, but how do we go from that transparency to transformation? Because that's not a given. Mrs. Janssen, you pinpointed earlier, not everyone is ready to make sure that they report on that. At the same time, with CSRD, with the Corporate Reporting Sustainability Directive, it's already in 2025 that large companies need to start reporting. Which is quite soon, might I add. So what do you think the changes are that we can expect to see with regard to that legislation? You tapped into the country perspective, but from a business side, what do you expect to see as well in terms of change?
Yeah, but I think Mr. Hammond said it all. I think the C's are important, the cooperation, the coordination. You need coordination along the supply chain. It will need to happen across institutions in each country, and it will need to happen across countries. We need to jointly understand how we measure things, how the different companies measure things, in order for this to work not only for the big companies, but for the smaller suppliers that are entering their products into the supply chains. So this is a moment where we need to work a lot with each other, public-private collaboration, so that the rules are implemented in a way that are workable for the private sector and across countries, in order for there not to be surprises when you move things across borders from one country to the other. Surprises, no surprises, because business needs predictability. So these words that Mr. Hammond mentioned, coordination, cooperation, predictability through transparency, very important for the future.
Yeah, I like that. I like also what you said on helping each other out, sharing data, and making sure that we get there all together. Thank you so much. I could continue to talk to you for much longer, because I think this is such an interesting conversation. But we are at the end for this deep dive, so thank you so much, Mrs. Janssen and Mr. Herman. For my next guest, I am very delighted to welcome to the floor in a little bit the Chief Operations Officer of Apex Group, which is Bojan Petrov. Thank you so much. Welcome, Mr. Petrov. It's great to have you here. Maybe I can just hop right in. I already mentioned you are the CEO of Apex Group. You're an up-and-coming business within the hydrogen world, and specifically because of that, I was just curious to hear from you. There's so many businesses also there. What was it specifically about your company that sort of distinguishes itself from the market, so to say?
First of all, hello to everyone, and thanks for having me. To answer you this question, I really need to go a little bit in the past, because the Apex Group is for a long time in the hydrogen world now, and we took an FID in 2019 to build up a 2 megawatt electrolyzer plant at our headquarters in Rostock-Lage, which went into commissioning phase in 2020. So we now have an experience of about 4 years of running a hydrogen plant, and also some CHPs, a fuel station, trailer station, and so on. And the idea was because we wanted to gather vital experience, because our main goal always was and always is to scale this up for an industrial application. And when we talk about our projects, we are focusing on, let's say, a hybrid approach, because we are working as an EPC
and already won 4 projects within this market, only in Germany. But our ultimate goal is to build up large hydrogen plants to inject the hydrogen into the gas grid in Germany.
Okay, that's great. And these are also good ambitions that we need in terms of scaling it up. If I would take that a little broader, you guys are one of the players within that field, but how do you sort of see the overall development of hydrogen energy within Germany specifically?
Well, when we look at this, and also in Germany itself, we need to take some parts into consideration. Because in Germany, we have the situation that in the north, we have a lot of green energy hubs in terms of PV and more especially wind. But in the south, we face the situation that we have the big energy consumers. So to be able to transport the green energy from the north to the south, I think we have a very valuable asset in our ground, being the gas grid. And therefore we believe, especially with our project in Lubmin, we have a very strong chance to really participate as the north in general, to build up energy transition hubs coming from the Scandics, from the island Bornholm, for example.
Can use that existing infrastructure.
Exactly. And, we really believe that we have a strong word to say.
Yeah, I like that, honestly. Hey, BETD is all about accelerating the energy transition, so it's also forward-looking, the future where we're moving towards. If I would put that same sort of lens on you, on Apex Group, what is it that you would like, where is it that you would like to stand at in 5 years' time in order to sort of play your part within this energy transition?
Well, as I already mentioned, we have the ambition, and I strongly believe in this ambition, that we have a 3-digit number of megawatt electrolyzer plant up and running on our term sheet, producing green hydrogen in the north, and juicing this into the German gas grid. Amazing. Help decarbonize the German infrastructure.
Okay, I like that. It's very tangible, very concrete. I should say in 5 years' time, we come back to BETD and we see whether you were able to do that. That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Petrov. Turning to you all now, because this means that we've already reached the end of this Dialogue Hub session. Now, I will say that in a little bit, we will have a break, a lunch break. So make sure you stretch your legs, get something to eat, mingle, but then we'll be back again in the Weltzaal at 2 p.m. with a lot of keynote speeches. So make sure to be there on time then, and then I'll see you later.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at minus 24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations, making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the road dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide and mineralize it within a few hours. This creates permanent carbon storage for several 100,000 years in the form of newly developed limestone overnight. Today, our Berlin site can store an average of 10 kilograms of CO2 per ton of demolished concrete, enabling us to sequester 1,000 to 1,500 tons of CO2 year by year. The recycled carbonated concrete we produce can be used in a wide range of building projects, such as road construction. By combining non-traditional proven and forward-thinking processes, we're able to significantly reduce the negative environmental impact of concrete production while doing our part to combat climate change. This is how Landwärme, MVV and Neustark are storing biogenic CO2 in demolished concrete and helping to create a world where economic growth thrives with fewer emissions. Join us in shaping a more sustainable future for generations to come.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines, to stronger grid technologies, and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
Our world is full of energy. Energy is the basis for our daily lives and the source we all rely on. With this value in mind, there is only one sensible direction for the future: a renewable energy era. What are we waiting for? We need to drive the shift from fossil fuels to renewables, from centralization to decentralization, and from analog to digital. The future is connected, and power, heat, and transportation sectors are merging. This transformation needs people with visions and solutions, people like you, and a platform like ours. We bring together the world's leading exhibition and conference series for cross-sector solutions in the new energy world, addressing stakeholders worldwide. We unite generation, storage, distribution, and management of energy, as well as e-mobility for a sustainable and intelligent energy supply 24/7. Enter a world of energy innovation through live exhibitions, conferences, forums, and digital events, including webinars and podcasts. Create the new energy world. Be part of a movement and get energized for the smarter E.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. BSW-Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at -24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank, where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations. making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the road dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide and mineralize it within a few hours. This creates permanent carbon storage for several 100,000 years in the form of newly developed limestone overnight. Today, our Berlin site can store an average of 10 kilograms of CO2 per ton of demolished concrete, enabling us to sequester 1,000 to 1,500 tons of CO2 year by year. The recycled carbonated concrete we produce can be used in a wide range of building projects, such as road construction. By combining non-traditional proven and forward-thinking processes, we're able to significantly reduce the negative environmental impact of concrete production while doing our part to combat climate change. This is how Landwärme, MVV and Neustark are storing biogenic CO2 in demolished concrete and helping to create a world where economic growth thrives with fewer emissions. Join us in shaping a more sustainable future for generations to come.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines, to stronger grid technologies, and solutions for how to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
Our world is full of energy. Energy is the basis for our daily lives and the source we all rely on. With this value in mind, there is only one sensible direction for the future: a renewable energy era. What are we waiting for? We need to drive the shift from fossil fuels to renewables, from centralization to decentralization, and from analog to digital. The future is connected, and power, heat, and transportation sectors are merging. This transformation needs people with visions and solutions, people like you, and a platform like ours. We bring together the world's leading exhibition and conference series for cross-sector solutions in the new energy world, addressing stakeholders worldwide. We unite generation, storage, distribution, and management of energy, as well as e-mobility for a sustainable and intelligent energy supply 24/7. Enter a world of energy innovation through live exhibitions, conferences, forums, and digital events including webinars and podcasts. Create the new energy world. Be part of a movement and get energized for the smarter E.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldbeck Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at -24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations, making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the road dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide and mineralize it within a few hours. This creates permanent carbon storage for several 100,000 years in the form of newly developed limestone overnight. Today, our Berlin site can store an average of 10 kilograms of CO2 per ton of demolished concrete, enabling us to sequester 1,000 to 1,500 tons of CO2 year by year. The recycled carbonated concrete we produce can be used in a wide range of building projects, such as road construction. By combining non-traditional proven and forward-thinking processes, we're able to significantly reduce the negative environmental impact of concrete production while doing our part to combat climate change. This is how Landwärme, MVV and Neustark are storing biogenic CO2 in demolished concrete and helping to create a world where economic growth thrives with fewer emissions. Join us in shaping a more sustainable future for generations to come.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines, to stronger grid technologies, and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
Our world is full of energy. Energy is the basis for our daily lives and the source we all rely on. With this value in mind, there is only one sensible direction for the future: a renewable energy era. What are we waiting for? We need to drive the shift from fossil fuels to renewables, from centralization to decentralization, and from analog to digital. The future is connected, and power, heat, and transportation sectors are merging. This transformation needs people with visions and solutions, people like you, and a platform like ours. We bring together the world's leading exhibition and conference series for cross-sector solutions in the new energy world, addressing stakeholders worldwide. We unite generation, storage, distribution, and management of energy, as well as e-mobility for a sustainable and intelligent energy supply 24/7. Enter a world of energy innovation through live exhibitions, conferences, forums, and digital events, including webinars and podcasts. Create the new energy world. Be part of a movement and get energized for the smarter E.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldbeck Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Biological household waste has the potential to generate negative emissions and help reverse the impact of climate change. Once collected, it is used in the MVV biomethane plant, laying the foundation for our carbon dioxide removal solution in Dresden, Germany. Biomethane is an environmentally friendly energy source naturally generated from sustainable feedstock such as household waste. Our project uses CO2 streams from an existing biogas upgrading plant in Dresden. The MVV facility processes the city's entire organic waste through batch fermentation. It is designed specifically for urban locations which have an abundant supply of feedstock. The plant's operations are community-friendly, without significant noise or odor emissions that negatively impact the quality of life in the area. Following anaerobic digestion, the resulting biogas is upgraded. Any residual particles are removed and the gas streams are separated into biomethane and CO2. The refined biomethane stream undergoes conditioning before being integrated into the natural gas network, while the off-gas stream, which consists of highly pure CO2 along with some residual gases, serves as the starting point for our innovative carbon dioxide removal approach. This CO2 will be turned into a usable product and stored permanently, creating negative emissions while supporting a circular economy at the same time. In an optimal scenario, up to 1,400 tons of CO2 can be captured per year. Connected to the biomethane plant, the CO2 liquefaction unit captures and transforms carbon dioxide, a byproduct of biomethane production, into a liquid form for transportation. Parts of this stream are used to optimize plant operations and provide inertization for the garage door fermenters once a feedstock batch is processed. The surplus CO2 will help us remove 1,000 tons of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. We use a 40-ton vacuum-insulated tank to store the liquefied CO2 on site at minus 24 degrees Celsius and 18 bar pressure, with no additional energy input required. Once the tank is full, we transfer the liquefied CO2 to a truck for transportation, entering the next phase in our journey towards achieving negative emissions. Upon arrival at the storage site in Berlin, operated by Neustark's partner, we transfer the CO2 to a 50-ton vacuum-insulated tank where it is kept cool and liquid until its mineralization. Here, it becomes an integral part of the production process, making the concrete both stronger and more sustainable as a result. The Neustark process seamlessly integrates with the existing operations, making recycling demolished concrete, an already environmentally friendly process, even greener. In a highly efficient manner, an atmospheric vaporizer regasifies the liquid CO2 by capitalizing on the temperature difference between the liquid CO2 and its surrounding environment. Neustark then injects the CO2 into the road dosing unit, a storage system that has been selected because it is designed to house different grades of concrete granulate until construction companies are ready to collect it. Our patented process creates a saturated CO2 environment in which the calcium hydroxide in the demolished concrete can react with the carbon dioxide and mineralize it within a few hours. This creates permanent carbon storage for several 100,000 years in the form of newly developed limestone overnight. Today, our Berlin site can store an average of 10 kilograms of CO2 per ton of demolished concrete, enabling us to sequester 1,000 to 1,500 tons of CO2 year by year. The recycled carbonated concrete we produce can be used in a wide range of building projects, such as road construction. By combining non-traditional proven and forward-thinking processes, we're able to significantly reduce the negative environmental impact of concrete production while doing our part to combat climate change. This is how Landwärme, MVV and Neustark are storing biogenic CO2 in demolished concrete and helping to create a world where economic growth thrives with fewer emissions. Join us in shaping a more sustainable future for generations to come.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines, to stronger grid technologies, and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
Our world is full of energy. Energy is the basis for our daily lives and the source we all rely on. With this value in mind, there is only one sensible direction for the future: a renewable energy era. What are we waiting for? We need to drive the shift from fossil fuels to renewables, from centralization to decentralization, and from analog to digital. The future is connected, and power, heat, and transportation sectors are merging. This transformation needs people with visions and solutions, people like you, and a platform like ours. We bring together the world's leading exhibition and conference series for cross-sector solutions in the new energy world, addressing stakeholders worldwide. We unite generation, storage, distribution, and management of energy, as well as e-mobility for a sustainable and intelligent energy supply 24/7. Enter a world of energy innovation through live exhibitions, conferences, forums, and digital events, including webinars and podcasts. Create the new energy world. Be part of a movement and get energized for the smarter E.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed.
Welcome to the 10th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome back, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had a pleasant and refreshing break. As we heard during the opening ceremony, the COP28 final declaration committed all parties not only to making the energy transition work faster, but also to ensuring that it is just and equitable. And that is the mission of the three keynote speakers that we will hear now in our next session. each in her own way is working hard, fully committed to ensuring that the transformation is inclusive and socially just. And you hardly need a reminder from me, ladies and gentlemen, that the very essence of a just energy transition is intergenerational fairness, which is why the BETD traditionally spotlights young people making an extraordinary contribution to accelerating uptake of renewables. This year, we are very pleased to welcome a Tunisian young climate negotiator who has served in the country's delegations to the last 3 COPs, leading Namibia's sub-team for climate finance negotiations. She's a Chevening Scholar at Sussex University, and she also serves as a World Economic Forum Global Shapers Tunis Hub Curator. It's a great pleasure to welcome Amal Riden.
Hi, everyone. Actually from Tunisia, not from Namibia, for our Namibian friends here. I am Amal Riden, and I do serve, among many other hats, as one of the young negotiators to the UNFCCC COPs, serving on climate finance. Having this conference themed as a dialogue reminded me of a program called Dialogue for Peace that I joined and I trained a few years ago as a scout. And one of the activities reflected on the mix of one's sub-identities. How much would you rank them on a scale of 1 to 10? And whether you would give the same mark. Should you do the same exercise now, in a few years' time, a few years ago, if they ever feature in your identity star again? And while being young might not be an internal sub-identity that I would be carrying, unfortunately, my sub-identities mix includes several other components that kept on changing over time. It includes being an African, it includes being a Mediterranean, an Arab, a young professional, a daughter, a master's student, a young professional, scout, climate advocate, you name it. I invite you to also visualize your own identity star. And if you are a visual person, try to also reflect back on how these different pillars change over time until this version of yourselves. As I reflect on how these pillars were changing for me, these stars branches, I can't help but think how most of the current sub-identities, with all the beauty and diversity they bring to my persona, they do have gradually and have evolved had a link to climate change, and if anything, are threatened by its burden. How I'm spending my time, the people I'm talking to, the people in my circle, what I'm studying, my academic journey, my career, and so on and so forth. And as much as I'm enjoying this ride out of care, it includes bumpy roads, gets to a point where it's driven by control and fear, and scarily enough gives the illusion that it is one single roadmap, ignoring all the alternative pathways that we might have. This is a feeling that is carried by most young people, all while acknowledging that we are not a homogeneous mix. And the label young is not the only, it is only one of the many sub-identities that we carry. We're also young professionals, activists, scientists, researchers, artists, advocates, policymakers, etc. And to every subcategory or to every label we carry its own challenges. Reflecting again on how we are all gathered to a dialogue, here in Berlin, coming from all over the world, this same scout training also taught me that for a dialogue to be qualified as such, it needs to have a clear aim, a mutual consultation, building bridges, and most importantly, get to a common ground. The definition talks about parties in the dialogue as being equal and as having an equal leverage and in the equation, giving them the same or comparable power dynamics, and I believe that we're still far from that today. You guessed right, I'm here talking about the dual dynamic of the global north and global south while interacting and driving what we're all here for today. For a transition to be drastic, it should consider all parties in the process. Coming from Africa, the continent, you heard that many times, least responsible, only for 4% of the GHG emissions for 18% of the world's population, only attracting 2% of global investments. The only metrics that are so far going upwards is the global warming, which is the global warming average, which is even higher than the global average. So Africa warming average is higher than the global warming average. And especially in where I come from, in North Africa, it's getting even faster. So this is happening, and this is further dependent on the increase of the public debts, and then we get into this vicious circle where we are labeled as a risky continent in a lack of rethinking what risk actually means, and then the lock-in persists, and we get stuck there. The solutions provided should not trigger other gaps. If critical minerals are to be extracted for transition projects, they should not affect the lands of indigenous people. And if we are encouraging the use of AI and innovation, but this is only happening in countries where this is straightforward to do so, then we're only talking about an elitist upgrade, not a systemic transition. And then if the public and private sectors are not uniting together, be it for providing pools of blended finance or for a policy-oriented approach, for a whole society approach, then we are missing a lot, and it's going to take us a lot of time. This is not about achieving a certain metric, it's about ensuring energy efficiency happens with energy justice at its core. And the moment we look at clean energy as a prerequisite for a human life, then we make sure that we maintain human dignity and that it is an instrument, not only an end in itself. We should ensure the deployment of resources accordingly, and then financing the transition and later the transformation should be a top priority. Finally, to close my speech, and while justice school of thoughts are different, procedural, distributive, compensatory, intra-generational, you name it, I think we're still far from any of these, at least where I stand. After drafting this speech, I went to have a look at young keynote speeches from previous editions to make sure I'm not off track. And ironically, all of them mentioned justice in their speeches. And I think if all of us here think it's important, I think you all here should agree. To all decision makers in the room, you made it all the way here to join a dialogue. Please make sure it's genuinely a dialogue, not a discussion, not a motto, but truly a transformative dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amal, for those clear words and that passionate appeal to all of us. When it comes to boosting diversity in the clean energy sector, we could scarcely have found a more fervent advocate than our next keynote speaker. She is Chief Executive of Brazil's Association of Wind Energy and New Technologies, Eólica, and she's been working to promote diversity and inclusion, for example, by co-founding the collaborative platform Energia de Transformação, and as Global Ambassador for Brazil in the Women in Wind Global Leadership Program. She's a recipient of the 2019 Clean Energy Education and Empowerment Woman of Distinction Award. It is a great pleasure to hand over to our virtual keynote speaker, Elbia Ganum, joining us from Brazil, and she will speak in Portuguese, dear ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Elbia. You have the floor.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be present. I would love to have joined you, but we have a number of commitments and obligations in Brazil, and we're doing a very important job to position ourselves within the energy transition. Today my job is to explain just how important the energy transition is for Brazil and what we want to do to introduce renewables into this new economic order that is also low carbon. We want Brazil's economy to change. I've talked about this issue at length and very often. There is a global energy transition going on, but what we really need is an economic transition, a social transition, and also an energy transition. So Brazil has a lot of resources that can be used for renewables. Our electricity mix is dominated by renewables. They account for 85% of our electricity. This includes hydropower, and over the past 10 years, we've diversified our electricity mix. We've started to use wind power and solar power. Our country is now preparing for the most important offshore wind energy projects. When we discuss our energy mix and many other parts of the economy, we cannot, of course, forget transport. If we take everything together, we can say that renewables are the basis of our economy. They account for 50% of the energy we use. This means that we still have a long way ahead of us. It also means that we need to continue with the energy transition to make progress in other areas as well. So we need electrification of the mobility sector and, of course, fuels. We produce ethanol. We are pioneers of ethanol production and of biofuels that are based on ethanol. We want to play a leading role in this sector, and we have pointed this out in our talks with the private sector and also with other governments. Brazil wants to offer important renewable solution to the entire world, and we have these solutions to offer. We need to prepare with our entire structure so that we can invest. When we prepare this structure, we do so by working on regulation. We want to attract investment. President Lula signed a lot of agreements. He gave a lot of speeches also abroad, and he has a very close relationship with the German government. It's a very rich and important partnership for us, and there are many areas where we can prepare our regulation. By regulation, I also mean legislation, of course. We are developing many projects that have to do with biofuels, but also for wind energy, offshore wind energy, and green hydrogen. At this moment, Brazil is also preparing a major plan for the ecological transition. This will cover the entire economy. It's not only about energy, it's about the bioeconomy, it's about agriculture, which is a very strong sector in Brazil, and the commodities sector. This includes steel and other products. So we are trying to produce in a way that is low carbon, because we see a need for decarbonizing the economy and for exporting decarbonized goods. Brazil is preparing for this.
Nós estamos agora também com a lei no Congresso em fase de aprovação final, em que nós vamos colocar a regulação do mercado.
Legislation has been prepared and is being discussed in Congress. We want to regulate the carbon market. This will be an important mechanism that will ensure that our economy will focus on decarbonization. We need to create an environment in which our industry can actually, that will ensure that carbon pricing is also used in our industry. This is important in both the free market and the regulated market. It's also a challenge for the global economy because we need to be able to put a price on carbon emissions, and we need to find mechanisms that will allow economic systems to decarbonize. Our resources, and in particular our electricity mix and our energy mix for the next 10 or 15 years, will show that there's major potential for offshore wind energy in particular, but also for solar energy. These are sources that are already being used, just like biomass and hydropower, but we can do much more. We can produce hydrogen with few carbon emissions, so we can produce green hydrogen. Our major challenge in Brazil is that we need to talk about the energy transition, and we need to focus on an equitable and fair energy transition. We need to see where demand is. Our challenge might be different from other countries' challenges. We need to ensure that we actually use our renewables wisely. We are planning major economic growth and major social improvement, and everything suggests that the wind farms in the northeast, where there's the best potential for wind energy in Brazil, will spark economic growth, or has already sparked economic growth. We've seen 21% of growth, or even more than that. And people's living standards have improved by 20%. When we invest in renewables, we also invest in economic development in the regions. It generates income. Brazil needs to use these renewable resources. Brazil needs to attract investment and create legislation and regulation to ensure this. Of course, we also need to adjust regulation that is already in existence. This will allow Brazil to attract major investment from other countries, and it will allow us to create new goods and green services. This again will build new value chains. We have wind power in our country. We have wind turbines that are being built in Brazil. We've invested a lot of capital in that, and we will expand to other resources as well. We also have investments in green hydrogen. We have wind energy. We have solar energy. We also need to think of biofuels as well. And this gives us a major opportunity in Brazil to really make the transition happen, to transform our economy. This is what we're working on. This is what our industry is working on. We are working on a transition that will be economic and also social. On this basis, we will be able to find solutions for the global economy. We can make a major contribution to the energy transition, and we can really make this a fair and equitable energy transition. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you. Have a nice afternoon.
And we are very, very grateful to Elbia Ghanum for speaking to us from Brazil. Our final speaker in this keynote session is the founder and CEO of the Renewable Energy Technology Training Institute, RETI, and the RETI Virtual University for Energy Education, both of which are working to foster skills development for the energy transition with the aim of improving both uptake of renewable energy and access for 600 million Africans who are, in fact, living without power. She's an award-winning climate specialist and author. She also launched Climate Smart Nigeria, an ambitious environmental program designed to combat climate illiteracy in Africa. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Glory Oguegwu.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues in the journey towards sustainable energy. Thank you to the German federal government and to the organizers of the Berlin Energy Transition for the opportunity to address this gathering. And to you all, thank you for converging here in Germany today. I have titled my presentation, "The key to a true global energy transition is to stop waking the dead." Because I want to paint a thought-provoking picture of our present world and offer a path to redemption. A wise proverb from my home country, Nigeria, states, and I quote, "A living sparrow has more hope than a dead eagle." So I want to talk to you about how we are today spending time waking the dead and not enough time tapping into the available and abundant life that is literally right in front of us. In the face of climate change impacts at a time of global energy transition, fossil fuels, which are dead plants, dead animals, and dead human beings, submerged in the ground for millions of years, and are so dangerous that they should have no business being in the atmosphere, are being woken up. They are being brought back to life. In turn, they are claiming lives in what we are today calling global warming. I will start my speech today with two stories which I think will graphically set the scene for my time here today. In 2014, my parents moved into their own built house. It was such a happy occasion because they had worked for so long, for 20 years, and finally built their own home so they could stop paying rent. It's often a thing, right, to build a home and move your family to the home. I think it's also a tradition that is popular everywhere in the world. But there's a twist to this story. The community that they moved into was off the grid. That has never been my experience before. And I visited them there and I observed what it was like to live without electricity access. It's very easy to talk about it, but when it's happening to you, it's so much different. My parents spent all of their savings on diesel generators, only at night, by the way. And my younger ones struggled a lot to have access to electricity. They would go out in the communities to local spots to charge their laptops or their phones. I even remember a time when my brother, who has a small business as a mobile barber, almost had a fight with an older gentleman for failing to turn up to shave his head. But that was because there was no electricity access. I could see examples of how this affected small businesses or young people in the community. But my case is hardly alone. This is sadly the plight of 87 million Nigerians. 87 million, a little more than the population of all of Germany, and 754 million people globally living without electricity access. My parents' experience boggled my mind. Nigeria has the 9th largest gas deposits in the world at 180 million cubic feet. Nigeria's oil and gas reserves were put at nearly $37 billion barrel in 2021, and they ranked 11th out of 20 countries with the largest oil reserves. Nigeria is this rich in oil and gas energy, I wondered, but have not been able to provide constant electricity access for its population. Why? Hold that thought for a moment. In my second story, I took a stroll into my community one day, and I came across what seemed like a small stream of water by the roadside, with children and women gathering around, fetching water or playing around the water. But the thing here is that that water was dried up. What was left was just a little scrounge in the middle at the bottom of the stream, a mere puddle, dirty, depleted, and dismal. This particular community, heavily affected by climate change, impact, drought, once had an overflowing stream. Beyond experiencing massive drops in agricultural yield, this community also is exposed to health issues like cholera. This is sadly the experience of 55 million Nigerians, almost the size of the entire population of Italy, and another 20 million people facing acute food insecurity as a result. So the two scenarios that I just explained to you depict issues with climate change and energy access. But they're not just unique to me. Millions of people are today facing these impacts in the global south. As a matter of fact, countries in the Pacific and the Caribbean are on the way to being submerged in the next 40 years. I want you to raise your hand if you remember the foreign minister of a Pacific country, Tuvalu. His name is Simon Kofe. He gave an address in 2021, and he was standing in the middle of the ocean. Anybody who was at a COP 2021 will remember this because he was standing in the middle of the ocean. Thank you. But I'm not speaking to you about what will happen in the future. I'm talking to you about what is happening now. And this brings me to the thrust of my presentation. As a climate activist, I have had the opportunity of participating as a national delegate to climate change conferences 3 times, and I have heard global leaders voice out their concerns. I must be honest with you. I have been very disappointed to observe that the focus of these concerns at these meetings is how to get more fossil investments and delaying the phase out of fossil energy and coal. It seems that you leaders are concerned with silently strengthening your dependence on fossil fuels, requesting for more investment on fossil fuels, funding the East Africa crude oil pipeline in Uganda, while destroying the livelihoods of 100,000 people. You must stop waking the dead. When we combust these fuels, we produce CO2 gas that gets emitted in the atmosphere, trapping heat. The result is hurricanes, lost lives, and properties. When you inhale this CO2 gas on the traffic or through indoor air pollution, the results are large cases of asthma and 2.1 million people dead in Africa in 2021 as a result of inhaling this gas. When you use your generator and inhale this gas, the result is 30,000 people dead in Lagos State, Nigeria, as a result of this. Can you see how much this is costing us? Having this dead out here with us in the atmosphere. But people are dying from climate change impact, but arguments are ongoing about whether to fund gas power projects or not. This is really shameful. And I have a message to the G7, China, and Russia, and the top 10 polluters. The world is watching what is going on. And if you continue doing nothing to combat this, history will judge you. Your own children will judge you. But I'd like to start from the very beginning. After developing your countries and your economies with fossil fuels, you then tell Africa and the global south, to halt their own projects for an issue that they haven't caused by themselves. You did make good of your statement by refusing to fund more gas projects. You invested into fossil power for your own economies since the Industrial Revolution, building the countries that you have today. But then you have asked Africa not to develop theirs in the same way that you have done. You have caused climate change with your focus on profits over people. You have woken the dead. And in what some people are calling Anthropocene, an era in which one generation have changed the environment since 4.5 billion years. That's what we're experiencing now. But you sit comfortably in your fully electrified offices and then tell Africa how to generate their electricity. How can you feel their pain? 4 in 10 African people lack electricity access. 1.2 million African people died in 2021 as a result of lack of electricity. Electricity is a matter of urgency in Africa, much more than climate change is an issue. Yet you want Africans and the global south to join you to solve the climate change. Now, the push that we're leading for renewable energy, I want to ask, is it really because you care for the environment, or is it purely out of that need to lead the world and champion new technologies that can be sold to the world, especially Africa, which you hope may remain in darkness long enough to keep buying your new technology and your liquefied natural gas after telling them to leave their oil and gas? But how could they afford to buy your clean energy since you're not providing them substantial funds for the energy transition? You cannot eat your cake and have it. You are asking Africa to leave their fossil resources, but you have not left your coal and gas. Let's look around the world for a minute, starting from America. The US is currently on the highway to becoming the largest exporter of liquefied natural gas, a position that was aided by the Russian invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago. Even though President Biden has paused the development of these new projects, the ones that were already approved are currently under construction in Louisiana and Texas, with the capacity for 100 billion metric tons. This will add 60 trillion metric tons of carbon emission, increasing climate change. I want you to picture submerged cities, millions dead, and crumbled infrastructure. Europe today is burning more coal, making deals to extend gas pipelines and planning new LNG terminals. France and China are developing the East African crude oil pipeline in Uganda. And thousands of families are dependent on the Lake Victoria, where the pipeline passes across. The oil pipeline stretches for 1,445 kilometers of land mass. It's like traveling from Hamburg to Munich and back. It will rip through numerous biodiversity, several natural reserves, costing people's livelihoods. The COP28 ended with a clear decision to transition away from fossil fuels and phase down coal. But it seems to me that there are no real plans to really follow it through, apart from greenwashing. To the G7 and other developed nations, are you really serious about solving the climate challenge? Or is this a chance for you to retain your powers and force others to give up their resources? This double standard has to end. Africa needs to power her industries, but you're failing at funding them for the renewable energy transition. You insist that the strive for climate change is a global effort and everybody, all hands must be on deck. But you're withholding information on the technical know-how of the manufacturing of the new energy technology. You're failing at technology transfer, and you refuse to bring your industries to Africa. But you pump money into your own economies under the guise of climate mitigation. Are you not worried or concerned about the current civil unrest in Africa? Out of 9 military coups since 2020, 4 has been successful because of a failure in democracy. In Nigeria, inflation is at a 28% high. People are literally dying of hunger. And there seems to be a risk this year of a popular anger. What is the world going to do when a country of 200 million people starts to fight? We don't want to have another stressful situation in our hands. Let's look at the solar bits for a moment. Africa is the region with the highest solar generation capacity potential over the long term. Investment in renewable energy in Africa is at an 11-year low, comprising just 0.6% of global total. As you can see on the screen, the little black dot you can see on the screen is the investments that come into Africa for energy transition. It's truly time to end the hypocrisy. This double standard needs to change. Now that I've talked about the G7 plus China and Russia, I freely admit Africa's leaders need to be held accountable as well. To African leaders, you are corrupt and inefficient. For a half a century, your corruption has swallowed the aid, grants, and finance sent to you to develop our electricity. For 50 years, you have struggled to harness your fossil resources, failing to construct or revive your refineries. Corruption within your electricity sector, under your watch, has brought you to this juncture. And now you want more support to invest in the same fossil resources in the middle of a changing climate. You insist in seeking this assistance. There's no guarantee that any investment in your oil or gas would deliver the coveted electricity access, given your historical ineffectiveness over the past 5 decades. You have proven unable to help yourselves. You're squandering and flaring the same gas at the same time. Tell me, what tangible progress do you have to show for all the funds that have been invested into your electricity sector? You leaders are driven by your need for wealth and personal ambition, while you neglect the needs of the entire continent. By seeking more investment in fossil resources, you are raising the dead. And to be fair, I agree that Africa has lagged behind in development and haven't utilized their fossil power like the rest of the world. But how come 600 million Africans are still without electricity access with all of the funds and investments in the last 50 years? According to African Union, $140 billion a year is lost to corruption. This $140 billion could have ensured uninterrupted power supply to every citizen in Africa for several years, but instead it was squandered. There is a current call in Nigeria by Socio-Economic Rights Accountability Project for a probe to investigate $22 billion meant for providing access to electricity, which is currently unaccounted for. Let me remind you that the world's civilization started in Africa. And Africa today has the potential to be a leader in the solar energy industry. Africa must not fully depend on the G7 and the G20 to fund your transition. Please keep in mind that anyone who funds you will control you definitely.
Glory, we're going to have to ask you to slowly wrap up your remarks. Thank you.
Okay, I'll round up. I want to urge the world to put all the investments into the development of renewable energies instead of oil and gas. And I'd like to wrap up by saying that I know my comments have been at times critical, sometimes harsh, but understand that they come from a place of deep concern. I also believe from a place of deep hope. And this hope, I will share some of them with you. The Biden administration has launched the Inflation Reduction Act to support local manufacturing of solar power, which sends a strong signal of hope. The EU have created the RE-Powers EU plan and the Fit for 55, which is very encouraging. And I must commend Nigeria and Ghana for the seriousness they've shown for the energy transition plan. Nigeria was the first country in Africa to create an energy transition plan, followed by Ghana. Let me show you with one final story how we established this hope. It's about my parents who moved to that off-grid community that I talked about. After the year 2014, I surprised them with a solar energy installation. It was my father's birthday. and I took them away from the house for a 2-day vacation. They thought the surprise was the 2-day vacation, but it was really the solar power installation at their home whilst they left the house. I want you to look at this video and see the joy that they expressed at the fact that they now have complete access to electricity. You see, solar power came true for them. It can come true for other 87 million Nigerians. Not oil, not gas, and not coal. And to make this change lasting, we created the Renewable Energy Technology Training Institute and have provided electricity for 25,000 more people in that rural community. If myself as one individual can do this, what about when there is collective potential political will? What can we achieve by that? To conclude, one of the major agreements at COP28 is to triple renewable energy production. So I want to end by sharing with you that in Mwaku village, this village, we have just now launched the establishment of the first female-powered solar assembly factory and manufacturing factory to produce solar panels, combat climate change, and create jobs. I want you to think what will happen when we are able to bequeath a livable future for our children. This is our pact. Tomorrow is March 20th, the first full spring day, a new dawn. And I urge you to do away with the dead and let new life spring forth, a change of heart, instead of greenwashing, a prioritization of people instead of profit. Let's stop waking the dead. Let's leave fossils in the ground where they belong and focus on life-giving forms of energy. I'll finish my speech where I began, with the Nigerian proverb, a living sparrow is better than a dead eagle. So let's promote life and true clean energy and leave dead fossils behind. Together, let's unite for climate change and stand for a true, sustainable energy transition. Thank you.
Gloria Wegbu, thank you very much for that very, very powerful message. And thanks to all of our keynote speakers in this session for sharing your perspectives and your very, very clear vision, and for reminding us how much there is to be done. We go now to a break. We will, over in the Dialogue Hub, be hearing about the Climate Club group of ambitious countries and how they, in fact, are trying to turn words into action. And here, for those of you who wish, you can grab a cup of coffee outside. We will return, hopefully in about 15 minutes, for our next session, which will put a spotlight on financing and investment and ask how we close that gap that is still so large. Thank you very much. See you shortly.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everybody, here at the Dialogue Hub. I hope you enjoyed those inspiring speeches that we just heard in the Weltzaal. At least from my side, I can say that Glory's speech really shed a light on how important that justice element is, how far along that we still have to go, so we can really use some ambition when it comes to the action moving forward. And that is what this session will focus on, looking a bit closer on the global momentum of the Climate Club. My name is Haji Yacoubi. I have the honor of guiding you through that session, so I'm very excited to do so. Because as I said, tonight and today is all about seizing global momentum. We all know that it's necessary, and the Climate Club, a club of 38 members right now, is a forum where they come together as an open, a cooperative, and really inclusive place to make sure that we have more climate ambitious action in place. So I'm really curious also to hear from you what you take from this session session. If there are any things that really resonate with you, make sure to share them online, because as always, we will be taking a look at everything that is being shared on social media. You can use the hashtag BETD24, and then we'll be able to stalk you a little bit and find everything that you're saying out online. So make sure to do so. I would say let's just hop right into it. That's what Action is about. So I'm very excited to welcome to the stage my very first speaker, and that is none other than the Deputy Representative of Chile to the Climate Club. Can we get a big round of applause, everyone, for Francisco Ulloa? Thank you. Francisco, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. I would say let's just hop right into it, because the Climate Club, it was launched at COP28 just before we switched to 2024, but in 2023. Can you maybe share with us what has happened ever since its launch? How is it planning to sort of act out its agenda so far?
Thank you very much. And I would like to say hello to everyone. For us, it's really a pleasure here to be present on this stage as representing Chile.
Yeah.
Chile, as you know, is one of the co-chairs together with Germany. We started to cooperate with Germany, that was in January last year, when we were invited by Federal Chancellor Scholz to join this initiative. Mm-hmm. And since then, we have been working together with Germany and other members of the Climate Club in order to have the work plan that we're going to discuss today. We have also got a governance document that it has established already what is the, so to say, the body of members that we have, mm-hmm. which is going to be the guidance that we will provide to this initiative.
Yeah.
But basically, what we aim to do is to be really active, really ambitious towards the fulfillment of the Paris Agreement, and to limit the increase of the temperatures by 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Right.
So the focus here is basically on the industrial sector. And in that industrial sector, we have two specific industries, steel and cement.
The hard-to-abate ones, for
exactly.
Example. Yeah.
And for that, we have seen also that we have to, the vision, so to say, is that we have to changes into the standard business model. What is that? To have a green industry, decarbonized industry.
Right.
So for this year, we have already, as already established by the work plan, we have 3 deliverables that we'd like to reach by the end of this year. Mm-hmm. One is the matchmaking platform.
Okay.
And that is linked with the third pillar of the Climate Club initiative.
Mm-hmm.
And that basically what we're going to do is to have a mapping of the existing instruments and funds for particularly emerging economies and developing economies to access to those funds and to those instruments, mm-hmm. so they can start or improve their decarbonization process.
So that's the first one, matchmaking?
Yes.
And the other two that
And then we have a full discussion into something that is a little bit complicated, but it's about the ambition mitigation policies and, so to say, spillovers that you can have with that, carbon leakage.
Right.
And then finally, we have to also have a discussion and final report on the principles to facilitate interoperable standards. When we talk about green steel, what we're talking about. So firstly, to have an understanding about what is the concept, and then what are the standards that can be comparable among each other.
Right, so it's also about harmonization in that way, because if you can't compare it, how is it?
Which is really needed.
Okay. You're pinpointing something that is urgent here. That's also something we might be tapping into in the deep dive in a little bit. But before we do, so you're doing a lot already, and I love it that you have these goals for this year, because that is sometimes something that we're missing, right? We have a lot of goals for in the distant future, which is great. Not saying it's not great, but it's great. But sometimes it's good to be effective on this year. Can you maybe shed some more light on what sort of policies that you want to bring in place?
Yes, in particular when it comes to the first pillar that's relating to climate change.
Right.
So there we have a lot of work together with the interim secretariat.
Yeah.
We have a very good interim secretariat, which is composed by the IEA and the OECD. And together we have been working in advancing in ambitious and transparent in climate change policies, so to say.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're going to have 2 main focus for this year. The first one is to talk about this, the side effects of having these ambitious mitigation policies, which are segmented, the spillovers, and then the carbon leakage. So there we have to go into an in-depth discussion among the members of the Climate Club.
Okay.
It is important to highlight here, this is an intergovernmental forum.
Right. Yeah.
And then we have to talk about this topic and to see what are the common grounds, what do we understand for this,
right.
how we can address this, eventually have a recommendation document that we can launch by the end of this year at COP29.
Nice.
So we're going to have 3 different strategic dialogues among the members of the Climate
Through which
Club.
you're going to accelerate.
And we're going to go through this whole process, and by the end of this year, hopefully, we're going to have presentation of recommendations on that.
Yeah, and maybe, because I want to zoom into that bit, and maybe just briefly, if you could, I want to zoom in on the member states bit, because I'm curious, I mean, from a Chilean perspective, maybe you could share something with us on how the Climate Club's initiative is, for example, affecting or impacting or finding synergies with Chile's national strategies when it comes to reducing emissions.
Yeah, that's something that we can see also when it comes to other countries, especially emerging economies, that we have undertaken different policies for the decarbonization of our industries or economy.
Yeah.
For instance, in our case, we have got decarbonization of our energy matrix. We have some initiatives also when it comes to the mining sector and even the industry sector, specifically the steel industry in Chile.
Right.
And for that, for instance, we have used our own hydrogen, green hydrogen production in the country for decarbonizing those industries.
Yeah.
But then in the case of the steel industry, then you come to the idea, okay, is it now this steel production a green steel? And that's something that we're all sharing in this group.
Yeah.
Right? It's the definition of a green steel.
Yeah.
And then comes the CBAM discussion.
Yeah, the carbon.
And then you can see the relevance of the topic. And as I said, the idea is to have all of these recommendations and shared information by the end of this year.
Yeah.
COP29 is going to be the place where we're going to launch all of these reports.
Okay, so we have something to look forward to, but it's good, as you say, because what I really take from your story is it's a place where, countries that are paving the way forward, they come together, but they also share what they're bumping into, what the challenges are that they're facing.
Yes.
Francisco, thank you. I do have to end it here because we are racing through time, but that's always the case when you're learning new things. So I really want to thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you so much. And I'd like to also introduce our next panel that we have for our deep dive. So if I can, I'm very delighted to be joined in a bit by Rana Gonaim, who is the Chief of the Division for Energy and Climate Action at UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and the Chief Energy Technology Officer of the International Energy Agency and part of the Climate Club Secretariat. Give it up for Dr. Timo Gül. A big round of applause, and thank you so much, Francisco. Thank you. Okay, welcome. Please come over here. I always say scooch in because we're going to have a very cozy but important conversation. And maybe I can hop right in. Timo, if I can start with you. We were already just now talking about hard-to-abate sectors, right? We talked about steel, about cement. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more, give us some insight from the Climate Club's perspective, what some of the challenges are that we're bumping into when it comes to decarbonization, specifically within these hard-to-abate sectors?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, really great pleasure to be here, both for me and for Anna, I'm sure. It's been quite an interesting experience to work on setting up a new institution, the Climate Club. When it comes to the type of products that we're talking about, this is about steel, it's about cement production, it's about aluminium and all these kind of other things, at least in the long run. It is responsible, the production of these kind of materials is responsible for roughly 9 gigatons of CO2 emissions, 1/4 of global emissions today. And the key challenge is that we don't have the technologies. In my view, this is the key challenge. I mean, everyone may disagree with me here, but the key challenge is that we don't have the technologies in the market as yet. Think about hydrogen-based steel making, think about CCS for cement production. We don't have them in the market yet, and this has a host of different implications.
Yes, because what do we do when we don't have them?
Well, first of all, you need to innovate. Well, this is a key challenge, and getting into a technology into the market is not obvious. Think about solar PV. It took 30 years from the first experiments in the Belts Lab in the United States to market introduction, and then another 30 years until it had 1% of global electricity generation. This is not the time that we have. For steel production facilities, we are somewhere in the 1970s, if you wish, when it comes to market introduction. And that's not the time we have when we want to reach net zero.
That's actually, I say wow, and I nod, but that's actually quite a stark conclusion that you're drawing there.
It's not the conclusion, it's the starting point.
Yeah.
So I hope we can solve these kind of
Okay,
things.
thank you,
That's
Timo.
why we're doing the Climate Club.
This is a mentality shift. I like it. Thank you for doing it. It's the starting point. How do we move forward from the starting point, Rana? What would you say is the most important thing that we can do to sort of accelerate our way from this, indeed, the bleak starting point to decarbonize industries?
Wow, that
very
is a
easy question. Yeah,
no
pressure.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me here as well. UNIDO is delighted to be working with the Climate Club and with Germany and Chile on some of the work, particularly around partnerships and establishing the matchmaking platform, which was just referred to. Now, there's a lot of work that's happening in different initiatives, and one has to recognize that. So I am here, I'm representing the SEM Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, and there, some of the key issues that we're discussing are around how do we secure offtake markets for these products to help those that want to implement the technologies, and that's primarily by soliciting for green public procurement commitments.
Right.
And
can you elaborate on what those are?
So the green public procurement commitments are actually commitments from governments to buy low-carbon steel, cement, and concrete for public construction projects. But that's what brings us actually to the discussion we're having today in terms of how do you define what low-carbon is?
Exactly.
How do you measure that actually all of what you're buying is following the same rules and principles? Because at the end of the day, they need to compare. And how do you actually report also against that? And so the latter two, I would say this is what exactly we are working on within IDDI.
Right.
But what we get from working with a platform like the Climate Club is widening that discussion to a wider group of countries. Because in IDDI, we work with 10 countries. As you said, the Climate Club is 38 countries, some of the most ambitious as well.
Right.
So in terms of setting that standard for the definition at a high rate that encourages also others to be following the lead, I think that is a very important element.
And the first example you gave with regards to procurement, that's a very clear one on creating incentives. Then the second point you raised, it taps into what Francisco was saying, right? A big issue is, do we have harmonized standards that we can sort of compare? Timo, I see you nodding. Could I look to you to maybe, is there something that the Climate Club is like looking towards doing when it comes to getting more harmonized standards in that sense?
Yeah, totally. I think first and foremost, you need to, if you're an industry, you need to understand what are the rules of the game. Especially in a market that is so internationally. The steel is produced in many countries around the world, but it is traded internationally. So if you want to participate in that market of what we refer to as near zero emission steel production, to be a bit more precise, I guess. In order to understand, in order to be able to participate, you need to understand what are the rules of the game.
Right.
That means understanding what are emission thresholds that are compatible with climate goals, and what are the emission thresholds that governments are requesting.
Right. And what's the gap?
Forward. Exactly. And so the Climate Club has a key role to play here, in my view. It's not a technical platform. It's a platform. There are many technical platforms that Rana talked about. SEM IDDI, we have one at the International Energy Agency, a working party on industrial decarbonization. There are ISO and many, many others. But the opportunity for the Climate Club here is to elevate that discussion. This is not something that is done by energy ministers alone, by industry ministers alone, by trade ministers alone. This is a cross-cutting theme, industrial decarbonization.
And maybe, because that's a good point, if we would make that concrete, I mean, we already said it's almost 40 countries, but they do require different sort of assistance and need. In that sense, so maybe if I can look to you, Rana, what is a way in which you're sort of like providing or seeking to provide assistance to countries?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're looking to launching at COP29, in fact, is the global matchmaking platform, which is going to be linked to the Climate Club. What it is it's essentially an instrument that's looking into getting in and channeling in requests from countries that are interested to work on ambitious and adopting ambitious goals and targets and standards for green commodities, and actually working with them to match them to the service provider that could actually provide that service. I mean, I'm calling it a service provider, but that could be a think tank, an institution like the IEA or UNIDO or others as well. And and essentially also matching that to a financial or financing incentive as well. So that match is sort of a triangle that brings together, the need of countries to do that, the technical expertise of agencies and institutions that could deliver that support, and bringing in the financing that could flow in from different financial partners or also donors as well.
Yeah, I love that, honestly. Hey, I loved what Francisco did. He said he gave us some pinpoints already as to what we're going to do at COP29. We're going to see a first report. But I also actually want to ask the both of you if you could just briefly, because we're almost approaching the end again. It goes very fast. But what is something that you would like to see when it comes to COP29 or even COP30 as sort of like an assessment point that we can take when it comes to industrial decarbonization? Rana, would you like to go first?
Sure. I mean, at the moment, a lot of the discussion in the climate agenda is primarily on the NDCs and the updated NDCs.
Right.
And one of the biggest gaps that we see is actually that industry-specific mitigation actions in NDCs are not as well covered, especially by some of the countries that have the largest emissions in industries.
Right. What do you mean when you say not as well covered?
So there isn't so much specificity in the NDCs on actions that countries are taking to mitigate climate change from industrial-related emissions.
Okay.
And so this is an area certainly of improvement where we look forward to actually work with selected countries that could make a difference, obviously, on this topic and really bringing stronger actions and not only commitments to the COP29 and COP30.
I love that, and that is also a super tangible one. So everybody here, if you know somebody that can get more specificity in those NDCs, make sure to tell them. Timur, for you.
Well, I have many wishes for COP29 and COP20.
Love to hear it,
and I have many wishes, generally speaking, but I think if I have to nail it down to something, I think a joint understanding on standards and definitions in the industry sector, and linked to that procurement efforts, real pledges to buy these type of materials. I think this is there is something beyond commitments that are taken, political, etc. I think it's time for real world investment.
Yeah, if I hear one thing that is a red thread through everything that you're saying, then it's action, it's harmonization, it's the standards, it's making sure that we're more very concrete and very, very specific about where we need to go, because otherwise, how do we get there in the first place? Thank you so much. I really want to thank you. Thank you, Timur. Thank you, Rana. Turning to you, because in a little bit, we are starting a very interesting session again in the Weltsaal, which will be all about investments in transformation. So which financial instruments and policies are essential to make this energy transition happen? I would say check it out, and then we'll be back with you later. But now heading over to the Weltsaal.
As the world continues to fight climate change, more and more money is being invested in the transition to clean, green energy. Led by solar, low-emission technologies now account for nearly 90% of power generation investment. However, it is important to remember that investment flows into renewable energy and its technical components are currently unevenly distributed worldwide. The course for the energy of the future is being set now. How can the whole world benefit?
Welcome back, everyone. And this is a spotlight session on investment in transformation. And spotlight means it's short. It is shorter than our longer panel discussions. So I am going to keep my own words to a minimum, and that includes the introduction of our outstanding panel. I just want to give you one number before we begin, because that little report talked about ever more money flowing into renewables. The fact is that that investment reached an all-time high last year of nearly $2 billion a day during the first half of 2023. That's investment in clean, green energy. Renewables are outperforming fossil fuels on their rate of return. And yet, we have this enormous gap between the funding that is flowing into developed markets and into the global south. And that's what we want to talk about. How do we de-risk power system investments in these economies and reduce the cost of capital? What financial instruments and policies can promote reliable investment in renewable energy development in the Global South. We have a fantastic panel to talk about those issues, and I introduce them, starting here with His Excellency Nani Shulga. He is Mauritania's Minister of Petroleum, Mines and Energy, and he's also a professor of engineering. Seated next to him is Nicola Bea. She is Vice President of the European Investment Bank, one of the world's largest providers of climate finance, and she also has served in the European Parliament. We are also joined virtually, you see her there over on the screen, by Vera Songwe. She chairs the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility and co-chairs the high-level panel on climate finance global development network, which supports oriented research in low and middle income countries. And she formerly served as United Nations Undersecretary General and was the first woman to lead the Economic Commission for Africa. And finally, Andrew Jeffries is with us. He works with the Asian Development Bank, overseeing its energy transition mechanism and all activities related to just energy transition partnerships across the South Asian region. Great to have you with us as well. Before we launch our discussion, let's do a really quick Slido question, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Please get out your mobile devices. Use our barcode to go online. And here's our question. Which aspect of financing the energy transition do you consider most important? Policy and regulatory frameworks, access to foreign direct investment, de-risking, just transition, innovation and technology development, energy efficiency and demand-side management, or building up local domestic investment and financing? And I know we all wish there was another answer, which would be all of the above, but we don't have that on our list, so please choose one of those. And while we're waiting for the result, I will go to Minister Shruga and ask you, given Mauritania's enormous potential for renewable energy, what are your main priorities, and to what degree does financing represent an obstacle?
Merci beaucoup. Et effectivement, le problème des financements.
Well, thank you so much. And financing is quite an issue, actually. And it's generally an issue, but for us in Africa in particular, I mean, we heard a couple of facts and figures this morning. 60% of the solar potential is on the African continent, but just 1% of solar energy generation actually happens on the African continent. And there are still 600 million people on the African continent that have no access to electricity. And the main issue, I think, is financing infrastructure. The costs are relatively high. They are so high that private investors are no longer able to have viable projects. Capital costs are too high. Add to that the issue of education, which means a lack of skilled workers, a lack of infrastructure. But I think the biggest issue is the access to finance, which leads to an increase in costs. Now, we are, of course, trying to remedy these issues, but it's not enough. We are seeing huge amounts of financing that is needed. Now, on top of that, we see a lack in infrastructure. Now, there are a lot of partners that already contributed to improving that situation. The World Bank is active in this area, and the European Union is active in this area as well, and helped us in that situation, and we actually made quite some progress. Now, still the access to financing remains an issue for all countries on the African continent. Now, if we do not manage to create an access to financing in order to overcome these hurdles, and they're often geopolitical, international issues at play here. And if we do not overcome this, we won't be able to shape this energy transition successfully. And that is going to have further repercussions. Because how we generate electricity is still tied to using fossil fuels majorly. And we need the means to financing and access to financing that allows us to tap into these funds. And that also has to happen in a way that accelerates the entire process.
And particularly in regard to de-risking. But let me go now to Nicolas Baer, if I may. And last summer, the bank raised its stake in supporting clean power and energy security and said it aims to mobilize over 150 billion euros in new green investments over the next 3 years. My question is simple. How?
Thank you first for having me, also for the question. I think it is coming also with a track record, because we cannot build up this just in a scratch, but you have to have a base. And the base is that the EIB decided in 2018 to change from a bank supporting climate action to a climate bank. And this comes with 3 commitments, from which we already fulfilled 2 out of the 3. The first is up from 2021 to align 100% with everything we are doing with the Paris Agreement. Then to have by 2025 the more than 50% of what we are doing investing in climate action, and this was already fulfilled 2 years earlier, so we are already up over the 50%, nearly 60 on average. And then the third goal, to have 1 trillion of investments supported, and there we are very good on track with nearly 400 billions already done. And this is then coming together when there is a need for really speeding up on some of the measures, as it was here, especially for the wind energy. And this came together with the wind package of European Union. And there we could speed up because there was revising of the regulation, so more flexibility. We could bundle also with national funds, which was very important. We were allowed for the first time to go up more than 50% of funding in one single project. So we can go up to 75% under this program. And what is also important, that we come together on a package so that we combine financial assistance also with advisory on technicalities, often on the ground. And this is very important to make projects mature for bankability, because at the end we both are committed to make a project really bankable. We can mitigate risk in the first stages, especially when we blend financing also with grants from institutions as a European Union, from the European budget. But of course, at the end, we try to bring advisory on the ground to have a really successful project in infrastructure, in skilling up people, in how developing a whole region, in creating jobs, because this is where the project becomes attractive for private capital, and this will be important always to bring capital from private investors in, to crowd in, because the task is too huge. We cannot do it all by public money.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned, we will come back to our poll result later on, and then we can talk perhaps a bit more about some of the issues that you just raised. Let me go over to Vera Songwe now, if I may, and talk a little bit about that enormous gap that we have mentioned several times at the BETD today. In your recent report on finance for climate action, you said that the failure by the developed countries, by the North, to deliver the climate finance commitment of 100 billion a year by 2020 has eroded trust. What is absolutely crucial to regaining trust. And do you think that the pledges that were made at COP28, especially in regard to finance, do they make a difference?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to join the BETD. And also a great pleasure to be here with this wonderful and amazing panel. Nice to see the minister. Listen, and you've spent the day already listening to a lot of numbers, but before I answer your question, let me just give you one more. You know, we have 40% the developing world, emerging markets, and the developing economies are 40% of the global population, and they account only for 7% of clean energy spending in 2022. And only 12% of that is private finance. We know even on the sort of bond issuance side, you know, only 5% of sustainability-linked bonds go to emerging markets and developing economies. And so there is a huge need for financing. Financing is the big question. On the question of trust, I think, you know, where we want to go is really to say three things. You know, the SDRs were issued at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. The SDRs were used to shore up budgets, you know, strengthen currencies. The climate crisis is an enormous crisis. It's probably bigger than the COVID pandemic when you look at it in the scale and the effect and impact it's going to have on growth. So what we would like is issuance of SDRs and use of SDRs for climate. We have seen the African Development Bank, for example, ask for some SDRs with the leverage ratio of 1:4 if you were able to get those SDRs. It is all about investment and crowding in the private sector. Trust goes through, you know, the other side of trust is risk, right? If you don't trust, then risk is high. The minister talked about crowding in a lot of resources. The only way to crowd in more resources is to lower risk using concessional funding. IDA, the International Development Association, the World Bank's window for the poorest countries, is about to raise new funding. For many IDA countries, the only way that they can fight the climate challenge and get the 600 million people that today do not have access to energy is by having concessional financing. And so essentially, again, funding IDA for the last 10 years, this is the pool of resources we call the most important pool for the, you know, poorest countries. Contributions to the IDA pool has been going down for 10 years consistently. There's no way we can fight climate and not fund IDA in a way that allows them to use the IDA resources to leverage private sector funding. So again, I think that's another area. Loss and damage fund, and this is rebuilding trust. We saw that the loss and damage fund was created first in Egypt with the COP, and that's, I think, one of the big successes of the Egyptian COP. And in Dubai, we saw some funding to it. Huge amounts of resources. The Altera Fund was launched in Dubai as well. I think today, again, it's how we translate, you know, the big announcements into actually implementable projects on the ground. In your last session, you talked a little bit about greening some of the industries on the continent, green industrialization, a term that was used a lot in Dubai. It also needs funding. To fund, again, we need to de-risk. But part of de-risking is also working with the local environment. We have seen with Africa 50, and EIB has done a fantastic job as well. But with Africa 50 on the continent, you know, working with local pension funds to crowd in domestic capital, which in itself comes in with a higher or lower degree of risk assessments and is willing to put local currency into these investments. Foreign exchange is a huge part of why projects are expensive on the continent. If we can use more local investment, use more local capital, local savings, domestic savings, I think we can do a little bit more. And that will build trust even in the local economies. And finally, I think it's the supply chain, the offtake. We need manufacturing and we need emerging market economies to be part of the manufacturing supply chain so that we can get a secure offtake and improve the cost of financing.
Vera Songwe, thank you very much for that. And stay with us, please, because we'll come back to you for some closing thoughts in just a moment. Let me go now to Andrew Jeffries. And Asia today has the most greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, and yet 150 million people there are still without access to electricity. So clearly accelerating the clean energy transition could achieve two goals at one time. Where do you see the main barriers there to scaling up renewables, and how are you working to mitigate them through financial measures and instruments?
Thank you for the question. I think several main barriers are just kind of overall macro level barriers. Some of these countries are growing at 6, 7, 8% per year, and because they're developing countries with the end users, the payers of the electricity tariffs have a fraction of the income of developed countries, and it's either the end users or taxpayers that are going to pay for ultimately for a lot of the transition. So, but as the wealth grows, energy use grows significantly, and so the demand for electricity, the demand for energy is growing faster than their GDP rates. So you are in a situation where within 10 years you need to double your energy and supply infrastructure, as compared to a lot of developed countries with relatively flat demand growth. It just makes the challenge all that much more difficult, and the pressure just to keep the lights on year in, year out through massive levels of investment that much more intense. There's also, you know, our institution has been deeply involved with trying to address early fossil fuel or coal-fired power retirement. The average age of coal fleets in the Southeast Asia, for example, is 15 years. So whereas the average age of such plants in, say, North America or Europe is 45 plus years. So these plants have not been depreciated yet, investment returns haven't been earned yet, and that just kind of adds to the collective challenge.
Thank you very much. And what I would suggest now, I'm dying to ask you about how just energy transition partnerships can fit into that kind of a scheme, but let's do it in the context of the poll results since we have very little time left. Could we get the poll result up on the big screens? And dear audience, would you tell us when it's there? Great, okay. So if we look at what the audience said about what aspects they think are most important, we see far and away the largest share saying policy and regulatory frameworks, and 43%, 37% say it's all about de-risking. And then slightly lower shares, building up local domestic investment and financing, 24%, access to foreign direct investment, perhaps slightly surprisingly low at 18%, innovation and technology development, also 18%, and then just transition, 12%, energy efficient and demand side management, 10%. I'd like to ask all of you, because we really haven't much time left, to pick out one of those areas and tell us why you think that is so important and what that should look like concretely going forward for your country, for your organization, for your region in particular. And again, I'll start here, if I may, with Minister Schruger.
Merci. Et effectivement, ce problème se pose de politique.
Well, thank you so much. And you mentioned the conditions. Now, let me give you an example from Mauritania. We have 1.5 million square kilometers, you know, along coast, on the Atlantic coast as well, so there is a huge potential for renewables. Wind energy, we have a lot of high wind speeds. We have sun 365 days per year. And again, on the Atlantic coast, we have a long coast. So these are, you know, ideal conditions, a wealth of resources. And we have an opportunity here to be independent in producing our energy. And we've been working on green hydrogen for about a year now, and we've been working on the legal framework that is attractive to stakeholders. So we are sitting down with all the involved stakeholders. We have memorandums of understanding that are signed with international companies, BP and others, with CWP as well. So we want to expand our green hydrogen production with these partners. But the issue isn't really regulation. African countries already have made a lot of progress when it comes to incentivizing private investment. I think the main issue is access to financing, because all stakeholders that we've been in discussion with when it comes to expanding green hydrogen production, when it comes to creating tax incentives as well, and when it comes to providing attractive conditions for our partners, we have to solve the issue of access to financing. So the barriers are still too high. The European Union, I think, is working on this. They're working on maybe launching an investment bank just focused on green hydrogen. And we hope that the developed countries that are mainly responsible for CO2 emissions, that they manage to calm down investors and regain the trust that was lost, and make sure that they understand that it is worth investing in green hydrogen, especially in Mauritania. Another advantage in our country is that we have a lot of mining resources, iron ore in our country that we can tap into. So that, again, is a huge potential. So we can also produce green steel using green hydrogen at an incredible cost, because we have a huge potential for renewables, and we can export those resources to Europe. So I think it is important to look towards Mauritania for that kind of production, and to also export that then to Europe.
Clearly an enormous amount of potential. The question is just how to get there. And we will, by the way, have a session tomorrow on green hydrogen and the essential standards and regulations that have to be put into place. So let me go over to Nicolas Baer also and ask you to do the same, to pick out whatever on that list strikes you as absolutely crucial and tell us why, and share a concrete example perhaps.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm not surprised by the outcome, because I think the first two positions are really important. Now it changed a little bit, so the political and regulatory framework, a little bit less than the de-risking, but from our experience, this comes together with the third point then on coordination. And this is important because, of course, a stable framework, whether it is down on the ground of a project, whether it's also here in Europe, is something which gives security for investors, and it's about investment. So it's important to have this security. They have to have the chance to pay off. So there has to be a dividend at the end of those we try to crowd in. And this is only there when decisions are not changing every year, but you have a long-term investment in such infrastructures, in such huge projects. And this is important then that for the kickstart we can de-risk, so that we can blend finance in that, because often there the investors are still reluctant, but with a stable framework we also create a certain kind of amount, and hydrogen was mentioned. Of course, with regulatory framework for the Green Deal, the decarbonization of our industry, housings, mobility, there comes a demand for hydrogen. Now we have in the first beginnings we have to deal with the risk of volatility of the market price. This makes, for the moment, a project not really bankable because you cannot fix on a certain price to calculate also the risk and the price of the lending. But when we can blend it with grants, and this is also why Ursula von der Leyen, European ministers are also on trips abroad to build up relationships, to invest, so for a win-win partnership that we can get such green hydrogen also from countries like yours and others for decarbonization of our industry, housing and others. So this comes then with a win-win partnership, which is, I think, important because at the end, mitigating climate risk to do something for our world is a global problem, so cannot be solved in your country, in Europe, or in any other single country. We have to to work globally, and this is what I need, or what I mentioned also for cooperation, really to cooperate global-wide.
And in that context, Amo.
Notre grand problème chez nous, c'est ce que les banquiers disent toujours, bancabilité, bancabilité.
Well, for us, what the banks keep telling us is that it's difficult to provide the financing.
Trust, it was already mentioned, the trust that approach at the end is successful and I do not lose my money.
Je suis d'accord.
Je vais interromper. I want to go to Vera Songwe, but I'll ask her about bankability, okay? So, Vera Songwe, if I may come to you with two questions. First of all, the discussion about special drawing rights, the SDRs, has been around for some time now. Are you seeing any movement? Because clearly that is also a way that we could unlock capital and unlock capital for use in de-risking. So beyond that, second question, there's a plethora of financial initiatives springing up now. It seems that at every international meeting we go to, we hear about new finance transition accelerators and so on. Which of those do you consider most promising? What does an effective approach here look like?
Those are big questions, but two, I'm so glad you came back to the SDRs. I think, the IMF Articles of Agreement say that when we have a crisis, which is synchronized and systemic, so touching everybody, the climate crisis is touching, find somebody that it's not touching. And I think the last 2 years have shown us just how terrible it can be, from the United States to Canada to Pakistan, Italy, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Kenya, Ethiopia, go on and on. SDRs should be issued. SDRs were issued in 2008 for the financial crisis. It was mostly European, Greek. SDRs were issued for the COVID pandemic. We believe that the magnitude of climate change is one where we actually need very quickly to issue SDRs. But on top of that, we're also cognizant of the fact that many of the developed countries are also struggling because we have the inflation issues, we have interest rates that are rising, and so treasuries are stretched. And the only way then to be able to provide additional new capital, which is cheap, which is grant funding, everybody gets some of it, is through an issuance of SDRs. And maybe you take the top of the SDRs, 100 billion of those SDRs, put it in the developing institutions, the IMF, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, EIB. You split it up 40 billion each or 20 billion each, and they use those resources to leverage, de-risk, credit enhance private sector resources. So I think the crisis is urgent. The Summers Singh report says the world is on fire. And so we need a big solution. We need it quickly. In this kind of fiscal environment, the best way to do that is to issue SDRs that maybe have, again, like I said, a component, 650 billion SDRs, of which 100 billion goes immediately into a climate fund, in each of these institutions. The IMF already has the RST as a fund, and we can do more of those. So that's the SDR question. I think three things on the policy point. I just want to come back
briefly,
to
if
that.
you would, because we're running out of time.
Policy is important. But, if you're in the developing economies today, financial regulation in the developed world says that if you invest in the emerging markets, it's more risky. So your credit coverage is 49%. So for the same energy project with the same returns, if you invest in Germany, your liquidity coverage is only 20%. If you invest in India or Mauritania, 49% liquidity coverage. So you're asking firms to use more liquidity, to tie up more liquidity just because they want to do an investment in India or in Mauritania, as opposed to doing it in Europe. So this is a policy point that we can change, and it's policy in the developed world. The other policy issue, which is policy in the developing world, is cost-effective prices. We must do cost-effective prices, but I must say that Mauritania is one of those countries that has been on the top of the Doing Business Index. They're doing well on many things, and I think that, just hearing that they have difficulty crowding in capital is, one of those things that begins to say, do we have some issues around the credit rating agencies as well? And can we do something different around policies on credit rating agencies that will encourage more investment? So policy, yes, but I think it's policies on both sides that need to be changed for us to be able to crowd in investment. And finally,
I'm just going to stop you there, I'm afraid, because we are running out of time. But thank you so much. Let me go over to Andrew Jeffries now for a quick last word. And if you could pick up just a little bit also on just energy transition.
I'll be brief, I promise. I'm going to cheat a little bit and combine a few of these. First of all, I totally agree. De-risking and the policy regulatory framework, they're directly linked. The enabling environment creates lower risk, more certainty for investors. But I'm going to talk about the third one a little bit, the local investment and financing, because when you talk about de-risking for who? It's pretty well known that you need for someone to sink capital into a project for long-term, that they don't get their returns for many years. They need a degree of certainty, so take-or-pay contracts, power purchase agreements linked to hard currency. In the Asian region, it tends to be the US dollar. All these things de-risk a project, but that puts those risks directly onto the developing country and the utility, and often for political, they cannot pass through those costs via fluctuating tariffs. Again, the end users have much lower incomes, and it's political anywhere to raise electricity prices. I think that's magnified in a lot of these countries. So there's a lot of situations where you're throwing those risks onto a utility. They don't handle those risks very well, and it's created fundamental bottlenecks. So and a lot of these countries they're coming out of the pandemic with debt distress, and the numbers, the investment needs are just way too large for all foreign denominated, hard currency lending and so forth. So I think more in the medium, longer term, I think it's critical that the domestic financing and the local currency financing become, over time, take over the foreign.
Thank you very, very much. I hate to say it, but we have to leave it there. It's been a really interesting discussion with all four of you, and you've given us some very valuable messages to take with us. So let's give them a warm round of applause, please. That was a pity. I wish we could have gone longer.
Okay, hello and welcome back everybody here at the Dialogue Hub. It's great to see you again here live with us in Berlin, but also to all those of you watching online, I would say good morning, good afternoon and good evening from whichever part of the world that you're watching from. We're really racing through this first day, if you couldn't tell already. There are a lot of sessions that have already taken place, so I hope that you found inspiration and action in most of them. And I sure do hope that you will for this next session that we have, because this session will be all about decarbonizing the economy. I don't need to tell you how imperative it is that we move from just, focusing on financial value creation to also seeing if we can create social value and especially also environmental value when it comes to the decarbonization of our economy. So that and more will be discussed. As always, I'd like to remind you to share everything that you find insightful or perhaps critical or something that sparks a thought online. And you can do so by using the hashtag BETD24, because that will allow us to reshare share some of those tweets, Instagram posts, whatever it is. If it's TikTok dances, it's also allowed, but here in the Dialogue Hub, in these sessions to see. And I would say let's waste no more time and hop right into the very first stakeholder interview, for which I'm very honored to talk to the Minister of Economy of the Republic of Kosovo. So can we get a big round of applause, everyone, for Artan Rizvanoli. Minister Rizvanoli, it's very nice to have you here. There have been many sessions that have taken place so far today, but something that has repeatedly been mentioned is the COP28 twin decisions, and energy efficiency plays a big role in that, right? So I was specifically curious to hear from you, being the minister in Kosovo, what are some of the initiatives and policies that you're trying to implement to increase energy efficiency, if you will?
Indeed, energy efficiency is one of the key pillars of our energy strategy. And while we are working on introducing new building standards and energy performance standards for the future, the problem is more immediate also. So we need to work on two lanes. And in the meantime, we are working to improve energy efficiency currently in the economy. For us, this means improving the efficiency in our stock of inefficient buildings, but also inefficient heating appliances. These are the two areas that are causing most inefficiencies in our system. Therefore, these are the primary areas where we are working to increase efficiency with the view of decarbonizing. We have started by improving energy efficiency in public buildings. Over the last 2-3 years, we have implemented energy efficiency measures in over 150 public buildings to lead by example. And of course, they are easier to start with as a scheme. This means that energy consumption in these buildings has decreased by up to 70%.
Wow, and
creating also savings, just through energy efficiency, creating savings for schools, municipalities, for the government, which can be used in other ways, more productive ways, and of course also contributing to environment protection. This has been followed by a scheme for the residential sector. Last year, for the first time, we have supported over 2,000 households to implement energy efficiency measures in their homes, which from an administrative point of view has been more complex, but it's something that has worked out very successfully and something that the people have really appreciated. On the other hand, we have developed, particularly in light of the crisis, I'd say we made really, taken really this opportunity of the crisis to use it to increase awareness for energy efficiency, but also to boost investment in energy efficiency. So another way we're doing that is by subsidizing efficient heating appliances, such as heat pumps, but also others. In the winter of 2022-2023, we subsidized 10,000 families, which have on average saved about 19% on electricity consumption. And we've seen that that also has raised awareness, and we've seen that the imports of heat pumps, for instance, have doubled and tripled over the years, whether for other appliances it is decreasing.
Maybe if I can tap into that, because you tap into an essential point, right? Which is always also the awareness raising surrounding it, and how do you sort of get renewable energy generation to accelerate, to increase? You need some convincement and persuasion there as well. Can you maybe share a bit more on, because I like the examples, do you have more examples or things you can share on strategic plans that you have to sort of make sure that you promote sort of the widespread adoption also of renewable energy sources?
So while this has increased awareness, and we have actually expanded these schemes also for other appliances, and in all the instances we see that people are all of a sudden talking about energy coefficients, looking at the labels, which they weren't doing before, which is great. But on the other hand, we need to make sure that also these are sustainable and financially sustainable. So for instance, one example that I could share here with the rest, one very good example example is our Kosovo Energy Efficiency Fund, which is an institution which works on a revolving basis, where in municipalities or other institutions can effectively take a grant and then implement the investment, and then they pay through a period of 15 years. They basically pay this out of the savings that they are having from these energy measures. They contribute back to the fund, and this means that the fund can sustain itself with some minor support to continue other investments in the future. And we are working on a similar model for the residential sector, which is of course even more challenging. But with the experience that we have, we are confident that we are getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how those are also grassroots initiatives that you would also need that local perspective in there to bring them about. We are flying through time, Minister Risvanoli, so I really want to thank you. Thank you for doing the good work, I should say, and for sharing these examples, because I think, as you said, leading by example, but it's also examples that are so concrete like these that are being shared that really help bring perspective also perhaps to other municipalities, countries, places, people. So thank you so much for that. I will introduce the next segment that we'll have in a bit, which is a deep dive, because when we're talking about decarbonizing the economy, it's imperative that we focus on what needs to happen and how we can accelerate that. And here to join me in that conversation, I am thrilled to be joined by, first off, Ditte Juul Jorgensen, who is the Director General for Energy at the European Commission, and Francesco La Camera, who is the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency. Irina, give them a big round of applause, and please do join me here up the stage. Welcome. It's very good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, and Ms. La Camera too. Hi, it's good to have you here. Mrs. Juul Jorgensen, if I can start with you, I did some stalking online, but I found a quote of something that you said, and I really liked it. It was that you said there are challenges that are of the nature that they require joint action, that not one of our member states can manage on their own. That really taps into cooperation that is needed when we talk about this transition. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on the vision behind that statement?
Yes, I would be glad to do that. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here and great to be here together with Francesco. We're working very closely together on the energy transition, the global energy transition, to triple renewables and double energy efficiency by 2030. Yeah. And indeed, we do that better when we do it together. Yeah. Sometimes we are faced with challenges that are global in nature, or certainly cross-border in nature. The energy transition, the climate crisis, they require a joint response. Because if we do it together, we can do it more cost efficiently. Right. If we plan, if we coordinate, we make sure we don't make the same investment on both sides of a border at the same time. It's just a very concrete example of where can you actually save money by integrating and coordinating. Right. Yes. I think I said it in the context of the energy crisis we've been facing in Europe over the last few years, where it was very clear from the outset, from the moment Russia invaded Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, very clear from the beginning of the energy crisis, that this was something of a nature and of a scope that nobody could do alone. Right. So the European 27 energy ministers, first the heads of state and government, and then the energy ministers came together and decided on joint solutions. Yeah. And what we did there in terms of transforming our energy system at a very, very rapid pace, because we had such a high dependence before the war in Russia, and that has essentially been reduced to very, very low by now. Right. What we did there, that transformation, those investments, those decisions, that speeding up of renewable rollout and deployment, that speeding up of investments into energy efficiency and energy savings, that's what we need to do more of now to triple renewables, double energy efficiency. Yeah. We need to do it both for our security, for the climate crisis, but also because it makes sense economically. Yeah. And again, that's what we have learned in Europe, but I think those lessons are entirely
universal.
Relevant. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
They're global in nature.
And what I like about them, if I may just share that, is that you almost take what could be prescribed as a weakness, which is that dependency that we used to have, and you transform it into strength. And that strength is doing things together and sort of cooperating to make sure that we also make that transition that is needed. Ms. La Camera, if I can go to you. I did some research online on you too, I must say. I love how you always specifically demand for equitable financial targets. Now, I am particularly interested into knowing, what do you mean when you say equitable? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Equity and justice are concepts that go together.
Yeah.
I think you have I'm sure you read the book of Amartya Sen on justice. So he said that perhaps we may have difficulties in agreeing what is just or what is equity. But we can't more easily agree on what is not just and what is not follow the equity principle. So concerning just and equity in the energy transition, I think in this morning, in many occasions, we make clear how today the investment in energy transition and the installed capacity is mainly happening China, Europe, US, India. And largely, a continent like Africa is really receiving not, we cannot say enough. They are receiving just 1–2%.
Yeah. You saw it in the keynote as well that was given by Glory. She showed this graph, right, where you could see the little black dot in the overview of graphs that showed the investments in Africa. So definitely something that is being seen there.
You know that we have been pushing for this from when Arena came alive and was established. But the progress are not where they should be. We have tried to elaborate how it's possible to close this gap.
How? What sort of measures would you say should be taken into place?
Sometimes when we talk about also finance, people say that there is the cost of money or the cost of investment is 3–4 higher in Africa than in other countries. Sometimes I guess that we are concentrated on this aspect as a technicality. So that we have to find a way how we can model the way we finance projects to get a better interest rate.
Right.
The question is that when you are sick and measure the fever, you cannot just, you can take paracetamol for making the fever going down, but we have also to make, to afford the structural case of your fever. So sometimes you have to take antibiotics or something that go and defeat on the basis of the problem. In Africa, you may think that a private company can go invest where they have no means to plug the electricity they produce into the grids. They don't have a market for that. So what they usually do is a PPA. That means that tariff has to pay by the government, but the budget is shrinking, and then we create debt, and there's a circuit that is not going for the good. So what we are asking, and then I close because I don't want to be long, that building the infrastructure Africa and Southeast Asia needs is a priority. This should be mainly a task of the multilateral financial institution. When we are talking about the reform of this, we need more inclusive process, we need more concessional loans, we need more grant, but we need to focus on what they have to do, what they can create.
That's quite
more
clear,
added value.
Because that's what you say, right? You don't wait until sort of we close the gap in terms of like financing being cheaper or there being less of a relative gap. You act now because you need to, and from an equity perspective especially, that it's imperative to act. Mrs. Juul Jorgensen, if you listen in on this, and I also mentioned COP28 earlier with the twin decisions that we have, I mean tripling renewable energy capacity, but also doubling the efficiency. What would you say are things that we are doing, that we should do, that we can do from an EU perspective to make sure that we actually reach those targets by 2030?
Thank you, and it's a very, very good question. We're already doing a lot in terms of building international partnerships, in terms of providing financial support. We announced €2.3 billion at COP itself, and that is really to get the studies, to get the feasibility studies and preparatory work going, primarily in sub-Saharan Africa, where, as Francesco has said, we really need to work together to help make it happen there. I agree with Francesco that in terms of what we need to do more of, it's really access to finance, it's the cost of capital. It's about incentivizing investments, and that requires a de-risking. Now, for de-risking, there are some things that can be done on the ground in terms of planning, in terms of having the right regulatory framework and instruments, but there are also things that we need to do together with countries where the risk and the cost capital are too high. So we're looking at developing de-risking instruments, working with financial institutions.
Can you give examples of those de-risking instruments, what they would look like?
So some of the I think, again, before we talked about some of the challenges and changes we have been going through in Europe. And again, the challenges are the same globally. The scale is different.
Right.
The cost of capital is also an issue in Europe. The lack of investment is also an issue. Not because the capital is not there. It is there in plenty, but because we need to make sure that we create the right conditions for the investments to happen.
Right.
So some of the things we've done in Europe is we in the Commission have been working together with the European Investment Bank to create de-risking instruments that are specifically addressing the green energy transition, in this case, for example, the wind sector. And I think we need to look at some of those lessons learned and some of those instruments and say, well, what would that look like if we scale it up? What would it look like in a global
and apply them
context? How do we work with the relevant financial institutions? What can we ourselves do in Europe? And there's a lot we can do. The European Investment Bank is the largest bank in the world. So we do have capacity and can work with partners. The second thing I would say, and that also comes back to our your first question, which is we moved from dependency to interdependency, and the two are completely different things. Interdependency is a good thing. There's a mutual interest in the energy transition, again, for the climate, for security, for economic growth, for equitable growth, for social justice, access to energy. And so working together around all aspects of the energy transition, including green technology, manufacturing, investments, deployment, energy efficiency, energy saving investments, is really in everyone's interest. So interdependency also on technology and supply chains is really important.
I like that. I see how your stories also tap into each other in that way. Unfortunately, I keep on saying this, but I could stand here. I don't say this to everyone. Maybe I do. No, I'm joking. But I could honestly talk about this for much longer, because when we talk about financing, it plays such a big role in this transition. But I'll have to leave it at this. But I really want to thank you for sharing all your insights. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jorgensen, Mr. La Camera. Then I am very excited also to introduce our next speaker, which is none other than the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Poland. Can we please give a big round of applause for Mrs. Ursula Zielińska? Thank you so much. Good to see you. Welcome, Mrs. Zielińska. It's amazing to have you here. You bring a lot of great energy right away to the stage, which is amazing when you talk about energy. So maybe I'll just hop right in, because I'm actually very curious to hear a little bit more on the country perspective of Poland. I mean, we all know, right, that transforming from sort of low and zero carbon energy sources is where we need to head to. And I was curious to hear what this specifically means in the context of Poland, especially considering that phasing out more, coal-fired units is something that's going to play a very important role in the next years, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm very happy to be here. My energy may come also from the fact that I'm third month into my job, so no one persuaded me that it's impossible to really get Poland to do a full green transition from a 70% coal-based energy system into a green, cheaper, healthier, better energy system. I firmly believe it's possible. Moreover, I firmly believe it will make us just expand and improve our quality of life. And it will improve our economy, because this is really how I believe we can talk about it, because the facts are on our side in this case. But obviously we have a huge challenge on our hand. There is a new government in Poland since mid of December, and this government is fully committed to really be in it together with the rest of Europe in the climate policy, in the social justice policy, in the just be in this together and really make an effort. So you will hear very different themes, I hope, and very different ambitions from Poland.
I love how you say that, and the belief and conviction with which you speak. I think that's the energy we need, because if we're honest, and that goes not just for Poland but for every country on Earth that we're dealing with right now, it's such a big challenge, and we know that the transition is huge. Sometimes I'm not sure if we even realize like the extent that we need to cover. You've also said before that capital-intensive investment is necessary to even make that transition, which, I mean, I would get that from seeing how big the challenge is, but can you elaborate maybe from that financing perspective, what is needed to decarbonize the economy?
Yes, so the upfront investment is something that really can put people off and scares people, and it's natural to be afraid of change if you have to invest upfront. And most people in Poland don't have savings, so it's particularly important for us to take these people with us and not lose them on the way. We have over 70,000 of miners who are still in their jobs in mining and need to be reassured.
Right.
We have farmers protesting, especially in the east of Poland, and we need to reassure them that Green Deal is there to help them to retain water for farming. But we need to understand and be sensitive to their needs and what they're telling us. So that's very important. And we also need to be sensitive and mindful of our friends and our neighbors in Ukraine who need help, support and reassurance, because without peace in Ukraine, we won't have peace in Europe. And that's huge challenges which we have to be mindful of. And
what you're saying in a way, because I sorry to interrupt you, but that's very interesting, I think, is I think you're tapping into what the conditions are to make this work, right? You mentioned neighbors in Ukraine, that's about justice, right? And you mentioned about, people in mining, they also need their income and their livelihood, so what is the plan for them? That's about the social element for it. So these are all prerequisites. I also want to ask you, and please then add what you wanted to say, but I wanted to say specifically, there are a lot of challenges that the energy transition poses. What are the opportunities that you also see with regards to that?
This is exactly the point I was coming on to. There is this myth, this preconception that energy transition may make people poor and those who are poor even poorer, where actually no. The amount of investment we had to make in Poland over the past just alone 3 years to maintain energy prices at the level people could afford was vast. It was tens of billions of euro every single year. This is not sustainable. So actually the cost of green transition is lower than maintaining the current status quo. It is. And it will improve the quality of our air, the quality of our life and our health. What else we need? We just need to get on with it. So this is the positive, and the economic strength and the economic benefits are in this as well. This is the future. We either develop it in Europe or China will do it for us. In fact, China is already investing in renewables far more than Europe together. So we really have to accelerate, all of us, as we sit here, to be competitive as well.
Yeah, I like that. I see some nodding faces in the hallway here in the Europazaal as well, so that's a very good thing to see. You're saying seize this opportunity now that we have it. I think that's a lovely and an amazing message, an empowering message to end on. I want to thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Zielinska.
Thank you so much for listening. Have a good
so much.
day.
With that being said, I'll turn to our live audience, because I do want to say that brings us, unfortunately, already to the end of this very interesting session, but don't worry, we have much more in store for you. Right now, up in the Weltzaal, actually a session and a panel that shares lessons from the energy transition in Latin America and the Caribbean, so stay tuned for that. I'll see you later, and for now, let's head to the Weltzaal.
Latin America and the Caribbean boasts significant mineral and energy resources, as well as a history of innovative renewable energy projects. The region is expected to play an increasingly important role in the global energy scene, but it also faces challenges stemming from geopolitical tensions. So, how are the various countries in the region currently navigating their course? Today, we will highlight success stories from the region and present a regional outlook on international cooperation.
And welcome, everyone, to this spotlight on Latin America and the Caribbean region. And if you're a regular at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, dear audience, then you know that sharing best practices is one of the main things that we do here. And in the case of the region we're about to talk about, there is certainly a lot to share. In its latest report, its first specialist report on Latin America and the Caribbean, the International Energy Agency points out that 60% of the region's power already comes from renewable sources and declares that the abundant resources there, including not only wind and sun, but of course also water and critical minerals, will give it a vital role in the global energy transition. In this session, we want to begin with an overview of lessons learned from Latin American and Caribbean countries' efforts to boost renewables, to look at both successes and challenges, and ask how the region's positioning itself for the future. And it's a pleasure to welcome an outstanding group of leaders from government, international financial institutions, and industry. And I'm going to hop around a bit when I introduce all of you, so maybe just raise your hands so that the audience knows about whom I'm speaking when I introduce you. And I'll begin with Dr. Michelle Bachelet. She is chairwoman of the Hydrogen Strategic Committee of Chile. She has twice served as president of Chile, as you undoubtedly know. She was the first woman, not only in that post, but also to hold the portfolio of her country's Ministry of Defense. She was also the first director of UN Women, and most recently served as UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We're very proud to have you on our panel. And skipping now down to Elisa Facio. She is Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining for Uruguay, which with nearly 100% renewable power has already completed its first energy transition and says it's now ready to move on to its second. We're very, very pleased to have you with us. Welcome. And it is a pleasure to welcome Rodrigo Rollenberg. He is Secretary of Green Economy, Decarbonization and Bioindustry at Brazil's Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services. A former senator, he presided over the legislature's Committee on Environment and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much for joining. Right in the middle is Marcelino Madrigal. He is chief of the energy division at the Inter-American Development Bank. He's a specialist in market design and regulation related to decarbonization of the power sector and has also served on the Regulatory Commission in Mexico and as senior energy specialist at the World Bank. Great that you can be with us, Mr. Marcelino. I'm very pleased to welcome Monica Escalante. She is founder and CEO of the Panama-based company Neo Energy, an engineering company that is dedicated to providing energy efficiency solutions, solar energy, electric mobility, and related digital technologies. And she also sits on the board of directors of the Panamanian Solar Energy Chamber. Thank you for being here. And finally, it's a pleasure to welcome Gianni Chianetta. He's founder and chairman of the Greening the Islands Foundation, which supports innovative approaches to sustainability on behalf of islands across the world. He's had a long career in the renewable energy sector, including as a board member and secretary of the Global Solar Alliance. It's wonderful that you can join. And I will just say that two of our panel members will be speaking in their native languages, Minister Facio and Secretary Rollenberg, Spanish and Portuguese, respectively. So if you need a translation, please do get your headsets ready. And I'd like to begin with a question to all of you, dear ladies and gentlemen, a poll for you. If you'll take out your mobile devices, please, and go to our website, our Slido website, you will find this question. Please prioritize these key challenges based on their perceived importance, starting with the most urgent and going down to the least, in driving the energy transition in Latin America and the Caribbean. So if number 1 is your most urgent and number 6 is your least urgent, please rank those, and we will come back to that a little bit later. It's one of our more challenging questions, but it's a great way to stay awake at this hour of the afternoon. And by the way, if you don't know the region well, please give us your ranking anyway, just in terms of what you think should be prioritized overall. Thank you very much. And Let us now begin our first round of discussion with a look at the state of the energy transition in your specific countries or regions or institutions. And I'd like to begin with an overview and ask you also, if you want, to weave in references to these measures, but only if you want, because otherwise we'll come back to that a little bit later on. Michelle Bachelet. Renewable energy production rose from 6 to 17% of Chile's energy mix during your second term in office. What were your lessons learned on the success factors to boost the RE sector?
Well, let me start with a little bit of context. In 2014, when we arrived in government, we saw that the energy sector lacked of a consensual, if I would say, medium and long-term view of how to develop. And then we decided to start developing a national energy policy. We did it in a very participatory way. So many stakeholders were part of this discussion because we thought that in a sector as important as energy, if you need to make reforms, if you need to go through changes like the transition process, you need to build, if I would say, alliances. You need to build the force to make these strong changes with the companies, but also with society and also with the civil society. The market was concentrated, very highly concentrated, with several challenges. We had high electricity prices, we had polluting electricity matrix, and we had a lot of instability because our transmission system was operating with two separate electricity grids. So we had a lot of challenges. On the other hand, we needed clean energy. And so, the idea was, the only lesson learned is that when you want those changes, you need to make it in a participatory way. That's the first thing. The second thing that I would like to highlight is that when you need to think on energy in a long perspective. It has to go not only in the administration where you're going, you need to think on the state, on the country, in the long perspective. So that's why you need to build all this consensus on what you're going to do in the country. And it worked. The first message I can say, it can be done. As you said, when we arrived, only 3% of the technology generation was through because of wind and solar generation. And we ended like 11, more, and 10 years after, now we have, following the starting path, we are close to 40% right now in Chile. I think that another important issue was to foster a climate of collaboration and cooperation between the state, the companies, the academia, and the civil society, because that permitted to lay the groundwork to make those very important changes in terms of reforms and in terms of tender, as we did processes, mechanism. And that was very important, but also because that allowed us to have a more competitive market that was also, and to promote renewable energies as a viable and sustainable alternative. So because we needed to convince everyone that that was the way to go on. And that happened because we did that. We work with everyone, we collaborate, and we find that there was a great opportunity as a country to develop renewable energies, thinking on the future and on our commitment with the need of decarbonize the electricity and the energy in our country.
Interesting. So you're saying buy-in and cooperation essentially on two levels, on getting a plan and goals, and then secondly, on how to implement the process. So thank you very much. Let me jump over to Minister Facio, if I may. And as I mentioned, Uruguay is a renewable energy star, world star. What factors helped you complete your first energy transition so successfully? And what advice can you give from your experience to countries that are currently heavily reliant on fossil fuels? You need to use your microphone so the translators can hear you. Thank you.
Hola. Sí. Okay. Can you hear me all right? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this panel. And first of all, I would like to mention something that does not only apply to Uruguay, but the whole region, all of Latin America, and especially South America. It's a region where, from a historic point of view, energy has always been sustainable, or at least much more sustainable than in the rest of the world. In Uruguay, but also in other countries in the region, the uptake of renewable energies was always promoted through competitive processes, and these processes were already very competitive last century. And one lesson learned was, for example, that we have to choose our own path, because we know the conditions, and these might be very different from country to country. We've been using water in Uruguay since the last century, for example, and that was the first step in Uruguay towards renewable energy. And on this basis, we already achieved 40% of our electricity production at the end of last century, and we then expanded this process to cover also other renewable resources with the same goal of decarbonizing our energy mix. And we also applied mechanisms such as the production of biofuels, wind energy, solar energy. And this also meant that in a period of only about 10 years, we very quickly were in a position to integrate renewable resources in our energy mix. And at the same time, our natural oil consumption was as low as in the 1950s. So the development was very quick for society, but also for industry. So all vehicles, cars, the number of vehicles tripled. And today we can be proud to say that behind Denmark, Uruguay uses the most wind energy and solar energy in its energy mix. We can really see this as a revolution of our energy matrix, because we implemented measures that also secured investment and financing, so that we were able to implement this. For example, tax incentives to promote investment. That was one of the means that we used. But also integrating research and development and innovation. We also involved society from an early stage in the projects. So the uptake of renewable resources and renewable energy was sustainable not only in terms of ecology, but also in terms of the economy, because the energy costs in Uruguay are now very low.
Thank you very much. And I'm interested to hear the synergies between what you've just told us and Michelle Bachelet's analysis, especially in regard to including academia and research and also participation. Quite interesting. Let me go over to Secretary Rollenberg. And Brazil's primary energy demand has doubled since 1990. And yet the country is now cleaner than many when it comes to energy, with more than 48% coming from renewable sources. So how did you manage that feat, facing rising, skyrocketing demand and simultaneously greening the energy supply? And what is the current state of the transition? What would you say are your biggest successes and lessons learned?
Bom, boa tarde a todas e a todos. É uma honra poder participar desse evento.
Hello, everyone. It is a great honor to be part of this panel. I'm deeply convinced and would like to say also on behalf of our ambassador to Germany here in Berlin, Brazil is a strategic country when it comes to food security, energy security, and climate action. Brazil has decided to develop low-carbon farming. Together with the chair of the Environment Commission, we have now developed a law that will make sure that 80% of the Amazon will be a reserve area. The Cerrado in the center of Brazil is also an important aspect in that regard. So when it comes to forestry, to farming, we want to link that with the people, and this causes sustainable farming in Brazil. And it's important for us to address the question of energy. We have an ethanol program in Brazil which aims at 27% of fuels in Brazil that contain methanol in its mix, and this rate will be increased to 35%. 40% of biofuels are in the mix, and last week we decided that we want to see a sustainable increase to 25%. We've invested a lot in wind energy in Brazil and also in solar energy. And in this way, we are now in a position where 48.6% of our energy mix, of our clean energy, and that is more than in the OECD. And 90% of electricity in our country is clean electricity. And when it comes to climate fitness, we can say that President Lula, and here I'd like to thank Germany for your support, that with the Lula government, we have now reduced deforestation by 48%. And this shows the strong commitment that Brazil has made to really advance the energy transition and protect our climate. We want to collaborate with all countries, but it is highly important to understand that the policy areas must be developed to serve the interests of everyone. It does not make sense to import resources from developing countries and at the same time exporting energy. So we need to create value not only in industrialized countries but also in developing countries. There can be no energy transition without changes to industrial production. Supply chains and value creation chains mean that we need to see changes and development in developing countries. It's important to remind everybody that the implications of climate change affect everybody, but they affect and impact developing countries most severely. So it does not make sense to have climate protection funds if they are not used to support also those countries who do not contribute a lot to reducing carbon emissions of our planet. We have cheap energy, we have clean energies and safe energies at our disposal, and we are convinced that the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue is very important to make progress together. We need to work together. And in order for the energy transition to be just and equitable, we need to have global benefits. And only in this way will we be able to advance the COP28 agenda of tripling up and doubling down by 2030.
Thank you very much. Let me go over now to Marcelino Madrigal and shift focus to the Caribbean. And Caribbean region countries often face particular challenges in transitioning to renewables, including vulnerability to extreme weather and climate impacts, small grids, and other factors. Yet, many of these countries have very high renewable energy targets. So tell us a little bit about how you at IADB are supporting these islands and regions in implementing projects that address both the challenges and the targets.
Thank you. That's quite a question, and thanks for the invitation to the Berlin Transition Dialogue. I think, and just before answering your question, I wanted to put in the mind of the audience what Latin America has achieved. So 60% clean electricity, 98% access to electricity by all the people. There are more than 5,000 electric buses already on the streets in Latin America. Chile made its first shipment of e-fuels to Europe, but that development is not even across the region. And we at the IDB have been partner of this, energy transformations in the region. And I think this has been so because of two critical factors: resources. Latin America is blessed with resources, and the other, institutions. And institutions are critical to the results the region has achieved. The formal institutions in the sector, the policymakers, the regulators, the operators, and all civil society that needs to agree on what is in Latin America to move the energy transition. So since that development is not even, one place where there are important challenges is the Caribbean, as you said so. Because they are small economies, still rely close to 80% on fossil fuels. They spend around 5 to 15% of their GDP in fuel and food. So fuel and food, what powers the economy and what powers our bodies. And natural disasters are already impacting the Caribbean. Any hurricane can impact, from 2% to 6% of the GDP, much more than in any other country, because a hurricane, giving the small islands, they can destroy basically all your power infrastructure in just one storm that we are seeing more and more frequent. So definitely the Caribbean deserves a special attention because they are not contributing to emissions, but they are seeing already the impacts of climate change. So there is an important to focus on the particular challenges of the region. And we are doing so. We are fine-tuning our approach in the Caribbean. The IDB launched a new initiative, which is called IDB Caribbean, to focus on resiliency, among other things. Examples of this is our work to rebuild infrastructure after hurricanes, combining two instruments, financial instruments like disaster insurance instruments that can be triggered right after the storm arrives, and we did that in the Bahamas after the hurricane in 2019, and then also rebuilding more resilient infrastructure. There are ways in which you can build more resilient solar power plants. They are more expensive, but it pays off. So another area of need to improve, concessional financing and blending financing to make sure that we can rebuild infrastructure that is more expensive, but at the end pays off. For example, in the Bahamas, we were able to finance the largest battery in the Caribbean, which is going to help the Bahamas restore the system quicker when a storm happens, because usually the fuel cannot get to the port when you have a hurricane, and an electric battery can help right away. So that is one, preparing the systems for resiliency, and the other, and I react on the answers to this panel and the previous, building the appropriate institutional framework to allow private investment to flow. And we're supporting Jamaica developing, RFPs for solar, for wind energy. We're supporting Barbados to develop the regulatory framework for storage, for distributed energy generation, and for large and small scale distributed solutions. So that's where we are in the Caribbean, which is important to mention some of the differences, and then I'll explain later more details on other regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. And your remarks about rebuilding infrastructure to be more resilient remind me that we so often think in these boxes: mitigation, adaptation, you've got financing sources for this one and financing sources for that one, but in fact so often those lines are blurred, and we need to take that into account in our planning. So finally, coming to Monica Escalante, waiting patiently here. You are private sector based in Panama. Tell us how you would describe the enabling environment set by national policy, how that affects your industries as they seek to gain a foothold, and what has changed in the last few years.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Well, yeah, to answer that, I will just talk a little bit about Panama figures. So Panama is super, super blessed in terms of natural resources. We do have their river, wind, solar, and also we have this rainforest. I'm talking this because Panama is within the 3 countries in the world that are carbon negative, which means that we capture more than we generate, okay? So we are negative. So that's a good news. So that's why we are working so hard to keep that position. And in terms of our matrix, it's super renewable as well. Actually, last year was 60% coming from renewable sources, 45% is hydropower, and 8% of it is sun, the rest is wind. And Panama is also working on hydrogen strategy. It's looking to be the hub for America, for Latin America, and to be like clean storage to supply the chips. As you know, we are a big hub. And in terms of what is enabling the numbers that we have now, I will talk about the distributed generation, solar distributed generation. So last year we grew 44%, and we are looking to this year to grow 55%. And the reasons is a combination of factors. I would say that this administration, this government is so focused on energy transition that we have a framework and a regulation that they are working, actually. We also have the banks now, practically private and public banks are financing any kind of solar project, could be residential to commercial, industrial. And again, Panama is a hub, so you have a big offer there. So you find basically all manufacturers there. And I will take just a little bit more just to talk about the good news about solar thermal, because it's so important for the decarbonization and the energy transition, especially for the industry. So Panama got this grant for $2.2 million in 2018 to develop the solar water heaters in Panama. So the UN Environment Agency executed this program, and after 3 years, we can tell that we have their norms, standards, we have labs, we have university curricula, we have new businesses, we have new jobs, we have a national plan on solar thermal, and the target is to install 1.5 million square millions of solar collectors, which is, very ambitious, but we are working on. And to the date, we have avoided 500 emissions through that program. So this is good news for Panama. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And that means it's good news for everybody, being carbon negative. Let me now finally go to Gianni Chianetta, also waiting very patiently. This is a big panel. It takes a while. You've been closely following the energy transition in some small island developing states in the Caribbean. So also share your view, and I know you have an overview because you're very well acquainted with many other islands as well. How do you think the Caribbean nations stand out?
Yes, just to give some numbers, an overview. Anyway, totally in the island state, the seeds, we have around 6 gigawatt of renewables, and the Caribbean count half of it, only the Caribbean. And the big progress was made from 2014 to today, anyway, from 1 gigawatt that was mainly due to the hydropower to the 3 gigawatt now, that with a big contribution of solar that anyway increased 7 times, also wind 2 times. But there are also a very nice pilot on geothermal, marine energy, biofuel. So there are, and all renewables are there, let me say. And I'd like to, anyway, I was right 3 weeks ago in Jamaica and Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda, meet all the Caribbean islands. And indeed, by the way, we are preparing the SIDS4, which is the biggest conference of United Nations on islands happening end of May. It's happening every 10 years, grouping more than 4,000 island stakeholders there. And let me say that there are in the Caribbean good example, anyway, of countries like Dominican Republic that has reached 17% of renewables. mainly thanks to a law of a tax incentive. There is an exemption for equipment from renewables plants product, and also a release on the tariff on the electricity. And there is a target also to reach 25% by 2025. So there are good examples in the islands of policies that can unlock really the renewables, but there are many challenges. Let me say, I'd like to comment on what the colleague said from the Caribbean. Indeed, the islands has not caused the climate change, but they are paying for that. But what is the challenge of green the islands globally is to show and see the islands not only as the country that need help, but the islands are an opportunity as laboratory innovation for the climate change, because with small investments, you can showcase 100% renewables case studies. So this is what we are trying to do with the Caribbean, with good policies and good, indeed, we need to switch from diesel to renewables, and when you say, okay, there is no budget for renewables, but as was said by my colleagues here in the panel, how many billions are spent for diesel subsidies, and it could be enough to move this money with appropriate policy existing from diesel to renewables. Anyway, this is the first, but anyway, we will have time to debate more on that.
But do tell us one thing, because you said these are laboratories that we can use to develop examples. Do you have one concrete example to share, perhaps?
Yes, anyway, there are many examples of laboratories on El Hierro, for instance, is an island that is almost 80% is not in the Caribbean, is in the Canary Islands, but anyway, you have combination of hydropower and solar and natural storage with the altitude. Anyway, let me say islands are laboratory innovation where you can experiment the nexus between energy and water and mobility, and also the combination of the renewables between themselves, because we thing is granted, but the hybridization in the grid of the renewables and the interaction with the diesel engine is an innovation challenge that islands are experimenting first, let me say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Let us now take a look at that poll result. I'm going to ask our technical team to get it up on the big screens. It's there, I hear. So the ranking is number one, and this is priority challenges, so the things that are most important to solve if you want to drive the energy transition forward. Leveraging access to finance, number one. Strengthening the link between economic growth and energy policy. Addressing policy implementation gaps. Reducing the dominance of fossil fuels. Increasing regional collaboration. And improving grid integration. All of them very worthy, but that is the ranking as we see it here. I'm going to ask you, if you like, to respond to that as you go into our next round of discussion, and I have specific questions as well, but Michelle Bachelet, if I may begin with you, maybe just a quick take on what you see there, and then I have a second question.
Well, I think they're all really important because, as you said, Marcelino, the situation is uneven. Some countries face some of those as more, I would say, a big hurdle, and some others not that much. But I also would like to mention that even it's put in the fifth and sixth point, regional integration should be a really important issue. We have been trying to work on that for many years, had not been successful yet, because all of our countries have different possibilities. We have complementarity. So, of course, we need access to finance, linking economic growth, energy policy, addressing the implementation gaps. That's something that all you have to do when you develop an energy policy, but also, and of course, the idea of renewables and decarbonization is to get rid of fossil fuels. So I think all of them are needed. but also we need more integration in the region because that will help every country.
Thank you. And then quick additional question, if I may, because we see here number 2, strengthening the link between economic growth and energy policy. And I'd like to give that a slightly different twist, if I may, because you have had such a strong focus on people throughout your career. So talk to us a little bit about also social policy as part of that nexus and how we manage to drive the energy transition in a way that mitigates the social impact of the climate crisis and the transition?
Well, I think on one hand, when we're talking about social policy, we need to see that in terms of energy, in the past, when there was no a single national policy, there were a lot of places in the country who were so-called as sacrifice zones, because they had like 3 coal plants in one city, and they had all the impact of fossil fuel energy. So we started working on how we compensate those communities that were having high levels of cancer diseases and others, how we also try to decarbonize those areas so they will have cleaner energy, and how we could give them incentives as well to be part of that. But the other thing I mentioned in the first question was how important was participation. Because when we are thinking not only in decarbonization, but also in new ways of energy like green and hydrogen, that we are working strongly on that, how we can work from the beginning, as some of you said, I think Elisa mentioned as well, with the social, with the communities, with the indigenous communities, all of them who will feel probably threatened by new projects because they have seen the results of fossil fuels energy. So, but you also can, I would say, leverage the social effects of the global economic growth, and on those places where they've been more affected, you can support them better with social policy, educational policy, health policy, etc., etc. But let me tell you just one thing about decarbonization, because for me, we're really proud of that. I mean, when we're in government, we realized that if we sent a law to Parliament, it would take forever. So we decided to get into agreement with the power generation companies not to build any coal fire power plant. And this first agreement laid the groundwork for future closures agreement. And now we have the following situation. 9 coal fire plants were retired. We have 6 others that are available to retire, and we have 5 that will be retrofitted by 2025. That means that 71% of all coal-fired plants will be out of it by 2025, and we'll continue on that. So we're very proud of that. But also, and I end, the decarbonization process gives us the opportunity to think on other energy projects like the green hydrogen that we're really committed to.
We're coming back to that, I hope, if we have enough time, because I know you're head of the Hydrogen Strategy Committee, so I don't want to miss that.
But I just want to say that Latin America is really fantastic on this. We have so much possibilities to be essential actors on low carbon, efficient resources, and particularly inclusive economies.
I think you've got us all convinced already. Minister Facio, if I can jump over to you. And again, I'm looking at that list of challenges, but I have a particular one in mind in this case, because the deployment of hydropower in your country has faced a recent setback due to droughts. And tell us how that influences your policy making going forward. It's on.
Hola. Bueno, en realidad nosotros tenemos...
Yes, that's indeed true. There are quite a few challenges that we are facing. And one thing that I think is important to mention is that the green hydrogen roadmap is an integrated long-term project that does not only include the engineering, the financing, but also means an opportunity for us to develop our society, and it's a long-term development, certainly. So we are focused on education and on developing our technical expertise. And we are also very much focused on what has already been mentioned here on the panel, the dialogue with citizens, ultimately. And these are, again, long-term projects and very far-reaching projects. And we develop these projects in regions that have a low population density, and it's important to get them on board early on to allow them to better understand the advantages and disadvantages of these projects. And that ties in with my second point, which is that we have to strengthen economic growth ties with energy policy. And I think in Uruguay, what we can't do is think these individually. We have to have economic growth, participation, and energy policies go hand in hand. And again, over 90% of our energy mix is renewables, and our population has 100% access to electricity, and that is something we are very proud of.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Going over to Secretary Rollenberg, if I may. You have a policy now seeking re-industrialization in Brazil, a new industrial policy. Can you tell us how renewable energy fits into that?
Nós lançamos recentemente uma nova política industrial.
Well, we recently indeed did publish a new industrialization policy that includes bioeconomy, decarbonization, and energy security. So it's a new policy for industrialization, and it's new because there are new conditions that we are working with. And I think Brazil can play an important role in this endeavor. We want to invite companies to speed up their decarbonization processes, and we want to lower the cost for these companies to do that. We have the impression that countries that have a lack of energy, that have a lack of resources, create subsidies that ultimately lead to higher rates of inflation, which again leads to issues in the countries themselves. And I think that part of that industrial production could be shifted to countries in which renewables are available, in which clean energy is available, in Latin America, in Brazil, Uruguay, or Chile. And hydrogen is one such example. We are the third largest producer of foodstuffs in Brazil, and we import fertilizers and a lot of other resources. So there are a lot of things that we could actually produce ourselves, like fertilizers or other chemical products. And we could do that at a fairly low price point with clean energy. Germany, for example, uses a lot of steel. And the question is, does it make sense to import that from countries that produce them in an energy-intense way when you can import it from Brazil, where we are using renewables? So I think this is a different kind of production chain, ultimately, that we are talking about. So, of course, financing is always a central question. We had a panel this morning that talked about 500,000 women dying in Africa because they are using stoves in their kitchens that are not up to the technical standard. And I think if we look at the development, then we see that billions upon billions of dollars were invested in the energy transition, but they were used in China, in the European Union, and in the United States. I think we have to democratize the opportunities of the energy transition. Because if we fail to do that, we would not get any closer to achieving the COP28 goals. So we need a more efficient and effective cooperation in which developing countries actually benefit from this energy transition. And if we did that, we would actually speed up the entire process, and we would all ultimately benefit from this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me stay with that point on finance and come to Marcelino Madrigal, also looking at this. Number one, leverage access to finance as the top-ranked challenge. So you are active in the region, not only in the area of renewable energy, of course, but also infrastructure, poverty reduction, and education. From a cross-cutting, cross-regional perspective, what do you see as the biggest challenges in access to finance?
Thank you so much. And answering your question, I will also reflect on these 2 points, which are very important. You know, if Latin America has already 60% electricity, 90% access, we contribute only to 8% of the global emissions. Why should we do an energy transition? And I think that hits into the second point. We believe there is an opportunity for economic growth in the region if we accelerate our energy transition. And this is where we are right now. The reality in the region is that, public financing is tight because after the pandemic, there is not a lot of space for public investment, but also inequality is high in the region. If we accelerate the energy transition, I think there is an opportunity to precisely do that, continue to grow and solve our core issues, including inequality, bringing access to everyone, and create jobs. You know, some countries in our region, they want to go even higher, 70% clean energy, and I think they will achieve it, like the RELAC initiative. If we were to triple renewables, like the UN, global call for tripling, we will have excess energy because we're already, almost 2/3 there. But it's not a problem. It's an opportunity to do what? Precisely to become a source for fuel to the world as the transition accelerates. And this includes hydrogen, but also, of course, the production of minerals for the energy transition. And this is, of course, why we at the IDB are increasing our financing for the energy transition. Just to be precise, 2 weeks ago, the IDB approved its new strategy, which is called BID Impact Plus, which is we're going to increase our financing. The private sector arm will receive $3.5 billion in capital increase. Our innovation lab, $400 million, with an aim to increase our lending capacity to $112 billion. The energy transition is part of that strategy because with energy we will reduce inequality, increase productivity of the region, and solve the global challenges. So I really found very interesting how the audience replied to number 2, because I think that's the key for Latin America. Now we want to do the energy transition because it is an economic opportunity for the region.
Thank you very much. And Monica Escalante, if I can come to you to talk a little bit more about unleashing private sector capital and cooperation in this effort, where would you say are the current bottlenecks? You said you've had strong private sector participation, but what more can you do to make them part of this drive?
Yeah, definitely. We have challenges and bottlenecks, and I would just resume it in one word. Is education. I think there is a lack of awareness in our society because I'm in the ground all day. It's what I do. And actually, as I said, we have very good numbers. We have all the resources. But sometimes it's like you don't actually understand how the society or people wouldn't respond to this, to implement the energy transition technologies in their daily lives. So I think education is so important, and that's I just want to share with you that we, as a private sector, as a company, decided to start a program for education in Panama. We call it Son Smart Kids, because then I realized that it's our children, and that will make actually the change at the end. So we started this program last year with the collaboration of the German of Commerce based in Panama, because we needed to give formality to the program, right? And we started with the private schools. We attended, let's say, visited every month a different school. We have this hands-on sessions. We bring solar panels, solar collectors, we bring EV chargers, everything. And then at the end, we impacted like 500 students, and we decided to submit this program to the Sustainable Development Goals in Panama. And surprisingly, believe me, surprisingly, we were like, received a merit on this and recognition out of 36 projects in Panama. Okay, so this is just, I share it because as a private sector, we don't have to wait, only or rely only on the public sector. We can do many things if we put, actually the energy transition first, and then we understand that education is so important.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And taking the word awareness into a slightly different context, let me go to Gianni Chianetta and ask you to talk a little bit about the role of the Greening the Islands Foundation in helping different islands with their very unique situations deal with this whole array of challenges that we see here.
Absolutely, anyway, and I'm not surprised that number one is leverage access to finance, and because in the islands there are a lot of, anyway, they need a structure and a standardized approach. Our goal is Greening the Islands. We launched an initiative called 100% Renewables Islands Initiative. It's a global initiative supported by the United Nations as the cooperation of the Global Renewable Alliance. And our goal is really to define the roadmaps to 100% renewables of these islands, and let me say, identify with a local stakeholder committee that engage the industry, the people, etc., with the leadership of the government, what is the best roadmap, and what are the projects make sense in the islands. Building a project teaser map that together can build a pipeline so project can be aggregated and be attractive for public and private finance. So the islands are approached individually by individual companies, and they are confused where to go anyway, which technology. So we are trying to create a standardized approach that engage the community and actually filling the gap between the idea of reaching 100% renewables and what data the investor, public funds need to finance. So this is really the gap we are trying to reach with these 100% renewables. Actually, at SITS4 in Antigua, at the UN conference, we are going to present jointly with UN 3 roadmaps of Curaçao, Rodriguez for the Pacific, and Tonga. And this will be the first of many islands joining the initiative. And I hope, anyway, many industry and many NGOs will join us to bring, anyway, input, feedback, and value on such initiative.
Thank you very much. We have very, very little time left, but I want to do one super quick round where I ask all of you quite simply to talk about what would be your top priority in international cooperation, whatever it is. I know Michelle Bachelet wanted to talk about green hydrogen, so you're welcome to fit that into that matrix, but I would like to try to get all of the panel to say a word, because one of the things that you're talking about and suggesting is that with your wealth of resources, with your big ambitions for green hydrogen, we could see some fundamental shifts in industrial patterns and trade. That's a very disruptive process that you're talking about. So again, I'd be very interested in your perspectives. Briefly, Michelle Bachelet,
Well,
please.
we have a minute for 7 people. So I just want to say, I think international cooperation is key on finance, of course, but also in terms of sharing experiences and sharing knowledge. And being able that cooperation is not the kind of cooperation where there is investment and nothing it's in the country afterwards. We need to, whatever cooperation is in finance or foreign investment, we need that will mean I would say, a positive, beneficial consequences for the country, its development, for the communities, and for everyone. So we want that kind of cooperation, the cooperation that leads in the country something beneficial that could permit it that we can also continue on.
Thank you very much. Minister Facio.
Bueno, nosotros en realidad entendemos que es muy importante evaluar
from our point of view, it is very important
y de la calidad de los recursos involucrados. Estamos hablando
that
de cuáles son los
we look at the quality of resources.
se van a solicitar o se
We look at the standards that are needed internationally for any specific kind of energy source, and that guarantee that a product was produced with renewables. I think that is absolutely vital. And as we've just heard, in order to guarantee financing for projects, that is important because there are new technologies. And again, we don't exactly know how these technologies are going to develop. So we think that international standards are important, but also that they are standards we can actually reach.
That's the subject of a whole panel that we will have tomorrow on green hydrogen. So please join us. Over to Secretary Rollenberg.
Eu diria que o Brasil quer aproveitar a condição de líder.
For me and for Brazil, I'd say that we are also looking at the G20 presidency, and we want to push international cooperation when it comes to fighting climate change. And of course, we have to keep an eye on the particularities of countries, the technological developments in those countries, and to do this to the benefit of all countries worldwide.
A win-win. Thank you very much. And let me go to Marcelino Madrigal.
Pretty quickly, I would say deep, integrated, and resilient grids is going to be key for Latin America. You know, Uruguay has 100% clean energy, also thanks because they are highly integrated with the neighbors. I think in Latin America, we will need to do more as we deeply decarbonize our electricity grids. And second, decarbonization on transport and industry. That's where our emissions are now in the energy sector, and our industry needs to keep competitiveness in the world. So we need to push the envelope on decarbonization on transport and industry is where more international cooperation is required.
Thank you.
Well,
Monica Escalante.
I think it's would be share innovation and also knowledge transfer. I think is so important for our region, and more cooperation between regions, you know, because we have a lot of to learn from everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Finally, Gianni Chianetta.
Yes, indeed, international cooperation between public and private sector, because in the past, and let me say even now, there is sometimes a wall, but if this cooperation is regulated, is transparent, is essential for anyway increase financing. And when I talk public and private at the international level, I want to talk about the private and local level of, for instance, talk about islands, the islands economy, the island small companies need to be engaged, and we create a representation of the islands company in a way that they are engaged and benefit involved in the investment, in the construction, in the maintenance of the plant. So private, public at international level between local companies and international bodies as well.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much to all of you. What a thought-provoking and enriching discussion for all of us. I take a lot with me, and I'm sure the audience does as well. Let's give them a warm round. And dear ladies and gentlemen, we now go to half an hour break in this room, but you can attend the Dialogue Hub now, either virtually in this room using our audio feeds that are available, or going over to the Europasaal. And the dialogue will be devoted to one of the low-hanging fruits when it comes to decarbonization, namely slashing methane emissions. An agreement on that was also one of the great successes at COP28. So over to Hajar in the Europasaal. Take it away, dear Hajar.
Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to what is already the final Dialogue Hub session for this first day of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. I keep on saying it throughout the day, but time is really flying. And I always say that it's a testament to the amount of new things that we're learning, insightful conversations that we're having. Like this one, because as Melinda indeed already said it, the topic that we're about to discuss is quite low-hanging fruit, and I don't think we can even allow ourselves to have that anymore because time is really ticking. We'll be speaking about methane, specifically searching for the gas leaks to keep 1.5 degrees in reach, because we all know, right, that it's imperative that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Specifically, methane emissions hold immense power and potential for achieving 1.5 degrees when we look at its effect within the energy sector. So it's actually very interesting. The International Energy Agency, they have estimated that with existing technology, so mind you, technology that is out there, that we have access to, that we can use, that we can reduce the methane emissions from fossil fuel operations with 70%, and we're not doing it yet. Well, I don't have to tell you that with the current state of the world that we're in and the crisis and urgency of this transition that we need to make, that this is imperative. And yes, of course, we do need to phase out fossil fuels as fast as we can. But while they're being used right now, that technology that is available is not being utilized to its full extent. Fossil fuel industries have been too slow to tackle these issues, and governments have been too slow in monitoring and regulating it. And that is the foundation to which this next discussion will be held. Before we hop into it, again, I want to remind each and every one of you, if there's something that you hear within this session that really sparks a thought or that really resonates with you, make sure to share it online by using the hashtag BETD24. That way we get to see your posts, and hopefully by the end of this Dialogue Hub session, we'll get to see some of the social media outings that you've done on this very first day. But with that being said, I'd like to hop into this first conversation with my first guest. So can I get a big round of applause for the CEO and founder of Landwärme? Can we give it up for Zoltan Elek? Hi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was about to say, Mr. Elek, welcome. Very nice to have you here. I already mentioned you're the CEO and founder of Landwärme. You're a Germany-based biomethane supplier. Maybe for the people watching online at home here in the hall, can you just quickly maybe explain to us how biomethane can help in reducing emissions for methane? Because that's maybe something people might be interested in knowing.
I think if we look at methane emission, we have three major sources. So we have upstream emissions we see around producing fossil fuels, but the waste industry and agriculture. And biomethane is tapping the last two of these sources, mainly looking avoid any emissions regarding the treatment of waste, but also in agriculture, mainly manure management and so on. And I think, but to tap all three, there are two words which we have to focus on. One is regulation, because if it comes to upstream emissions, this is all just a question of regulation. Look at a methane emission map of Europe and compare it to Russia, Middle East, or other areas of the world. It's about regulation and really cut it. And the other side is about fermentation, because most of this stuff, so most of the methane emission we can avoid in waste or agriculture, we can do this by fermentation. Take the manure to a fermentation, take the waste to fermentation, take the energy out of it, and then still use the product.
And is that how biomethane will help reduce those emissions? Or
yes,
can you tap to
because if we really tap these potentials and use these methane sources to produce biomethane, we avoid massively this climate impact, and at the same time we produce clean energy, which can be then also captured for CO2, so we can create negative emissions. So there are massive potentials we can use, really on focusing mainly on manure, wastewater, and bio-waste.
Yeah, and I saw online in the work that you do that there's also a link to be made, or at least that you guys make with CCS. Can you maybe elaborate on that specifically?
So in the fermentation process, we on the one side, it's biomass which captured CO2 from the atmosphere when the plant grew, even though it went through a process of, we produce food or it's manure. And in the fermentation process, we get out two gases. The one is CO2 and one is methane.
Right.
If we capture this, the methane we can use to produce energy. The CO2 can be used for the CCS purpose. And combined these two, the impact is very huge because on the one side, we avoid methane emission. And methane is If you look at the numbers, normally it's said it's 23, 25 times more harmful than CO2.
Right, yeah, it's 25.
In truth, it's 80 times more harmful.
Really?
But methane doesn't stay in the atmosphere for a long time, so that's why we come to this lower.
Right.
But on a very short time, and we see that the climate is changing rapidly. We have to also look in this really like half a decade, 1 decade. This is a really big impact because we can cut methane emission by perhaps 70, even more % in a very short period. And in that time, it's 80 times more harmful than CO2. And this is something where we could do a big sprint.
Yeah, so, but you mentioned methane and you also mentioned CO2 as an outcome,
Yes.
the link with CCS. But when we talk about biogenic CO2, there's some potential there as well, right? Can you maybe share a little bit about that?
So if we look at the targets, 35 BCM of biomethane, which was set by the European Commission for 2030, if we combine this with CCS, so all of the biomethane production would be combined with CCS, we see an outcome of 50 million tons of CO2, which can be used for CCS. If we also capture the CO2 at the utilization of the biomethane, if we utilize it mainly in big power plants and so on, and also add there a CCS path, then we get an additional 50 to 70 million tons. So this is a big potential to, by 2030, with technology which is existing. So this is something which can happen today, which is happening already today. We have first projects also here in Berlin where we do carbon capture and storage. So this is something which can start right away.
You say existing technology, how can we scale it up?
By just, really focusing on that every new biomethane plant, every new biogas plant is CCS ready, that every new gas power plant which can utilize the biomethane is CCS ready, and that we install a CCS infrastructure, CO2 pipelines and so on. This is the pathway to go for the next 5 years.
Okay, yeah, that's also a very clear sort of time frame. Thank you so much, Mr. Elek, for sharing your perspective. I really appreciate it. We will be going over now a little bit deeper into this topic, and to do that, we will have a conversation with our next two guests that I'm very delighted to welcome to the stage to really shift also the conversation now to methane emissions within the oil and gas industry. So as we said, we all know that we have a shift to make, but at the same time, while they're being used and we're not utilizing the technology that's out there to make sure that they are more efficient, what can we do about that? I'm here to discuss that with Giulia Ferini, who manages the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0, and I'm very delighted to welcome to the stage Stefan Wenzel, who is the Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Protection. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. Welcome. Oh, Giulia, you can, sorry. That's okay. Welcome. I'm very happy to have you here. Maybe I'll start with the most obvious question out there, but maybe also not, because when we talk about methane emissions within the fossil fuel industry, Mr. Wenzel, if I can start with you, why would you say that it's so important that we reduce those methane emissions there specifically?
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to meet you here on the panel.
Yeah.
And if we talk about global warming, most time we talk about CO2, and CO2 is a very important greenhouse gas.
Yeah.
But there are some others which are also very important, and one of them is methane. It's responsible for 30% of the global warming, 30%. That's really huge amount. And we have some very easy, I just heard the word low-hanging fruits, possibilities to reduce it. And we want to use them, and we want to fight for a fast reduction of methane emissions.
Yeah.
That is the point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I second that indeed. It's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit that we can't afford. In order to do that, transparency is also key. Now, the planned EU regulation on methane emissions, they also plan to reduce it substantially, but also proper monitoring is an important element in that. Mrs. Ferini, that's why I would like to go to you, because you're the transparency lead at the International Methane Emissions Observatory. What would you say that the organization's role is on data transparency when it comes to methane emissions?
Thank you, and it's wonderful to share the stage with you, Secretary Wenzel, and thanks for the invitation. So, with support from the European Commission and from the German government, the International Methane Emissions Observatory, IMEO, has the mission to provide open, reliable, and actionable data to the individuals who can reduce methane emissions. This is critical to achieve the objectives of the Global Methane Pledge and to keep the 1.5 within reach. So congratulations for the title of the session, because one might wonder, why are we actually discussing the fossil fuel sector in a conference on the energy transition? But this is because as we transition away from fossil fuels, as we triple renewables and double energy efficiency, there is a fruit that is not even low-hanging, it's on the floor and we need to pick it up, and that is reducing methane emissions from the energy sector. Now, luckily, innovation in technologies, research, and increased reporting by the companies that are members of the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0 have made possible a methane data revolution. And IMEO's role is to harness this data revolution to bring about rapid change.
Yeah, because was that an issue in the first place? Because you're saying the fruit is already on the floor. So if I hear that, then I'm like, okay, the next thing we do is pick it up. But you're specifically also bringing in this point on data. So was it an issue that there wasn't enough data to act on it?
So the problem is that the industry relies on estimates that have been proven time and again to underestimate real methane emissions levels. And so if we don't know where these emissions actually are, how can companies then mitigate these emissions? They need to have accurate data to do that.
Okay, it's for the monitoring as well.
Yes, and a powerful example of this data to action approach is MARS, our methane alert and response system. So thanks to MARS, IMEO uses satellites to scan the world for major emitting events. And it provides information on these events to companies and governments who again can take action.
That's interesting, And
another example, and I'll be brief, another example of how IMEO is advancing this action thanks to data is the methane supply index. This is very relevant in the context of the EU methane regulation because through the methane supply index, IMEO will provide importers like the European Union, like Japan, like Korea, with the possibility to differentiate between different supply chains, and therefore they can take informed decisions on their imports based on the methane content.
Okay, that's in there. Thanks also for bringing those concrete examples, because I think that's what we need at this point, right? To be very concrete at it. But I actually want to go back to something that you said at the very beginning of your answer, and that is that you said, well, somebody could think, why are we having this conversation about the fossil fuel industry, but you're saying we're transitioning away from it. There is the EU regulation, indeed, on methane emissions, and it's supposed to reduce methane emissions. Mr. Wenzel, if I can look to you, one might say if we're transitioning away from fossil fuels either way, that is a legislation like that still needed. What would you say to that? Would you say what's the importance of legislation like that still?
Yeah, it would be wishful but not possible to stop the use of fossil fuels tomorrow. So we will... it will need a couple of years to go out of the fossil fuels. And in the meantime, we have to reduce the emissions of methane as much as possible. Otherwise, it brings us over 2 degrees warming on our Earth. And we have the possibilities. The voluntary reports don't show the emissions we really have. The IEA estimates that the real emissions are 95% higher than the voluntary
reports that we have
reports from the oil and gas industry. And now we have the possibility, Julia mentioned, we have a satellite since 2 weeks.
Since 2 weeks?
The new one.
Okay.
The new one is able to look at 80% of the emissions of the oil and gas industry. And we will have 4 more satellites in the next 4 years. And then we can see all emissions all over the world, from the oil and gas industry from waste management. It's an important source too, and also from the agriculture. And if it's visible, then we can go there and go say, hey, we had a huge emission here with your oil and gas production, and you have to shut down the leaks. And you have to have solutions, and not in 5 years, but now. And that is a real advantage.
Very tangible. Honestly, that's amazing. But can I be very honest that I'm still baffled by the number 95%? That's what you said, right? That they were 95. Wow. So 95.
From the IEA. This.
Wow. Okay. That it's 95% higher than what's being voluntarily reported. Okay, amazing. Since 2 weeks, we got the new satellites. More to come in the upcoming 4 years. So maybe, Mrs. Verini, if I can go to you. Let's take a hypothetical situation. We see like a super emitting event. What can we sort of do to address if it happens, if there's like somebody that frequently has super emitting events? What do we do sort of to address that and actually, you know, tap them on the fingers for it? What needs to happen?
So super emitting events are certainly an issue, especially if they happen frequently, because not only they harm the climate, which is our main concern here, but they also pose a question of accountability and transparency. So as I mentioned, thanks to Mars, IMEO will see these super emitting events and will notify the companies and governments so that they can take action. But it will also make this data publicly available on its platform, not only to showcase successful mitigation, but also to be transparent about the lack of progress in case.
Is that enough? I think that's quite sweet, right? If it's just we're still being quite soft on those events, then. If it's just showcasing.
No, but I mean, it's informing those who can do something about it. That is the companies, right?
Okay, fair.
It's bringing the information into the right hands. And something in addition to Mars is the need for holistic approaches to methane management, which is what the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership provides. But let me share something. The super emitters are certainly a serious issue, but they're also in a way the tip of the iceberg, really, because in fact, the majority of emissions are this multitude of smaller, diffuse emissions that, when you add them up together, they collectively pose a real climate challenge. And this is why, thanks to the new satellites that Secretary Wenzel mentioned, we will be able to see not only the super emitting events, but also these smaller, diffuse area emissions,
which is good,
and inform.
Because when you add them up, that's the biggest chunk.
That's the big issue.
And sorry to interrupt you, because I think so far everything you've said, and I mean it, I'm not acting here, people. I am literally blown away by these numbers, but also by sort of like the progress that is being made into monitoring what is happening. What I'm specifically interested in, and I commend all the work that you guys have done on making sure that you have it visible. Now, what needs to happen? Now that we see where we sort of stand, we see these super major emitting events, we also see these smaller, but added like the bigger chunk that adds up. What would you say is needed to sort of accelerate measurements being taken by the industry, you know, to reduce their methane emissions? And same question to you, Mr. Wenzel, in a bit.
So, even though we talk about a methane data revolution, at IMEO we always say data alone is not enough, because it needs to be translated into action. And so, a couple of elements here. One is that...
If you could share one, that would be great.
Sorry, only one. Then, you've mentioned it, action is possible, the technologies are there, in most cases they're cost effective. So what needs to happen is more companies embracing transparency through the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership. This will give them the information they need to act, because they know how to do it. Engineers like to fix things. With the right information at hand, they will fix these emissions, and they are already doing that.
So you say we have transparency, and that will lead to transformation. Clear, thank you. Mr. Wenzel, do you have anything to add?
Yes, maybe it's interesting to know that we have 130 companies worldwide which are voluntarily a part of this initiative. And we want them to use the new standards, the Oil and Gas Monitoring Partnership 2.0 standard. And we have the experience with different companies. There are companies who are very good with their with their experience, for I think Norway, for example, in Netherlands, and we have companies from other countries which have 100 times more emissions on the same technology.
Wow.
And that shows that there are a lot of possibilities to reduce it. And we must identify it with the IMEA system, which Julia mentioned, and we can do that.
Yeah.
And now we have the transparency, and I think that will change a lot.
Thank you so much. I mean, I could talk with you for much longer because I feel like I'm learning new things and I'm getting insights through you guys. But unfortunately, we're already at the end for this deep dive. I really do want to thank you, though. Can I get a big round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Wenzel and Mrs. Perini? Thank you so much for being here. In the meantime, we'll be going over to the social media update. Now, you guys have been posting like crazy online. I love to see it. So since we're at the end of the first day, I think it would be interesting to see some of those tweets that you've pointed out there. And I have this first one right here, which is a tweet made by Lahiro, actually yesterday, him saying that he met these amazing people that were all also attending BETD here in Berlin, which is great to see because I think it just goes to show that you can meet new folks here at BETD. That's also what this is about, alongside the conversations about action that we need to take. It's also about meeting new people. Another tweet that we have, actually a post made on LinkedIn that I will pop up. No, this is indeed also on Twitter, but this is quite great. This was this morning when we were able to welcome many of you here at the Green Sofa already today. Make sure to check out that account to see maybe some familiar faces, some unfamiliar faces. But if you have the time to visit the Green Sofa, then make sure to do so. Something else that we saw, a lot of people that attended the sessions and took their own takeaways from it. This one by Chris, who is pleased to attend the 10th annual BETD. Always a great space for important discussions that move the global energy transition forward. Thank you, Chris, for all those expectations. I think it's up to us now to live up to them and really make sure that we pay tribute to it. This next one, Stefan, he's showcasing the opening that we had this morning, if you remember, with keynote speeches from Minister Baerbock and Minister Habeck, which really showcased what needed to happen with the full Weltsaal. And if I'm not mistaken, then it's even Roland here, who was in the Weltsaal listening in, and he shared this on Twitter where he said, he was quoting Minister Habeck, who said, "Climate protection is not per se about protecting the climate or the environment. That will be fine without us. It's really about protecting people, and that is at the forefront." He says oceans are warming and they're spiraling out of control. So the real question is, can we rise to the occasion and rise to the challenge that we need to act on? And that is what needs to be happened. So thank you, Roland, for sharing that with us. Moving on Instagram, we spotted you, Camilla. Thank you for sharing this. There is no just energy transition without gender equality. I second that, and that really goes to show the justice element that is so imperative to it. We heard Glory in her speech as well this afternoon. She spoke to it, she really spoke to it from her heart. So I think those two really align. Another one, Julia attending BETD 24, and she is quoting Francesco La Camera, who we saw earlier here at the Dialogue Hub, mentioning how we need to abandon the concept of neutral technologies. Only renewable energy sources can provide the speed and skill needed to meet our climate commitments. Quite clear one, and it's retweeted many times. People agree with this one, I see. Another one, I very much like this powerful message of Glory, stop waking the dead. We need to leave oil and gas in the ground. Promoting renewable energy and just sustainable energy transition is imperative. That really goes to show. Either way, you guys are full on sharing online what you think of this conference, some reflections that you have, insights that you've garnered. Keep on doing it, even as we're now approaching the end almost of day one, but not yet, because we have some more exciting sessions in store for you. I would love to hear more from you. Also tomorrow, make sure to send them in. Whenever we have time here at the Dialogue Hub, I make sure to check out as many of those tweets as possible, as many of those insights. And also, if there's anything that you hear, not just that resonates, but perhaps that you disagree with, that is also what is needed, because the only way that we can make some steps forward here in this, at BETD 24 on this 10th anniversary is if we sort of like also spark the criticism, if we spark engagement, and that can only happen when you share what you think and what you deem important and what you deem also that needs to be said at this BETD. Now, with that being said, that brings us already to the end of this Dialogue Hub. Thank you for tuning in. With the Dialogue Hub, we'll be back here tomorrow again. But now, in a little bit, we will have some interesting sessions that will take place at the Welta, for example, where it will be all about how we can make industry policy green and sustainable. That's something that's been tapped into a lot today. We talked about hard-to-abate sectors. We talked about what needs to happen there. We heard the link with hydrogen, with many other things. So make sure to tune in there and check it out in the Welta if that's something that you're interested in. With that being said, enjoy it, and I will see you tomorrow, but for now, we'll be handing over shortly to the Weltsaal.
In this era of environmental awareness and urgent quest for sustainability, the US Inflation Reduction Act and the European Net Zero Industry Act have emerged as key pieces of legislation aimed at transforming the industrial sector into a hub for green innovation. Domestic production of renewable energy and energy efficiency equipment can be a key contributor to greater resilience. Which role can it play in a globalized world?
Welcome back, everyone. Great to have you with us. It has been a very productive, very intensive, and also long day. So I'm very grateful that so many of you are still with us, hopefully also online. In our Latin American Caribbean session just now, we talked briefly about industrial policy. In this panel, we want to take a deeper dive. As countries seek to balance the urgent goals of energy security and climate sustainability, initiatives such as the US Inflation Reduction Act and the European Net Zero Industry Act have emerged as tools for reindustrializing economies through green innovation. And that puts a spotlight on domestic production of renewable energy, along with products aimed at boosting energy efficiency as a means to greater resilience and autonomy. The EU and the US are racing to boost onshore manufacturing, and we want to ask where that leaves other nations and regions. Is incentivizing domestic production feasible and sensible in a globalized world? And how can a robust green industrial sector be fostered worldwide? Those are some of our guiding questions for this panel, and we have a fantastic group with us to address them. Starting here, I introduce with pleasure Laura Lockman. She is Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Diplomacy in the United States Bureau of Energy Resources. She's a career member of the Senior Foreign Service and has served in multiple high-level overseas assignments. Great to have you with us. And then I am jumping over to the opposite end of the panel. Dr. Gerd Müller is Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He's a very welcome returning guest. Previously served as Germany's Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as is a member of the European Parliament. And coming back to this side of the panel, Jean-Marie Pogam is Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization. He, too, is a very welcome returning guest. He previously represented France at the WTO and has also held senior leadership positions in international finance with the French Treasury and the UN system. Joanne Joanne Bate is Chief Operations Officer of South Africa's Industrial Development Corporation, responsible, among other areas, for industry planning in alignment with the government's Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, and also for green hydrogen and new energy vehicles. Great to have you with us. Thank you for being here. And in the middle, Dr. Ajay Mathur is Director General of the International Solar Alliance, an intergovernmental organization that promotes solar energy in 114 member countries. He previously served as Director General of India's Energy and Resource Institute, TARI, and as a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change. Thank you also for joining us. Let us begin once again, ladies and gentlemen, with an audience poll. Actually, this is a word cloud question in this case. Please take your mobile devices and go to our Slido website using the barcode you see here. And very simple question. Which are the main drivers for a robust green industrial sector worldwide? Worldwide. So please write in whichever word or words occurs to you, and we'll come back and take a look in a little while. Meanwhile, I'd like to do a first round of discussion aimed at an overview of actions to boost the green economy. And I'll start here, if I may, with you, Laura Luckman. And President Biden, we heard it recently in his State of the Union address, definitely sees the IRA as one of his biggest successes. He declared that his administration has taken the most significant climate action in history, in fact. So tell us concretely, how is the law shaping the clean energy economy in the US? What's been the impact so far?
Great. Thank you very much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue and to speak on these issues, particularly in the wake of a very successful COP last year, at which we all agreed that we need to be moving as fast as possible to build up our clean energy supply chains and systems. And to realize the future that we have imagined, we need to diversify and fortify, expand our supply chains in the clean energy technology space. We know that this is an enormous task, and the United States understands that we need to take strong domestic action in this regard, and then also cooperate very significantly with other parts of the international community. And we all need to think about what targeted public investments are needed to crowd in the private sector investments. We need certainty as well in these public sector approaches so that business has the security that it needs to invest sufficiently in supply chains. And this is really the philosophy that's at the heart of several pieces of US legislation, most significantly the Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, also the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS and Science Act as well. They contain incentives for manufacturing across the clean energy supply chain, as well as investments in demonstration projects, loans and loan guarantees for a variety of technologies, and production and investment tax credits, which is the biggest part of what we're doing under the IRA. And this has really supercharged the United States on its path to building and strengthening its supply chain and moving towards a clean energy economy. So it gives 10 years of certainty for business, and companies can really plan for the long term. So what's happened so far? Estimates indicate over 210,000 jobs have been created in the 18 months since the IRA was passed, and that there's a potential for 1.5 million jobs created over the entire 10-year period. In addition, over $224 billion in investments in clean energy investments have been announced in the last 18 months, and nearly in every US state. The top industries for the spending have been electric vehicles with over $20 billion, batteries over $75 billion, solar over $13 billion, and offshore wind over $3 billion. Essentially, we believe that the resources and the policies under these pieces of legislation will reduce US greenhouse gas emissions by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030, which gets us roughly 80% of the way there. And we project a 1 gigaton annual reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So essentially, we feel like this really puts us on the path. And again, we need to collaborate with many others around the world, and I'm happy to talk about that in the subsequent conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll go over, if I may, to Gerd Müller and ask you how UNIDO is supporting green industry in general and renewables-based industry in particular in its work, especially with countries in the Global South.
Thank you so much. UNIDO is the Industrial Development Organization of the UN. We are a technical organization, and our key priority is bring technologies, innovations, and investments from industrialized countries into LDCs and developing countries. We must see and we must know 2/3 of all people in the world are living in development and countries. That is the situation. And let's have a look in the future, forwards. How will the world look like 2050 in general? Because of the population growth, every year the population growth is about 80 million. And still now, as we know, about 1 billion people do not have access to electricity. And because of this population growth, and of course the situation in developing countries, by 2050 we need an increase in the sector of food, and that means industrialization, that means energy, because precondition for every development is energy. And that means by 2050, we will have an increase of energy by 70%. Which kind of energy? And that is the key question. 4 key questions about this. The main question, and UNIDO is the technical partner for the developing countries. The main question is how to decouple economic growth from growing emissions. So there we need an answer, and the answer is innovation. Today, that was not discussed here. We have to be realistic. Renewables only for the next future, the next 10 or 20 years, is wishful. We work for this, but it's not realistic. Still today, 80% of energy production is fossil-based in India, in Nigeria, or 2 countries. And so, therefore, the question is, what contribution can renewables and hydrogen, for example, realistically make? That is, we have to give an answer, and there we have to be technology open for carbon capture, CCS, CCU, and so on. And what is really clear, these global challenges need global solutions. And the G20 states, they are responsible for 80% of the CO2 emissions. So, ADC and DC, they are hit hardest by the consequences of climate change, and they are not responsible for this. And therefore, industrialized countries, they must fulfill their commitment. And that is what does it mean? That means investments in infrastructure, in innovation. And as we know, only 3% of all investments in the renewable energy market, only 3% is going into developing countries. So, and that we must change in every case.
May I ask you just very briefly, because you talked about technology transfer as crucial, to just say a word about what UNIDO can do in that area? And I'm thinking in particular, last summer you issued a global call on clean and smart energy. You invited entrepreneurs to submit their ideas for innovative solutions. How does your organization help the winners? How does that promote the kind of technology transfer you're talking about?
So we are an agency. We have 172 member states. We have offices in all continents and about 1,200 different projects. With these projects, we bring partnership, we bring investments and innovations, state of the art. A new decision the last few weeks, With China and Ethiopia, we decided to invest in a center of excellence, state-of-the-art. In Addis Ababa, the next few years, we will establish this center in the sector of digitalization, renewable energies, hydrogen, and agrotech together, combined, a center of excellence, because we do have the knowledge, we do have the technologies. What is missing to come to a solution in the sector of sustainable energy, in the sector of end hunger, job creation? What is missing? Not the technology, not the knowledge, because of internet, everything is available. Missing is the political will. Look, our discussion, we invest in military worldwide, 2,200 billion, increasing in military. And what is decreasing? The investment in development aid, in cooperation with development countries. Not only 10% is the investment share compared with the military budget. To come to peace, we need investment to end hunger, access for energy for all. And that is even the message of this Congress today, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Monsieur Pogam, the WTO has drawn attention to the fact that the kind of changes we're talking about, boosting renewables, driving a green reindustrialization, will have major effects on trade patterns. What trade policies do you think are vital to ensure that this energy transition and industrial transition are also global, just, and equitable?
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the question, because when I'm looking at the driver which appears on the screen here, I don't see trade. But it's beating around the bush. I see international cooperation, new markets, innovation. And this is exactly the point. Trade policies can leverage the transition in very different ways. And we have published a booklet about trade tools for climate change, which shows you that from trade finance, government procurement, and more traditional trade policies, we can do that. So let me take two examples, which are the old-fashioned examples of trade policy. One is good old tariffs. Tariffs can be lowered to accelerate the transition toward a low carbon economy or clean energy economy. And our members have been, part of our members have been looking at that, and they identified the list of products, and this is very basic, where you can just lower your tariffs. Sometimes it's 12%, wind turbines, others, just to accelerate that transition. So that's example number one. Subsidies. Old-fashioned tool also. Do you have an idea how much represent the fossil fuel subsidies in the world? It is $1,400 million, $1.4 trillion. Do you have an idea of trade distorting subsidies in agriculture, which part of them involve energy subsidies? 400. So we are looking to 1,800 million of fiscal resources which are used against the fight for the transition. So this is the type of thing that can be repurposed and used as to use fiscal leverage and finance is one of the words here, to boost this transition. We have some of our members, 50 of them approximately, who have started a discussion on reform of fossil fuel subsidies. This is a type of thing where trade policy can immensely help and support the work which is going on.
And how can the WTO itself support its members as they move along this energy industrial transition journey? What can you do concretely?
Well, the first thing that needs to be understood, and this is why the word is that trade was not part of the picture in climate policies or energy policies. And we have to all understand that the global objectives of the planet will not be achieved without an efficient trading system. So the first thing is to make sure that the system is not being broken, because specialization leads to economies of scale, support to innovation, and acceleration or dissemination of good technologies and all that. And we kind of detect some signs of fragmentations, because all the environmental policies which are being pursued without consideration of their trade consequences, which is something that can be discussed within the WTO. I'm talking about, for instance, carbon pricing schemes. More than 73 in the world. Subsidies, mentioned before, subsidies with local content can be an issue of concern for the world trading system. Standards, proliferation of standards which are not interoperable, that's another problem. And all this is not a problem only for trade, it's also a problem in the fight against climate change, and the clean energy transition is part of it. So we are trying to advocate this at the WTO Secretariat. We propose research project, knowledge products, and we have been also advocating for a trade day at the last COP, and for the first time it happened. So we tried to connect the dots between all these different policies which are not talking to each other. And the last thing that we can do is, of course, leverage this power of trade policy to accelerate the dissemination of good technologies.
Thank you very much. Let me go now to Ms. Bate. And South Africa is on a challenging transformation path. One of your country's main sources of comparative advantage in the past has been abundant, cheap coal-fired electricity. So how is your office supporting the switch from coal to renewables in both the energy and industrial sectors?
Thanks, and that's such a critical question in the South African context. And South Africa, so the high carbon content of our electricity sector has an enormous risk for our export product going forward, which is why it's critical that we transition the electricity sector. However, if we look at some of the biggest emitters in the country, they are dependent on coal as the source for our chemical industries. We look at Sasol as an example. So there's a significant heavy industrial user base that is not reliant on dirty electricity, but on heat sources that are also from coal. And that's where the transition opportunity becomes very interesting. We have not only abundant coal resources, we have some of the highest irradiation potential in the world. We have significant wind resources. We're sitting on a significant proportion of critical minerals necessary for the battery mineral value chain, and the PGMs necessary for fuel cell and electrolyzer production. So we continue to have all of the ingredients necessary to be a low energy generator to support industrialization. What we're sitting with as well is an energy crisis with significant load shedding that has resulted in a very high level of deindustrialization over the last decade. So a transition away from coal, or a transition into cleaner energies, because the coal transition is a 25-year transition. It's not an overnight transition. The industrial transition that is necessary in order to ensure that our economy isn't impacted by CBAM and other policy changes globally is about...
Let's just remind everybody, carbon border adjustment mechanism.
Carbon border adjustment mechanism,
yes. The corollary of CO2 pricing.
Correct, yes. So we're very conscious about the reindustrialization opportunity that exists through green hydrogen and renewable energy for commercial and industrial users. So what we've seen over the last decade is the government program in renewable energy, which has seen 5 gigawatts coming onto the grid. And that's a private sector participation program for generating renewable energy. We're now moving into the commercial and industrial user space, so we're seeing more and more mines and large energy users transitioning to their own renewable energy generation. And green hydrogen is a critical component of decarbonization of heavy industry. So from an IDC perspective, we have been leading the green hydrogen commercialization strategy on behalf of our Department of Trade and Industry. And we see the green hydrogen opportunity not as an energy vector, but as an industrial pathway. So it is essential for the decarbonisation of existing heavy industry to allow our chemicals industry, our steel industry to remain globally competitive. And we also see it as a key feeder into a green agricultural opportunity. So green ammonia for fertilizer, we've got the other competitive advantage South Africa has is expansive tracts of land for the agricultural sector. So we from an IDC perspective, we are working on an ecosystem approach. So nodal development, thinking about not a green hydrogen project or a mine, but how do we develop regions to ensure that they are inclusive and green and globally competitive? And I think maybe one last thing, I think that the innovation remains wide open. So we are very conscious of the need for partners in this transition so that we can lock into those global supply chains. I mean, so just looking at two of the words there, cooperation, innovation jump out. Because it is innovation and cooperation that is going to develop our value chains and support our partners in their decarbonisation journey.
Our audience can't see that yet, but we're going to reveal it to them very soon. Cooperation is fairly large. I'll just give that away. Mr. Mathur, let me come to you with thanks for your patience. Let me ask you, because you do have quite a broad overview of the solar industry across different regions, ranging from Scandinavia to the Caribbean, what do you consider to be the crucial elements of a public policy framework that incentivizes robust green industry?
Well, across our country member base, the key issue is creating demand for clean energy. That, in turn, begs the question, okay, so what do I do to help create that industry? So whether it's the Net Zero Industry Act of the EU or the Inflation Reduction Act of the US, these are ways in which the industry moves towards the development of clean energy. One of the key issues then is how do I, if I'm not the US, if I'm not the EU, if I'm not these countries, how do I get investments for this? And what I'd like to say is that what we have found helps most is guarantees. Not so much subsidies, but guarantees. Guarantees which help investors, global investors, move money into developing countries and help, therefore, give people the confidence that is needed for them to invest there. What we have found is, in business as usual, we will see solar demand going up by a factor of 3 by 2030. If electric vehicles and green hydrogen take off, it'll go up by a factor of 8. Geographical diversification is essential. Because without geographical diversification, what we'll have is industrial hubs that can become starved of supplies in case there is a supply disruption. And we see every year that supply disruption occurs. The short point is national policies matter, national circumstances matter, but creating demand that pushes the adoption of green energy is ultimately the way to go.
Thank you very much. Let us now reveal the result of the word cloud. So, can you see it, dear audience? Very good. And it's interesting because it's changed a lot as we've been watching it evolve. We had renewables at the very center in the beginning, which is not surprising, but they've become much smaller. What we see at the very center, interestingly enough, is innovation. With battery storage, slightly less, green hydrogen, system change, cooperation, and somewhere on there, global CO2 pricing. But the operative word in that phrase, in my opinion, is global. Anyway, very interesting. I encourage you to weave it into your answers if you like. Otherwise, we'll talk about it at the very end. But I would like to take a deeper dive now on some of the challenges and trade-offs associated with actions to boost green industry. And again, if I may start with you, Ms. Lockman, what are the implications of the IRA outside the US? And I say that as an American journalist based in Europe, where there has been quite a bit of concern about diversion of investment out of Europe, not only out of China, but out of Europe toward the US. So what's your response to those concerns also?
Thank you very much for that question. What our intent and hope is that the IRA and the other legislation that I mentioned catalyzes the global development. We heard innovation is necessary, and in addition, we need prices to come down for certain technologies for them to be available more globally. And that's precisely what we're hoping a result of the IRA will be. These are massive investments going in the US, which will help spur innovation, and that investment will spur innovation, and then the scale of it can bring down cost over time and make them more readily deployable around the world. So we believe actually that these investments in the US can catalyze trillions of dollars of investment globally. We also believe that the cost for some of these technologies this decade could come down as much as 25%. And in addition, we're working directly with other governments and partners and allies around the world, sharing our experiences and our approaches and looking at the regulatory and legal frameworks that are most important to attracting the investment that is required around the world.
Can you give a concrete example of the kind of cooperation that you do undertake to support development of clean energy industries in other countries?
So I think one particularly important aspect of the clean energy revolution, if you will, is the need for critical minerals and materials. And we don't have the transition if we don't have those products. And so this is one area where we have very deliberately created a cooperation mechanism called the Mineral Security Partnership. And this was launched a bit over a year ago. We've got 15 partners in that. And the idea is to work with the private sector and work with the mineral producing countries to focus both public and private investment on specific projects, and projects that will follow high ESG standards in those countries, benefiting the local communities and developing more of the supply chain in those countries. So looking, for example, at battery development in a cooperative project with Zambia and the DRC. So that's the kind of effort we think is important.
Thank you. Very interesting. Mr. Pogam, I'd be interested in getting your take on the same issue, essentially, whether the push to support robust green industries domestically could become an industrial policy race that only the wealthiest nations can win.
Well, I think you're right. There is for every country a natural tension between different sets of policies. One are industrial policies, jobs, national security, independence, sustainability, which is another one, and your trade. And you need, every country needs to see where they put the needle between at least the two sets of policies. Because if you go too far on industrial policy and national security, then you may fail on your sustainability objective because your technology might be unadapted or too expensive. Now, if you move to the global scenery and you just worsen up, because there is a lot of anxiety which is created by these uncoordinated policies. So, for instance, developing countries are very anxious about the risk of being wiped out of the market, of the green market, by subsidies from the North countries, and then later on locked in by intellectual property against them. And if you look at developed countries, most of them, I think US, EU are very scared of not having a level playing field with China, with highly subsidized industries. So all this is creating tensions which are not inducing cooperation. So what we have seen at the WTO is that this conversation needs to take place. We have had a ministerial meeting recently, and there was a conversation about sustainability, industrial policy, and policy space. And it was really fascinating to see the vast majority of our members have some level of discomfort with the way the trading system now operates, because there is no space for this cooperative dialogue. So we need to foster that. I think that's a first step.
Just very briefly, because we do see global CO2 pricing on here, in the absence of a global CO2 price, which of course has been pretty much impossible to get so far, countries are resorting to carbon adjustment, border adjustment mechanisms. What's the WTO view on that?
Well, we have two compasses on this one. The WTO mantra, the law and the profit, as we would say, is non-discrimination. So this is the best way to achieve your industrial policy and all that. And the carbon pricing can be designed in a non-discriminatory manner, like any trade policy. The second element is more political, is about just transition, which refers to the anxiety of developing countries that I was referring to. And I think the technology transfer answer that my neighbor was mentioning is key here. And there is a certain level of anticipation of how to organize technology transfer to promote accessibility of the green technologies in advance. That should be part of the strategic thinking of multinationals and also the government which support them.
Let me go over to Mr. Müller, if I may, and for you as well, if you would like to address the point about trade and whether we run the risk that we see an industrial policy race that becomes, in essence, protectionism. Speak to that if you wish, but I have a second question as well. So shall I do the second one as well now, or would you rather speak to the other first?
Thank you. Thank you. We have to think globally, and the approach must be global. And WTO, we have an open worldwide market for goods, for products, for energy production, for minerals, but we do not have standards, global standards, accepted standards in the production and in the processing industry. And that is what is UNIDO, we prioritize this question. We must agree about global standards in the production, in the global value chains. Look at the sector, and Minister Habeck started with UNIDO together an international initiative in this. But that is not enough. We need the European Union, we need WTO and all organizations. Let me only short mention the question of, everybody talks about sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability means we must agree about global standards. And what is sustainability in the green mineral production, for example?
That was my second question.
A green transition is only possible on the basis of green resources, green minerals. And what is the situation in the green mineral production worldwide? 80% are so-called artisanal mining sectors. No standards, no social, no environmental standard, nothing at all. And therefore, you ask me, what is the role of UNIDO? We started a global initiative, a global alliance for responsible mining. Without green minerals, no green transition. And the green minerals, who is the owner? Where are the resources? That is a big chance. In the developing countries, the resources are in Africa and Latin American countries. but the big companies like Rio Tinto, Glencore, two of them, they must agree about global standards, minimum standards, and local added value for Sierra Leone, for African countries, for the people there. That is what we are working, and we ask for a global alliance in this sector that is so important for the developing countries.
And we do see standardization. Thank you very much. We see standardization on here. It's not written in big print, but it is on there. And so is value chain cooperation. And what you're discussing, of course, includes value chain accountability, as it were. Let me go over to Ms. Bate, and a related question to you, if I may. South Africa is, of course, one of the BRICS countries. It's the gateway to the African continent with its very rich mineral deposits. And you're geographically central on the trade routes that lead from Asia to Europe. So how do you aim to feed industrial growth in a socially sustainable way as you're making this important transition?
Thanks, and I'm really glad that the social agenda is on the table. I feel like so much attention has been given to environmental. And if we think about sustainability, it has to be about inclusive and green transition. And from an African perspective, what we have seen is far too much of Africa's minerals exported for beneficiation elsewhere, with little impact on the African continent. So from a regional value chain perspective, and both green hydrogen, I'll speak specifically to green hydrogen and critical minerals in the context of critical minerals being a critical element into decarbonization pathways, and hydrogen is one of those opportunities for decarbonization of our heavy industry. So looking at both of those, we're looking at regional value chains. So considering hydrogen around the Capes in South Africa up to Namibia and Angola, and then critical minerals across the SADC and broader African region. And really looking at how we can. So the critical minerals is a bidirectional strategy, just ensuring that we move from battery assembly, high value add, down to precursor materials, recognizing that there's very few precursor manufacturers outside of China, and then also the mining up to precursor. And why I mention the whole value chain is that none of that is possible. We keep talking about financing being the constraint. There's lots of money available. What we're lacking is the skills, the right skills, to actually unlock the industrial pathways necessary to drive the transition. And that is where it becomes an inclusive opportunity. So it really is about ensuring that we develop the trade and professional skills necessary to unlock the pathways. Those skills need to be developed within the region and communities where the skills will be utilized within the value chains. And it is a value chain focus. It's no longer about unlocking a mine in the Northern Cape. So I'm going to use the Northern Cape as an example where our critical minerals and hydrogen converge. We're thinking about the development of the right skills to deploy renewable energy, which forms the backbone of green hydrogen and green mines. Then looking at the mines as being a living community. So how can we think about the agricultural value-add production leveraging off the green ammonia for green agriculture, agrovoltaic as a potential that creates sustainable livelihoods for communities that incidentally mine for the life of the resource. And it's looking at moving, there's a focus on Gauteng, which is an urban area, and that's a decarbonization objective. But where it comes to the poorer, underdeveloped provinces, so a province like the Northern Cape, where there's expansive tracts of lands, enormous irradiation potential, enormous battery minerals, it presents not an opportunity for evacuation of product for production in the Vaal region, but really about the growth of industrial opportunities and jobs for communities in the Northern Cape. So we really are focused on development by intent as opposed to development by accident.
Thank you very much. And then if I can go to Mr. Mathur and pick up on something that you said in your first answer. You talked about a broadly based, geographically diversified drive toward green industries. In some ways, that seems to contravene something that is being heard more and more in many places in the global north, namely that we need to onshore, reshore clean energy production, solar, even production of PV, for example, because that is what boosts resilience and economic security. What do you say to that?
May I say that this is really dependent on demand? We will see more and more production happening based on two things. One, it is close to demand. And the second is it depends on how large is the product which needs to be transported over distances. So for example, if you're looking at wind turbines and you're looking at the blades of wind turbines, those are expensive to transport. So you will see them being made near the area where they're used. On the other hand, you look at solar cells. Solar cells are, what, 150 microns thick? It's very easy to transport solar cells. However, solar modules is much more difficult. So what we will see is solar cell to solar modules being produced globally. Now, the issue is, what about solar cell manufacturing? Solar cell manufacturing is something which is very, very dependent on scales. Production will depend on how large it can be. We have seen that China has invested a huge bit in it. Companies have invested. In fact, some people say there's an overinvestment. Consequently, any country which will go in for cell manufacture will have to provide the kind of incentives that are being provided by the Inflation Reduction Act in the US or the performance-linked scheme in India, and so on. What it implies is that cell manufacturing will occur at a lot fewer places. But cell to module will occur in a lot more places. In a very real sense, I come back to where I started. It is about demand. Creating demand is about creating those manufacturing capabilities across the world. And the only thing that will help money move is guarantees. So guarantees and demand are the two sides of the coin which will determine where various production facilities are set up.
Thank you very much. We have about 15 minutes left, which is comfortable, at least given the kind of squeeze we've had in most of our other panels. Let me ask us to take a look one more time at the word cloud. Can we get that up for the audience as well, in case it's gone down? So that you can see it. And I'd like to ask all of you to just pick out whatever you consider most important here and say a few more words about it. So looking at a robust green industrial sector worldwide as the goal, and not a race between countries, essentially a zero-sum game, but a worldwide win-win game. What do you think is most important here? What are the key steps? Straight down the panel, please.
So thank you. When I look at the board here, two things pop out for me: the secure supply chains and the value chain cooperation. And I know we've talked about that here, but we have certainly seen examples of when we have been overly reliant on one or just a few suppliers of critical inputs to our economies. And we have also seen what happens in terms of the disparities in wealth and development across the world when you have concentrated not only extraction, but then processing in, again, just a handful of countries. So those are two issues we really need to continue to deal with. And so diversifying our supply chains and creating, and we've talked about this quite a bit, creating those value chains within a multitude of regions and countries will lead to greater security and economic prosperity, social prosperity as well.
It occurs to me that in green hydrogen, with the plethora of potential sources, we heard a Latin American panel where essentially everybody there was determined to be, the next big green hydrogen, that at least there we will not have the problems of sole supplier reliance, most likely, that we've seen on fossil fuels.
Well, and that is true, but then I think that goes back to the demand question. You have to figure out with the hydrogen market, this is so new and we're all trying to wrap our arms around it, but what are the drivers of demand and which industries? Is the hard to abate industries in particular? Is it an additional component in power production? Kind of what is that driver of demand and where is it coming from and what are the economics to supply it? How far does it make sense to transport? To transport from Latin America to Asia, for example. All of that remains to be figured out in large part. So I think at this point, creating that demand, which we're trying to do under the IRA, you've seen the hubs, the hydrogen hubs, that the Department of Energy is funding. So we have several around the country, and those are attempting to sort of test some of this, creating local networks of supply and demand and see how that works.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Gert Müller to talk next about whatever strikes you as most important here before you need to leave us, because I know you have to go soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Peace. Peace.
Peace.
Yes. Without development, without jobs for hundreds of millions of Africans, but even Latin Americans. Last week, there was the vice president from Bolivia, from Ecuador, the foreign minister, and so on in my office. But let's look again to the African continent, close to Europe. This continent will double its population until 2050. We all are still alive, hopefully, there. Double. That means still now 600 million people in the African countries do not have access to energy. Now look to 2050, additional to 1.2, 1.5 billion people will come born. So that means this continent needs access to electricity for 2 billion people within the next 30 years. Without this, there's no development, no jobs, no education, no computer, no health infrastructure. What will be the consequence of such a situation for this continent? Think about this. No peace. Therefore, when we talk about energy transition, that is the most important issue. The first priority, not bring energy. We talked about this. That's interesting. Bring energy resources like hydrogen from Namibia, from African countries to Europe, to US. That is not the first priority. The first priority, production of energy in Africa for African people. And then it is possible to start industrialization, job creation, and that brings peace to these societies. And that is so important for the world. That is even the solution for the refugee crisis and so on and so on. Therefore, thank you, think globally. Don't think only at your own country and our own continent. This 10% of the industrialized, of the rich, we have to take responsibility in a much greater sense than it is now.
Thank you very much. You have to leave us to get a train, but we're going to give you a round of applause for that wonderful answer. Thank you very much. And may I just hold you here 10 minutes longer, dear panel, because we're not quite finished, and I do want to hear the thoughts of those who are still with us. But truly, Mr. Müller, feel free to go. Mr. Paugam, your take on what you consider here most important and why.
Well, thank you. I'll quickly pick 3 points. International cooperation, you will not be surprised, but we are at a defining moment. It's just like a prisoner's dilemma. Either we cooperate and we will achieve our objective, or we don't cooperate and we will have a suboptimal outcome one way or another. So we need to think about that. Global CO2 pricing, I think this is the ideal, the long-term ideal. It does not mean single CO2 prices, so by the way. You'll just be interested to know that the WTO has steered task force, interagency task force with OECD, World Bank, IMF, to try to start to, and they have started working on this. The third one is a little small here. It has been mentioned by several panelists, is standardization. I think this is 50% of the solution in the world trade system. Does not mean that it is an easy solution. It's long, but we are working closely with international standard organization. For instance, in the steel sector, we try to help them converge around the idea of what is green steel. And inside this standardization, you have a small issue that would deserve much more. It could be a low-hanging fruit, is calculation methodologies for carbon emission. For example, if you take the steel sector, 1 ton of steel in California does not have the same content of carbon than in Europe, just because of calculation methodology. So we should be able to converge on this, because at the end of the day, it will determine the fluidity of all this transition.
Thank you very much, indeed. Ms. Bay.
Thanks. The word I'm going to look at is innovation, and I think from 3 perspectives. One, mindset. The mindset that has got us to where we are today is not going to take us into the future. How can we think differently about solutions, funding, cooperation, participation, and collectively building a green world? 2, from a new technology perspective, I mean, what we've seen in green hydrogen, technological advancements over the last 3 years has been phenomenal. And I think it will fundamentally change the potential for use cases in hydrogen. Similarly with new energy vehicles or alternative energy vehicles. So the world of innovation in technology and the technologies of the future is wide open, which again requires a different thinking in how we actually fund these opportunities when proven technology is not a given. And then thirdly, from an information technology perspective, how do we, in the context of standards and standardization, leverage technology to ensure that we can validate immediately the green content of the molecule, the product, the export that's driven? It'll create enormous efficiency in global trade, and will also create enormous certainty for both off-takers and producer countries.
Thank you very much. And finally, last word to you, AJ Mather.
I'm going to follow Ms. Bates and agree with all of you that innovation is the most important thing. And like Ms. Bates, I'd like to expand this word. And what I'll add to what you said was, let's also look at business models. Because business models change according to whether you are an OECD country where there's adequate amount of electricity supply, or whether you are a country where a huge amount of electricity supply has yet to develop, or whether you are a country where lots of people don't even have access to electricity, or whether you're a small island state where, for example, solar boats become important. So innovation needs smart policy making. The second thing which it needs is cooperation. As I said, there are at least these 4 groups of countries. It makes great sense for them to cooperate with each other, learn from each other, look at the best practices that they have. At the end of the day, what matters is whether I am able to meet my national goals, whether they are providing jobs to people, whether it is about ensuring that I retain my industrial competitiveness, whether it is about most of my domestic needs, industrial and or residential, are met by my local energy production, or whether I am a net exporter of energy. countries will decide what makes sense. And I think innovation is the key to it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. This has been a very, very interesting discussion. Shall we give them a warm round of applause for all that they have contributed for us to think about as we move into the evening. And I am very grateful to all of you for being with us for this last panel, which is, following a long day, but certainly you have really given us a lot to reflect on. And we can do that reflecting, dear ladies and gentlemen, at a traditional event that makes up the end of the first day every year at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. The end is the beginning of our evening reception. And it is a chance to, in fact, keep the conversations going on all the important topics that we've been addressing while we enjoy great food and drink and some music, all of which will take place at the WECC Westhafen Event Center. And by the way, we will also have our annual Startup Transition Award. And shuttle buses will be taking you from here, from the Foreign Ministry, over to the event center, starting in about 15 minutes. And the evening program begins at 7:30 p.m. So that's something to look forward to. And we start tomorrow, actually, not too early. Nonetheless, do show up, please, on time at 10 a.m. for the beginning of day 2 of our 10th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Many thanks to our audience for your participation, and also to everyone who's been working behind the scenes to make this very intensive day so successful. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.